Introduction of the Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rahimus Holmes. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Introduction. About 3 months ago, that is to say, toward the end of May of this year of 1900, the writer whose name appears on the title page received as noteworthy a letter and packet of papers as it had been his lot to examine. They came from a very good friend of mine, whose name there is no reason that I should now conceal, Dr. Arthur Lister Brown, M.A., Oxon, F.R.C.P. It happened that for 2 years I had been spending most of my time in France, and as Brown had a Norfolk practice, I had not seen him during my visits to London. Moreover, though our friendship was of the most intimate kind, we were both atrocious correspondents, so that only 2 notes passed between us during those years. Till last May, there reached me the letter and the packet to which I refer. The packet consisted of 4 notebooks, quite crowded throughout with those giddy shapes of Pitman's shorthand, whose ensemble so resembles startled swarms hovering in flighty poses on the wing. They were scribbled in pencil, with little distinction between thick and thin strokes, few vowels, so that their slow deciphering, I can assure the reader, has been no holiday. The letter also was penciled in shorthand, and this letter, together with the second of the notebooks, which I have deciphered, it was marked 3, I now publish. I must say, however, that in some 5 instances there will occur sentences rather crutched by my own guesswork, and in 2 instances the characters were so impossibly mystical that I had to abandon the passage with a headache. But all this will be found immaterial to the general narrative. The following is Brown's letter. Dear old Shiel, I have just been lying thinking of you, and wishing that you were here to give a last squeeze of the hand before I go. By all appearance, going I am. 4 days ago, I began to feel a soreness in the throat, and passing by old Johnson's surgery at Selbridge, went in and asked him to have a look at me. He muttered something about membranous laryngitis, which made me smile, but by the time I reached home I was hoarse and not smiling. Before night I had dyspnoca and laryngeal stridor. I at once telegraphed to London for Morgan, and between him and Johnson, they have been opening my trachea and burning my inside with chronic acid and the galvanic cautery. The difficulty as to breathing has subsided, and it is wonderful how little I suffer, but I am much too old a hand not to know what's what. The bronchi are involved, too far involved, and as a matter of absolute fact, there isn't any hope. Morgan is still, I believe, fondly dwelling upon the possibility of adding me to his successful tracheotomy statistics. But prognosis was always my strong point, and I say no. The very small consolation of my death will be the beating of a specialist in his own line. So we shall see. I have been arranging some of my affairs this morning, and remembered these notebooks. I intended letting you have them months ago, but my habit of putting things off, and the fact that the lady was alive from whom I took down the words, prevented me. Now she is dead, and as a literary man and a student of life, you should be interested if you can manage to read them. You may even find them valuable. I am under a little morphia at present, propped up in a nice little state of languor, and as I am able to write without much effort, I will tell you in the old Pitman's something about her. Her name was Miss Mary Wilson. She was about 30 when I met her, 45 when she died, and I knew her intimately all those 15 years. Do you know anything about the philosophy of the hypnotic trance? Well, that was the relation between us, hypnotist and subject. She had been under another man before my time, but no one was ever so successful with her as I. She suffered from tic douloureux of the fifth nerve. She had had most of her teeth drawn before I saw her, and an attempt had been made to wrench out the nerve on the left side by the external scission. But it made no difference. All the clocks in hell tick-tacked in that poor woman's jaw, and it was the mercy of Providence that ever she came across me. My organization was found to have almost complete and quite easy control over hers, and with few passes I could expel her lesion. Well, you never saw anyone so singular in personal appearance as my friend Miss Wilson. Medicine man I am, I could never behold her suddenly without a sensation of shock. She suggested so inevitably what we call the other world, one detecting about her some odor of the worm, while the feeling that here was rather ghost than woman. And yet I can hardly convey to you the why of this, except by dry details as to the contours of her lofty brow, meager lips, pointed chin, and ashen cheeks. She was tall and deplorably emaciated, her whole skeleton except the thigh bones being quite visible. Her eyes were of the bluish hue of cigarette smoke, and had in them the strangest feeble, unearthly gaze, while at 35 her paltry wisp of hair was quite white. She was well-to-do, and lived alone in Old Wooding Manor House, 5 miles from Ash Thomas. As you know, I was beginning in these parts at the time, and soon took up residence at the manor. She insisted that I should devote myself to her alone, and that one patient constituted the most lucrative practice which I ever had. Well, I quickly found that, in the state of trance, Miss Wilson possessed very remarkable powers. Remarkable, I mean, not of course because peculiar to herself in kind, but because they were so constant, reliable, exact, and far-reaching in degree. The various fledgling in physical science will now sit and discourse finically to you without the reporting of mistake. The various fledgling in physical science will now sit and discourse finically to you about the reporting powers of the mind in its trance state, just as though it was something quite new. This simple fact, I assure you, which the Psychical Research Society, only after endless investigation, admits to be scientific, has been perfectly well known to every old crone since the Middle Ages, and I assume long previously. What an unnecessary air of discovery! The certainty that someone in trance in Manchester can tell you what is going on in London or in Pekin was not, of course, left to the acumen of an office in Fleet Street, and the society, in establishing the fact beyond doubt for the general public, has not gone one step toward explaining it. They have, in fact, revealed nothing that many of us did not, with absolute assurance, know before. But talking of poor Miss Wilson, I say that her powers were remarkable, because though not exceptional in genre, they were so special in quantity, so constant and far-reaching. I believe it to be a fact that in general, the powers of trance manifest themselves more particularly with regard to space, as distinct from time. The spiritual roams in the present. It travels over a plane. It does not usually attract the interest of observers by great accents or by great descents. I fancy that it is so. But Miss Wilson's gift was special to this extent that she traveled in every direction and easily in all but one, north and south, up and down, in the past, the present, and the future. This I discovered not at once, but gradually. She would emit a stream of sounds in the trance state. I can hardly call it speech, so murmurous, yet guttural, was the utterance, mixed with puffy breath sounds at the languid lips. This state was accomplished by intense contraction of the pupils, absence of the knee-jerk, considerable rigor, and a rapt and errant expression. I got into the habit of sitting long hours at her bedside, quite fascinated by her, trying to catch the import of that opiate and visionary language which came puffing and fluttering in deliberate monotone from her lips. Gradually, in the course of months, my ear learned to detect words. The veil was rent, for me also, and I was able to follow somewhat the course of her musing and wandering spirit. At the end of 6 months, I heard her one day repeat some words which were familiar to me. They were these: such were the arts by which the Romans extended their conquests and attained the palm of victory, and the occurring testimony of different authors enables us to describe them with precision. I was startled. They are part of Gibson's Decline and Fall, which I easily guessed that she had never read. I said in a stern voice, "Where are you?" She replied, "Us are in a room 811 miles above. A man is writing. Us are reading." I may tell you 2 things. First, that in trance she never spoke of herself as I, nor even as we, but for some unknown reason, in the objective way, as us. Us are, she would say, us will, us went. Though, of course, she was an educated lady, and I don't think ever lived in the west of England, where they say us in that way. Secondly, when wandering in the past, she always represented herself as being above the earth and higher the further back in time she went. In describing present events, she appears to have felt herself on the earth, while as regards the future, she inevitably declared that us were so many miles within the earth. To her excursions in this last direction, however, there seemed to exist certain fixed limits. I say seemed, for I cannot be sure, and only mean that, in spite of my efforts, she never in fact went far in this direction. 3,000–4,000 miles were common figures on her lips in describing her distance above, but her distance within never got beyond 63. Usually she would say 20, 25. She appeared in relation to the future to resemble a diver in the deep sea, who, the deeper he strives, finds a more resistant pressure, till, at no great depth, resistance becomes prohibition, and he can no further strive. I'm afraid I can't go on. Though I had a good deal to tell you about this lady, during 15 years off and on, I sat listening by her dim bedside to her murmuring trances. At last my expert ear could detect the sense of her faintest sigh. I heard the decline and fall from beginning to end. Some of her reports were the most frivolous nonsense. Over others, I have hung in a horror of interest. Certainly, my friend, I have heard some amazing words proceed from those wan lips of Mary Wilson. Sometimes I could hitch her repeatedly to any scene or subject that I chose by the mere exercise of my will. At others, the flighty waywardness of her spirit eluded and baffled me. She resisted, she disobeyed. Otherwise, I might have sent you not 4 notebooks, but 20 or 40. About the 5th year, it struck me that it would be well to jot down her more connected utterances, since I knew shorthand. The notebook marked I, which seems to me the most curious, belongs to the 7th year. Its history, like those of the other 3, is this. I heard her one afternoon murmuring in the intonation used when reading. The matter interested me. I asked her where she was. She replied, "Us are 40 miles within. Us read, and another writes." From which I concluded that she was some 15 to 30 years in the future, pursuing as yet unpublished work. After that, during some weeks, I managed to keep her to the same subject. And finally, I fancy, won pretty well the whole work. I believe you would find it striking, and hope you will be able to read my notes. But no more of Mary Wilson now. Let us think a little of A.L. Brown, F.R.C.P., with a breathing tube in his trachea and eternity under his pillow. Dr. Brown's letter then continues on a subject of no interest here. The present writer may add that Dr. Brown's prognosis of his own case proved correct, for he passed away 2 days after writing the above. My transcription of the shorthand book, marked 3, I now proceed to give without comment, merely reminding the reader that the words from the substance of the book or document to be written or to be motived, according to Miss Wilson, in that future, which no less than the past, arbitrarily contrived by myself for the sake of form and convenience. This I intend to publish under the title The Last Miracle, 2, will bear that of The Lord of the Sea. The present book is marked 3, The Perusal of 4. I have yet finished, but so far do not consider it suitable for publication. End of introduction. Recorded by Rahemus Holmes.
Section 1 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nissa Schmidt. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 1. Section 1. Here begins the notebook marked 3. The Purple Cloud. Well, the memory seems to be getting rather impaired now, rather weak. What, for instance, was the name of that parson who preached, just before the Boreal set out, about the wickedness of any further attempt to reach the North Pole? I have forgotten. Yet 4 years ago it was familiar to me as my own name. Things which took place before the voyage seem to be getting a little cloudy in the memory now. I have sat here, in the loggia of this Cornish villa, to write down some sort of account of what has happened. God knows why, since no eye can ever read it. And at the very beginning I cannot remember the parson's name. He was a strange sort of man, surely, a Scotchman from Ayrshire, big and gaunt, with tawny hair. He used to go about London streets in show and rust-spun clothes, a plaid flung from one shoulder. Once I saw him in Holborn, with his rather wild stock, frowning and muttering to himself. He had no sooner come to London and opened chapel, I think in Fetter Lane, than the little room began to be crowded, and when, some years afterwards, he moved to a big establishment in Kensington, all sorts of men, even from America and Australia, flocked to hear the thunderstorms that he talked. Though certainly it was not an age apt to fly into enthusiasms over that species of pulpit prophets and prophecies. But this particular man undoubtedly did wake the strong, dark feelings that sleep in the heart. His eyes were very singular and powerful. His voice from a whisper ran gathering like snowballs and crashed, as I have heard the pack ice in commotion far yonder in the north, while his gestures were as uncouth and gawky as some wild man's of the primitive ages. Well, this man, what was his name? Mackintosh? Mackay? I think, yes, that was it, Mackay. Mackay saw fit to take offense at the new attempt to reach the pole in the Boreal, and for 3 Sundays, when the preparations were nearing completion, stormed against it at Kensington. The excitement of the world with regard to the North Pole had at this date reached a pitch which can only be described as fevered, though that word hardly expresses the strange ecstasy and unrest which prevailed. For the abstract interest which mankind, in mere desire for knowledge, had always felt in this unknown region, was now suddenly 1,000 and 1,000 times intensified by a new concrete interest, a tremendous money interest. And the new zeal had ceased to be healthy in its tone as the old zeal was, for now the fierce demon Mammon was making his voice heard in this matter. Within the 10 years preceding the Boreal expedition, no less than 27 expeditions had set out and failed. The secret of this new rage lay in the last will and testament of Mr. Charles P. Stickney of Chicago, that king of faddists, supposed to be the richest individual who ever lived. He, just 10 years before the Boreal undertaking, had died, bequeathing $175 millions to the man, of whatever nationality, who first reached the pole. Such was the actual wording of the will, the man who first reached, and from this loose method of designating the person intended had immediately burst forth a prolonged heat of controversy in Europe and America as to whether or no the testator meant the chief of the first expedition which reached. But it was finally decided, on the highest legal authority, that, in any case, the actual wording of the document held good, and that it was the individual, whatever his station in the expedition, whose foot first reached the 90th degree of north latitude, who would have title to the fortune. At all events, the public ferment had risen, as I say, to a pitch of positive fever, and as to the Boreal in particular, the daily progress of her preparations was minutely discussed in the newspapers. Every one was an authority on her fitting, and she was in every mouth a bet, a hope, a jest, or a sneer. For now, at last, it was felt that success was probable. So this Mackay had an acutely interested audience, if a somewhat startled and a somewhat cynical one. A truly lion-hearted man this must have been, after all, to dare proclaim a point of view so at variance with the spirit of his age. 1 against 400 millions. They bent one way, he the opposite, saying that they were wrong, all wrong. People used to call him John the Baptist Redivivus, and without doubt he did suggest something of that sort. I suppose that at the time when he had the face to denounce the Boreal, there was not a sovereign on any throne in Europe who, but for shame, would have been glad of a subordinate post on board. On the 3rd Sunday night of his denunciation, I was there in that Kensington chapel, and I heard him. And the wild talk he talked! He seemed like a man delirious with inspiration. The people sat quite spellbound, while Mackay's prophesying voice ranged up and down through all the modulations of thunder, from the hurrying mutter to the reverberant shock and climax, and those who came to scoff remained to wonder. Put simply, what he said was this: that there was undoubtedly some sort of fate or doom connected with the poles of the earth in reference to the human race. That man's continued failure, in spite of continual efforts to reach them, abundantly and superabundantly proved this, and that this failure constituted a lesson and a warning, which the race disregarded at its peril. The North Pole, he said, was not so very far away, and the difficulties in the way of reaching it were not, on the face of them, so very great. Human ingenuity had achieved 1,000 things 1,000 times more difficult. Yet in spite of over half a dozen well-planned efforts in the 19th century, and 31 in the 20th, man had never reached. Always he had been balked by some seeming chance, some restraining hand, and herein lay the lesson, herein the warning. Wonderfully, really wonderfully, like the tree of knowledge in Eden, he said, was that pole. All the rest of the earth lying open and offered to man, but that persistently veiled and forbidden. It was as when a father lays a hand upon his son with, "Not here, my child, wheresoever you will, but not here." But human beings, he said, were free agents, with power to stop their ears, and turn a callous consciousness to the whispers and warning indications of heaven. And he believed, he said, that the time was now come when man would find it absolutely in his power to stand on that 90th of latitude, and plant an impious right foot on the head of the earth, just as it had been given into the absolute power of Adam to stretch an impious right hand, and pluck of the fruit of knowledge. But, said he, his voice now pealing into one long proclamation of awful augury, just as the abuse of that power had been followed in the one case by catastrophe swift and universal, so in the other. He warned the entire race to look out thenceforth for nothing from God but a lowering sky and thundery weather. The man's frantic earnestness, authoritative voice, and savage gestures could not but have their effect upon all. As for me, I declare, I sat as though a messenger from heaven addressed me. But I believed that I had not yet reached home when the whole impression of the discourse had passed from me like a water from a duck's back. The prophet in the 20th century was not a success. John Baptist himself, camel skin and all, would have met with only tolerant shrugs. I dismissed Mackay from my mind with the thought, "He is behind his age, I suppose." But haven't I thought differently of Mackay since? My God. 3 weeks, it was about that, before that Sunday night discourse, I was visited by Clark, the chief of the coming expedition. A mere visit of friendship. I had then been established about a year at No. 2 Harley Street, and though under 25, had, I suppose, as élite a practice as any doctor in Europe. Élite, but small. I was able to maintain my state and move among the great, but now and again I would feel the secret pinch of moneylessness. Just about that time, in fact, I was only saved from considerable embarrassment by the success of my book, Applications of Science to the Arts. In the course of conversation that afternoon, Clark said to me in his light, haphazard way,
"Do you know what I dreamed about you last night, Adam Jeffson?"
"I dreamed that you were with us on the expedition." I think he must have seen my start. On the same night I had myself dreamed the same thing, but not a word said I about it now. There was a stammer in my tongue when I answered, "Who? I? On the expedition? I would not go if I were asked." "Oh, you would." "I wouldn't. You forget that I'm about to be married." "Well, we need not discuss the point, as Peters is not going to die," said he.
"Still, if anything did happen to him, you know, it is you I should come straight to, Adam Jeffson."
"Clark, you jest," I said. "I know really very little of astronomy, or magnetic phenomena. Besides, I am about to be married." "But what about your botany, my friend? There's what we would be wanting from you. And as for nautical astronomy, A man of your scientific habit would pick up all that in no time." "You discuss the matter as gravely as though it were a possibility, Clark," I said, smiling. "Such a thought would never enter my head. There is, first of all, my fiancée." "Ah, the all-important Countess, eh? Well, but she, as far as I know the lady, would be the first to force you to go. The chance of stamping one's foot on the North Pole does not occur to a man every day, my son." "Do talk of something else," I said. "There is Peters." "Well, of course there is Peters. But believe me, the dream I had was so clear—" "Let me alone with your dreams and your poles," I laughed. Yes, I remember. I pretended to laugh loud. But my secret heart knew, even then, that one of those crises was occurring in my life which, from my youth, has made it the most extraordinary which any creature of earth ever lived. And I knew that this was so, firstly, because of the two dreams, and secondly, because when Clark was gone, and I was drawing on my gloves to go see my fiancée, I heard distinctly the old two voices talk within me, and one said, "Go not to see her now." The other, "Yes, go, go." The two voices of my life. An ordinary person reading my words would undoubtedly imagine that I mean only two ordinary contradictory impulses, or else that I rave. For what modern man could comprehend how real seeming were those voices, how loud, and how ever and again I heard them contend within me, with a nearness nearer than breathing, as it says in the poem, and closer than hands and feet. About the age of 7 it happened first to me. I was playing one summer evening in a pine wood of my father's. Half a mile away was a quarry cliff, and as I played, it suddenly seemed as if someone said to me, inside of me, "Just take a walk toward the cliff," and as if someone else said, "Don't go that way at all." Mere whispers then, which gradually, as I grew up, seemed to swell into cries of wrathful contention. I did go toward the cliff. It was steep, 30 feet high, and I fell. Some weeks later, on recovering speech, I told my astonished mother that someone had pushed me over the edge, and that someone else had caught me at the bottom. One night, soon after my 11th birthday, lying in bed, the thought struck me that my life must be of great importance to something or things which I could not see, that two powers, which hated each other, must be continually after me, one wishing for some reason to kill me, and the other for some reason to keep me alive, one wishing me to do so and so, and the other to do the opposite, that I was not a boy like other boys, but a creature separate, special, marked for something. Already I had notions, touches of mood, passing instincts, as occult and primitive, I verily believe, as those of the first man that stepped, so that such biblical expressions as, "The Lord spake to so-and-so, saying," have hardly ever suggested any question in my mind as to how the voice was heard. I did not find it so very difficult to comprehend that originally men had more ears than two, nor should have been surprised to know that I, in these latter days, more or less resembled those primeval ones. But not a creature, except perhaps my mother, has ever dreamed me what I here state that I was. I seemed the ordinary youth of my time, bowing my varsity 8, cramming for exams, dawdling in clubs. When I had to decide as to a profession, who could have suspected the conflict that transacted itself in my soul, while my brain was indifferent to the matter, that agony of strife with which the brawling voices shouted, the one, "Be a scientist, a doctor," and the other, "Be a lawyer, an engineer, an artist, be anything but a doctor." A doctor I became, and went to what had grown into the greatest of medical schools, Cambridge. And there it was that I came across a man, named Scotland, who had a rather odd view of the world. He had rooms, I remember, in the New Court at Trinity, and a set of us were generally there. He was always talking about certain black and white powers, till it became absurd, and the men used to call him Black and White Mystery Man. Because, one day, when someone said something about the black mystery of the universe, Scotland interrupted him with the words, "The black and white mystery." Quite well I remember Scotland now. The sweetest, gentle soul he was, with a passion for cats, and Sappho, and the Anthology. Very short in stature, with a Roman nose, continually making the effort to keep his neck straight, and draw his paunch in. He used to say that the universe was being frantically contended for by two powers, a white and a black; that the white was the stronger, but did not find the conditions on our particular planet very favourable to its success; that he had got the best of it up to the Middle Ages in Europe, but since then had been slowly and stubbornly giving way before the black; and that finally the black would win, not everywhere perhaps, but here, and would carry off, if no other earth, at least this one for his prize. This was Scotland's doctrine, which he never tired of repeating, and while others heard him with mere toleration, little could they divine with what agony of inward interest I, cynically smiling there, drank in his words. Most profound was the impression they made upon me. End of section 1.
Section 2 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anise. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 2. But I was saying that when Clark left me, I was drawing on my gloves to go to see my fiancée, the Countess Clodagh, when I heard the two voices most clearly. Sometimes the urgency of one or other impulse is so overpowering that there is no resisting it. And it was so then with the one that bid me go. I had to traverse the distance between Harley Street and Hanover Square, and all the time it was as though something shouted at my physical ear, "Since you go, breathe no word of the Boreal and Clark's visit." And another shout, "Tell, hide nothing." It seemed to last a month, yet it was only some minutes before I was in Hanover Square and Clodagh in my arms. She was, in my opinion, the most superb of creatures, Clodagh, that haughty neck which seemed always scorning something just behind her left shoulder. Superb, but, I know it now, a godless woman, Clodagh, a bitter heart. Clodagh once confessed to me that her favourite character in history was Lucrezia Borgia, and when she saw my horror, immediately added, "Well, no, I am only joking." Such was her duplicity, for I see now that she lived in the constant effort to hide her heinous heart from me. Yet, now I think of it, how completely did Clodagh enthrall me. Our proposed marriage was opposed by both my family and hers. By mine, because her father and grandfather had died in lunatic asylums, and by hers because, forsooth, I was neither a rich nor a noble match. A sister of hers, much older than herself, had married a common country doctor, Peters of Taunton, and this so-called mesalliance made the so-called mesalliance with me doubly detestable in the eyes of her relatives. Clodagh's extraordinary passion for me was to be stemmed neither by their threats nor prayers. What a flame, after all, was Clodagh! Sometimes she frightened me. She was at this date no longer young, being by 5 years my senior, as also by 5 years the senior of her nephew, born from the marriage of her sister with Peters of Taunton. This nephew was Peter Peters, who was to accompany the Boreal expedition as doctor, botanist, and meteorological assistant. On that day of Clark's visit to me, I had not been seated 5 minutes with Clodagh when I said, "Dr. Clark has been talking to me about the expedition. He says that if anything happened to Peters, I should be the first man he would run to. He has had an absurd dream." The consciousness that filled me as I uttered these words was the wickedness of me, the crooked wickedness. But I could no more help it than I could fly. Clodagh was standing at a window holding a rose at her face. For For quite a minute she made no reply. I saw her sharp-cut, florid face, in profile, steadily bent and smelling. She said presently, in her cold, rapid way, "The man who first plants his foot on the North Pole will certainly be ennobled. I say nothing of the many millions. I only wish that I was a man." "I don't know that I have any special ambition that way," I rejoined. "I am very happy in my warm Eden with my Clodagh. I don't like the outer cold." "Don't let me think little of you," she answered pettishly. "Why should you, Clodagh? I am not bound to desire to go to the North Pole, am I? But you would go, I suppose, if you could?" "I might. I doubt it. There is our marriage." "Marriage, indeed! It is the one thing to transform our marriage from a sneaking difficulty to a 10 times triumphant event." "You mean that if I personally were the first to stand at the pole. But there are many in an expedition. It is very unlikely that I, personally—" "For me you will, Adam," she began. "Will, Clodagh?" I cried. "You say will? There is not even the slightest shadow of a probability." "But why?" "There are still 3 weeks before the start. They say—" She stopped. "They say what?" Her voice dropped. "That Peter takes atropine." I started then. She moved from the window, sat in a rocking-chair, and turned the leaves of a book, without reading. We were silent, she and I standing looking at her, she drawing the thumb across the leaf edges, and beginning again, contemplatively. Then she laughed dryly a little, a dry, mad laugh. "Why did you start when I said that?" she asked, reading now at random. "I? I did not start, Clodagh. What made you think that I started? I did not start." "Who told you, Clodagh, that Peters takes atropine?" "He is my nephew. I should know. But don't look dumbfounded in that absurd fashion. I have no intention of poisoning him in order to see you, a multimillionaire and a peer of the realm. My dearest Clodagh, I easily might, however. He will be here presently. He is bringing Mr. Wilson for the evening." Wilson was going as electrician of the expedition. "Clodagh," I said, "believe me, you jest in a manner which does not please me." "Do I really?" she answered with that haughty, stiff half-turn of her throat. "Do I really?" she answered with that haughty, stiff half-turn of her throat. "Then I must be more exquisite. But, thank heaven, it is only a jest. Women are no longer admired for doing such things." "Ha, ha! No longer admired, Clodagh! Oh, my good Lord, let us change this talk." But now she could talk of nothing else. She got from me that afternoon the history of all the polar expeditions of late years, how far they reached, by what aids, and why they failed. Her eyes shone, she listened eagerly. Before this time, indeed, she had been interested in the Boreal, knew the details of her outfitting, and was acquainted with several members of the expedition. But now, suddenly, her mind seemed wholly possessed, my mention of Clark's visit apparently setting her well a-burn with the pole fever. The passion of her kiss as I tore myself for her embrace that day I shall not forget. I went home with a pretty heavy heart. The house of Dr. Peter Peters was 3 doors from mine, on the opposite side of the street. Toward 1 that night his footman ran to knock me up with the news that Peters was very ill. I hurried to his bedside, and knew by the first glance at his deliriums and his staring pupils that he was poisoned with atropine. Wilson, the electrician, who had passed the evening with him at Clodagh's in Hanover Square, was there. "What on earth is the matter?" he said to me. "Poisoned," I answered. "Good God! What with?" "Atropine." "Good heavens!" "Don't be frightened. I think he will recover." "Is that certain?" "Yes, I think. That is, if he leaves off taking the drug, Wilson." "What? Is it he who's poisoned himself?" I hesitated. But I said, "He is in the habit of taking atropine, Wilson." 3 hours I remained there, and, God knows, toiled hard for his life, and when I left him in the dark of the foreday, my mind was at rest. He would recover. I slept till 11 a.m., and then hurried over again to Peter's. In the room were my 2 nurses and Clodagh. My beloved put her forefinger to her lips, whispering, "Shh! He is asleep." She came closer to my ear, saying, "I heard the news early. I am come to stay with him till the last." We looked at each other some time, eye to eye, steadily, she and I. But mine dropped before Clodagh's. A word was on my mouth to say, but I said nothing. The recovery of Peters was not so steady as I had expected. At the end of the first week he was still prostrate. It was then that I said to Clodagh, "Clodagh, your presence at the bedside here somehow does not please me. It is so unnecessary." "Unnecessary, certainly," she replied, "but I always had a genius for nursing, and a passion for watching the battles of the body. Since no one objects, why should you?" "Ah, I don't know. This is a case that I dislike. I have half a mind to throw it to the devil." "Then do so. And you too, go home. Go home, Clodagh." "But why? If one does no harm. In these days of the corruption of the upper classes and Roman decadence of everything, shouldn't every innocent whim be encouraged by you upright ones who strive against the tide? Whims are the brakes of crimes, and this is mine. I find a sensuous pleasure, almost sensual, in dabbling in delicate drugs, like Helen for that matter, and Medea and Calypso, and the great antique women who were all excellent chemists. To study the human ship in a gale and the slow drama of its foundering, isn't that quite a thrilling distraction? And I want you to get into the habit at once of letting me have my little way." Now she touched my hair with a lofty playfulness that soothed me. But even then I looked upon the rumpled bed and saw that the man there was really very sick. I have still a nausea to write about it. Lucrezia Borgia in her own age may have been heroic, but Lucrezia in this late century, one could retch up the heart. The man grew sick on that bed, I say. The second week passed, and only 10 days remained before the start of the expedition. At the end of that second week, Wilson, the electrician, was one evening sitting by Peter's bedside when I entered. At the moment, Clodagh was about to administer a dose to Peters, but seeing me, she put down the medicine glass on the night table and came toward me. And as she came, I saw a sight which stabbed me, for Wilson took up the deposited medicine glass, elevated it, looked at it, smelled into it, and he did it with a kind of hurried, light-fingered stealth, and he did it with an underlook and a meaningness of expression which, I thought, proved mistrust. Meantime Clark came each day. He had himself a medical degree, and about this time I called him in professionally, together with Allen of Cavendish Square, to consult over Peters. The patient lay in a semi-coma, broken by passionate vomitings, and his condition puzzled us all. I formally stated that he took atropine, had been originally poisoned by atropine, but we saw that his present symptoms were not atropine symptoms, but it almost seemed of some other vegetable poison, which we could not precisely name. "Mysterious thing," said Clark to me when we were alone. "I don't understand it," I said. "Who are the 2 nurses?" "Oh, highly recommended people of my own." "At any rate, my dream about you comes true, Jeffson. It is clear that Peters is out of the running now." I shrugged. "I now formally invite you to join the expedition," said Clark. "Do you consent?" I shrugged again. "Well, if that means consent," he said, "let me remind you that you have only 8 days, and all the world to do in them." This conversation occurred in the dining-room of Peter's house, and as we passed through the door I saw Clodagh gliding down the passage outside, rapidly away from us. Not a word I said to her that day about Clark's invitation, yet I asked myself repeatedly, did she not know of it? Had she not listened and heard? However that was, about midnight, to my great surprise, Peters opened his eyes and smiled. By noon the next day his fine vitality, which so fitted him for an Arctic expedition, had reasserted itself. He was then leaning on an elbow, talking to Wilson, and except his pallor and strong stomach pains, there was now hardly a trace of his late approach to death. For the pains I prescribed some quarter-grain tablets of sulphate of morphia, and went away. Now David Wilson and I never greatly loved each other, and that very day he brought about a painful situation as between Peters and me, by telling Peters that I had taken his place in the expedition. Peters, a touchy fellow, at once dictated a letter of protest to Clark, and Clark sent Peters' letter to me, marked with a big note of interrogation in blue pencil. Now all Peters' preparations were made, mine not, and he had 6 days in which to recover himself. I therefore wrote to Clark, saying that the changed circumstances of course annulled my acceptance of his offer, though I had already incurred the inconvenience of negotiating with a locum tenens. This decided it. Peters was to go, I stay. The 5th day before the departure dawned. It was a Friday, the 15th June. Peters was now in an armchair. He was cheerful, but with a fevered pulse, and still the stomach pains. I was giving him 3/4 grains of morphia a day. That Friday night, at 11 p.m., I visited him, and found Clodagh there talking to him. Peters was smoking a cigar. "Ah," Clodagh said, "I was waiting for you, Adam. I didn't know whether I was to inject anything tonight. Is it yes or no?" "What do you think, Peters?" I said. "Any more pains?" "Well, perhaps you had better give us another quarter," he answered. "There's still some trouble in the tummy off and on." "A quarter grain, then, Clodagh," I said. As she opened the syringe box, she remarked with a pout, "Our patient has been naughty. He has taken some more atropine." I became angry at once. "Peters," I cried, "you know you have no right to be doing things like that without consulting me. Do that once more, and I swear I have nothing further to do with you." "Rubbish," said Peters. "Why all this unnecessary heat? It was a mere flea bite. I felt that I needed it." "He injected it with his own hand," remarked Clodagh. She was now standing at the mantelpiece, having lifted the syringe box from the night table, taken from its velvet lining both the syringe and the vial containing the morphia tablets, and gone to the mantelpiece to melt one of the tablets in a little of the distilled water there. Her back was turned upon us, and she was a long time. I was standing, Peters in his armchair, smoking. Clodagh then began to talk about a charity bazaar which she had visited that afternoon. She was long. She was long. The crazy thought passed through some dim region of my soul. Why is she so long? "Ah, that was a pain," went Peters. "Never mind the bazaar, Aunt. Think of the morphia." Suddenly an irresistible impulse seized me, to rush upon her, to dash syringe, tabloids, glass, and all from her hands. I must have obeyed it. I was on the tip-top point of obeying, my body already leant prone. But at that instant a voice at the open door behind me said, "Well, how is everything?" It was Wilson, the electrician, who stood there. With lightning swiftness I remembered an underlook of mistrust which I had once seen on his face. Oh, well, I would not, and could not. She was my love. I stood like marble. Clodagh went to meet Wilson with frank right hand, in the left being the fragile glass containing the injection. My eyes were fastened on her face. It was full of reassurance, of free innocence. I said to myself, I must surely be mad. An ordinary chat began, while Clodagh turned up Peter's sleeve, and kneeling there, injected his forearm. As she rose, laughing at something said by Wilson, the drug glass dropped from her hand, and her heel, by an apparent accident, trod on it. She put the syringe among a number of others on the mantelpiece. "Your friend has been naughty, Mr. Wilson," she said again with that same pout. "He has been taking more atropine." "Not really," said Wilson. "Let me alone, the whole of you," answered Peters. "I ain't a child." These were the last intelligible words he ever spoke. He died shortly before 1 a.m. He had been poisoned by a powerful dose of atropine. From that moment to the moment when the Boreal bore me down the Thames, all the world was a mere tumbling nightmare to me, of which hardly any detail remains in my memory. Only I remember the inquest, and how I was called upon to prove that Peters had himself injected himself with atropine. This was corroborated by Wilson and by Clodagh, and the verdict was in accordance. And in all that chaotic hurry of preparation, 3 other things only, but those with clear distinctness now I remember. The first and chief is that tempest of words which I heard at Kensington from that big-mouthed Mackay on the Sunday night. What was it that led me, busy as I was, to the chapel that night? Well, perhaps I know. There I sat and heard him, and most strangely have those words of his peroration planted themselves in my brain, when, rising to a passion of prophecy, he shouted, "And as in the one case transgression was followed by catastrophe swift and universal, so in the other I warn the entire race to look out, thenceforth, for nothing from God but a lowering sky and thundery weather." And the second thing I remember, that on reaching home I walked into my disordered library, for I had had to hunt out some books, where I met my housekeeper in the act of rearranging things. She had apparently lifted an old Bible by the front cover to fling it on the table, for as I threw myself into a chair my eye fell upon the open print near the beginning. The print was very large, and a shaded lamp cast a light upon it. I had been hearing Mackay's wild comparison of the pole with the tree of Eden, and that no doubt was the reason why such a start convulsed me, for my listless eyes had chanced to rest upon some words. The woman gave me of the tree, and I did eat. And a third thing I remember, in all that turmoil of doubt and flurry, that as the ship moved down with the afternoon tide, a telegram was put into my hand. It was a last word from Clodagh, and she said only this, "Be first, for me." End of section 2. Recording by Anise, Portland, Oregon. www.strange-medicine.com.
Section 3 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nissa Schmidt. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 3. The Boreal left St. Catherine's Docks in beautiful weather on the afternoon of the 19th June, full of good hope, bound for the Pole. All about the docks was one region of heads, stretched far in innumerable vagueness, and down the river to Woolwich a continuous dull roar and murmur of bees droned from both banks to cheer our departure. The expedition was partly a national affair, subvented by government, and if ever ship was well found it was the Boreal. She had a frame tougher far than any battleship's, capable of ramming some 10 yards of drift ice, and she was stuffed with sufficient pemmican, cod-roe, fish-meal, and so on, to last us not less than 6 years. We were 17 all told, the 5 heads, so to speak, of the undertaking being Clark, our chief, John Mew, commander, Aubrey Maitland, meteorologist, Wilson, electrician, and myself, doctor, botanist, and assistant meteorologist. The idea was to get as far east as the 100° or the 120° of longitude, to catch there the northern current, to push and drift our way northward, and when the ship could no further penetrate, to leave her, either 3 or else 4 of us on ski, and with sledges drawn by dogs and reindeer make a dash for the Pole. This had also been the plan of the last expedition, that of the Nix, and of several others. The Boreal only differed from the Nix and others in that she was a thing of nicer design and of more exquisite forethought. Our voyage was without incident up to the end of July, when we encountered a drift of ice floes. On the 1st August we were at Khabarova, where we met our coal ship, and took in a little coal for emergency, liquid air being our proper motor, also 43 dogs, 4 reindeer, and a quantity of reindeer moss. And 2 days later we turned our bows finally northward and eastward,
passing through heavy slack ice, under sail in liquid air in crisp weather, till on the 27th August we lay moored to a floe off the desolate island of Timor. The first thing which we saw here was a bear on the shore, watching for young whitefish, and promptly Clark, Mew, and Lamburn, engineer, went on shore in the launch, I and Maitland following in the pram, each party with 3 dogs. It was while climbing away inland that Maitland said to me, "When Clark leaves the ship for the dash to the Pole, it is 3, not 2 of us, after all, that he is going to take with him, making a party of 4. I. Is that so? Who knows? Maitland. Wilson does. Clark has let it out in conversation with Wilson. I. Well, the more the merrier. Who will be the 3? Maitland. Wilson is sure to be in it, and there may be Mew making the 3rd. As to the 4th, I suppose I shall get left out in the cold. I. More likely I. Maitland. Well, the race is between us 4. Wilson, Mew, you, and I. It is a question of physical fitness, combined with special knowledge. You are too lucky a dog to get left out, Jeffson. I. Well, what does it matter, so long as the expedition as a whole is successful? That is the main thing. Maitland. Oh yes, that is all very fine talk, Jeffson, but is it quite sincere? Isn't it rather opposed to affect to despise $175 millions? I want to be in it to death, and I meant to be if I can. We are all more or less self-interested. Look, I whispered, a bear. It was a mother and a cub, and with determined trudge she came wagging her low head, having no doubt smelled the dogs. We separated on the instant, doubling different ways behind ice boulders, wanting her to go on nearer the shore before killing. But, passing close, she spied and bore down at a trot upon me. I fired into her neck, and at once, with a roar, she turned tail, making now straight in Maitland's direction. I saw him run out from cover some 100 yards away, aiming his long gun, but no report followed, and in half a minute he was under her forepaws, she striking out slaps at the barking, shrinking dogs. Maitland roared for my help, and at that moment I, poor wretch, in far worse plight than he, stood shivering an egg. For suddenly one of those wrangles of the voices of my destiny was filling my bosom with loud commotion, one urging me to fly to Maitland's aid, one passionately commanding me to be still. But it lasted, I believe, some seconds only. I ran and got a shot into the bear's brain, and Maitland leapt up with a rent down his face. But singular destiny! Whatever I did, if I did evil, if I did good, the result was the same, tragedy dark and sinister. Poor Maitland was doomed that voyage, and my rescue of his life was the means employed to make his death the more certain. I think that I have already written, some pages back, about a man called Scotland, whom I met at Cambridge. He was always talking about certain black and white beings and their contention for the earth. We others used to call him the black and white mystery man, because one day— but that is no matter now. Well, with regard to all that, I have a fancy, a whim of the mind, quite wide of the truth, no doubt, but I have it here in my brain, and I will write it down now. It is this, that there may have been some sort of arrangement or understanding between the black and white, as in the case of Adam and the fruit, that, should mankind force his way to the pole, and the old forbidden secret biding there, then some mishap should not fail to overtake the race of man; that the white, being kindly disposed to mankind, did not wish this to occur, and intended, for the sake of the race, to destroy our entire expedition before it reached; and that the black, knowing that the white meant to do this, and by what means, used me, to outwit this design, first of all working that I should be one of the party of 4 to leave the ship on ski. But the childish attempt, my God, to read the immense riddle of the world! I could laugh loud at myself, and at poor black and white Scotland too. The thing can't be so simple. Well, we left Timor the same day, and goodbye now to both land and open sea, till we passed the latitude of Cape Chelyuskin, which we did not sight, It was one succession of ice belts, with Mew in the crow's nest tormenting the electric belt to the engine room, the anchor hanging ready to drop, and Clark taking surroundings. Progress was slow, and a polar night gathered round us apace, as we stole still onward and onward into that blue and glimmering land of eternal frore. We now left off bed coverings of reindeer skin and took to sleeping bags. 8 of the dogs had died by the 25th September, when we were experiencing 19 degrees of frost. In the darkest part of our night, the northern light spread its silent, solemn banner over us, quivering round the heavens in a million fickle gauds. The relations between the members of our little crew were excellent, with one exception. David Wilson and I were not good friends. There was something, a tone, in the evidence which he had given at the inquest on Peters, which made me mad every time I thought of it. He had heard Peters admit just before death that he, Peters, had administered atropine to himself, and he had had to give evidence of that fact, but he had given it in a most half-hearted way, so much so that the coroner had asked him, "What, sir, are you hiding from me?" "Wilson," I replied, "nothing. I have nothing to tell." And from that day he and I had hardly exchanged 10 words, in spite of our constant companionship in the vessel. And one day, standing alone on a floe, I found myself hissing with clenched fist, if he dared suspect Clodagh of poisoning Peters, I could kill him. Up to 78 degrees of latitude the weather had been superb, but on the night of the 7th October, well I remember it, we experienced a great storm. Our tub of a ship rolled like a swing, drenching the whimpering dogs at every lurch, and hurling everything on board into confusion. The petroleum launch was washed from the davits. Down at one time to 40 degrees below zero sank the thermometer, while a high aurora was whiffed into a dishevelled chaos of hues, resembling the smeared palette of some turbulent painter of the skies, or mixed battle of long-robed seraphim, and looking the very symbol of tribulation, tempest, wreck, and distraction. I, for the first time, was sick. It was with a dizzy brain, therefore, that I went off watch to my bunk. Soon, indeed, I fell asleep, but the rolls and shocks of the ship, combined with the heavy Greenland anorak which I had on, and the state of my body, together produced a fearful nightmare, in which I was conscious of a vain struggle to move, a vain fight for breath, for the sleeping bag turned to an iceberg on my bosom. Of Clodagh was my gasping dream. I dreamt that she let fall, drop by drop, a liquid, coloured like pomegranate seeds, into a glass of water, and she presented the glass to Peters. The draught, I knew, was poisonous as death, and in a last effort to break the bands of that dark slumber, I was conscious, as I jerked myself upright, of screaming aloud, "Clodagh, Clodagh, spare the man!" My eyes, starting with horror, opened to waking. The electric light was shining in the cabin, and there stood David Wilson looking at me. Wilson was a big man, with a massively built, long face, made longer by a beard, and he had little nervous contractions of the flesh at the cheekbones, and plenty of big freckles. His clinging pose, his smile of disgust, his whole air, as he stood crouching and lurching there, I can shut my eyes and see now. What he was doing in my cabin I did not know. To think, my good God, that he should have been led there just then! This was one of the 4 men's starboard berths. His was a port, yet there he was! But he explained at once. "Sorry to interrupt your innocent dreams," says he. "The mercury in Maitland's thermometer is frozen, and he asked me to hand him his spirits of wine, won from his bunk." I did not answer. A hatred was in my heart against this man. The next day the storm died away, and either 3 or 4 days later the slush ice between the floes froze definitely. The Boreal's way was thus blocked. We warped her with ice anchors, and the capstan into the position in which she should lay up for her winter's drift. This was in about 79 degrees 20 minutes north. The sun had now totally vanished from our bleak sky, not to reappear till the following year. Well, there was sledging with the dogs and bear hunting among the hummocks, as the months one by one went by. One day Wilson, by far our best shot, got a walrus bull. Clark followed the traditional pursuit of a chief, examining crustacea. Maitland and I were in a relation of close friendship, and I assisted his meteorological observations in a snow hut built near the ship. Often, through the 24 hours, a clear blue moon, very spectral, very fair, suffused all our dim and livid clime. It was 5 days before Christmas that Clark made the great announcement. He had determined, he said, if our splendid northward drift continued, to leave the ship about the middle of next March for the dash to the Pole. He would take with him the 4 reindeer, all the dogs, 4 sledges, 4 kayaks, and 3 companions. The companions whom he had decided to invite were Wilson, Mew, and Maitland. He said it at dinner, and as he said it, David Wilson glanced at my wan face with a smile of pleased malice, for I was left out. I remember well, the aurora that night was in the sky, and at its edge floated a moon surrounded by a ring with 2 mock moons. But all shone very vaguely and far, and a fog, which had already lasted some days, made the ship's bows indistinct to me, as I paced the bridge on my watch 2 hours after Clark's announcement. For a long time all was very still, save for the occasional whine of a dog. I was alone, and it grew toward the end of my watch, when Maitland would succeed me. My slow tread tolled like a passing bell, and the mountainous ice lay vague and white around me, its sheeted ghastliness not less dreadfully silent than eternity itself. Presently several of the dogs began barking together, left off, and began again. I said to myself, "There is a bear about somewhere." And after some 5 minutes I thought that I saw, it. The fog had, if anything, thickened, and it was now very near the end of my watch. It had entered the ship, I concluded, by the boards which slanted from an opening in the port bulwarks down to the ice. Once before, in November, a bear, having smelled the dogs, had ventured on board at midnight, but then there had resulted a perfect hubbub among the dogs. Now, even in the midst of my excitement, I wondered at their quietness, though some whimpered, with fear a thought. I saw the creature steal forward from the hatchway toward the kennels of port, and I ran noiselessly and seized the watch gun which stood always loaded by the companionway. By this time the form had passed the kennels, reached the bows, and now was making toward me on the starboard side. I took aim. Never, I thought, had I seen so huge a bear, though I made allowance for the magnifying effect of the fog. My finger was on the trigger, and at that moment a deathly, shivering sickness took me, and the wrangling voices shouted at me with "Shoot! Shoot not! Shoot!" Ah, well, that latter shout was irresistible. I drew the trigger. The report hooted through the polar night. The creature dropped. Both Wilson and Clark were up at once, and we 3 hurried to the spot. But the very first glance showed a singular kind of bear. Wilson put his hand to the head, and a lax skin came away at his touch. It was Aubrey Maitland who was underneath it, and I had shot him dead. For the past few days he had been cleaning skins, among them the skin of the bear from which I had saved him at Tamor. Now Maitland was a born pantomimist, continually inventing practical jokes, and perhaps to startle me with a false alarm in the very skin of the old Bruin, which had so nearly done for him, he had thrown it round him on finishing its cleaning, and so, in mere wanton fun, had crept on deck at the hour of his watch. The head of the bearskin, and the fog, must have prevented him from seeing me taking aim. This tragedy made me ill for weeks. I saw that the hand of fate was upon me. When I rose from bed, poor Maitland was lying on the ice behind the great camel-shaped hummock near us. By the end of January we had drifted to 80 degrees 55 minutes, and it was then that Clark, in the presence of Wilson, asked me if I would make the 4th man, in the place of poor Maitland, for the dash in the spring. As I said, "Yes, I'm willing," David Wilson spat with a disgusted emphasis. A minute later he sighed with, "Poor Maitland," and drew in his breath with a God knows I had an impulse to spring then and there at his throat and strangle him, but I curbed myself. There remained now hardly a month before the dash, and all hands set to work with a will, measuring the dogs, making harness and sealskin shoes for them, overhauling sledges and kayaks, and cutting every possible ounce of weight. But we were not destined, after all, to set out that year. About the 20th February the ice began to pack, and the ship was subjected to an appalling pressure. We found it necessary to make trumpets of our hands to shout into one another's ears, for the whole ice continent was crashing, popping, thundering, everywhere in terrific upheaval. Expecting every moment to see the Boreal crushed to splinters, we had to set about unpacking provisions and placing sledges, kayaks, dogs, and everything in a position for instant flight. It lasted 5 days and was accompanied by a tempest from the north, which, by the end of February, had driven us back south into latitude 79 degrees 40 minutes. Clark, of course, then abandoned the thought of the pole for that summer. And immediately afterwards we made a startling discovery. Our stock of reindeer moss was found to be somehow ridiculously small. Egan, our second mate, was blamed, but that did not help matters. The sad fact remained. Clark was advised to kill 1 or 2 of the deer, but he pig-headedly refused, and by the beginning of summer they were all dead. Well, our northward drift recommenced. Toward the middle of February we saw a mirage of the coming sun above the horizon. There were flights of Arctic petrels and snow buntings, and spring was with us. In an ice pack of big hummocks and narrow lanes we made good progress all the summer. When the last of the deer died my heart sank, and when the dogs killed 2 of their number, and a bear crushed a third, I was fully expecting what actually came. It was this. Clark announced that he could now take only 2 companions with him in the spring, and they were Wilson and Mew. So once more I saw David Wilson's pleased smile of malice. We settled into our second winter quarters. Again came December, and all our drear, sunless gloom, made worse by the fact that the windmill would not work, leaving us without the electric light. Ah me! None but those who have felt it could dream of 1/2 the mental depression of that long Arctic night. How the soul takes on the hue of the world, and without and within is nothing but gloom, gloom and the reign of the power of darkness. Not one of us but was in a melancholic, dismal, and dire mood, and on the 13th December, Lamburn the engineer stabbed Cartwright the old harpooner in the arm. 3 days before Christmas a bear came close to the ship, and then turned tail. Mew, Wilson, I, and Meredith, a general hand, set out in pursuit. After a pretty long chase we lost him, and then scattered different ways. It was very dim, and after yet an hour's search I was returning weary and disgusted to the ship, when I saw some shadow like a bear sailing away on my left, and at the same time sighted a man, I did not know whom, running like a handicapped ghost some little distance to the right. So I shouted out, "There he is! Come on, this way!" The man quickly joined me, but as soon as ever he recognized me, stopped dead. The devil must have suddenly got into him, for he said, "No thanks, Jeffson. Alone with you I am in danger of my life." It was Wilson, and I, too, forgetting at once all about the bear, stopped and faced him. "I see," said I, "but Wilson, you are going to explain to me now what you mean, you hear? What do you mean, Wilson?" "What I say," he answered deliberately, eyeing me up and down. "Alone with you I am in danger of my life, just as poor Maitland was, and just as poor Peters was. Certainly you are a deadly beast." Fury leapt, my God, in my heart. Black as the tenebrous Arctic night was my soul. "Do you mean," said I, "that I want to put you out of the way in order to go in your place to the pole? Is that your meaning, man?" "That's about my meaning, Jeffson," says he. "You are a deadly beast, you know." "Stop!" I said with blazing eye. "I'm going to kill you, Wilson, as sure as God lives, but I want to hear first. Who told you that I killed Peters?" "Your lover killed him, with your collusion. Why, I heard you, man, in your beastly sleep, calling the whole thing out. And I was pretty sure of it before, only I had no proofs. By God, I should enjoy putting a bullet into you, Jeffson." "You wrong me! You wrong me!" I shrieked, my eyes staring with ravenous lust for his blood. "And now I'm going to pay you well for it. Look out, you!" I aimed my gun for his heart, and I touched the trigger. He held up his left hand. "Stop," he said, "stop!" He was one of the coolest of men ordinarily. "There is no gallows on the Boreal, but Clark could easily rig one for you. I want to kill you, too, because there are no criminal courts up here, and would be doing a good action for my country. But not here. Not now. Listen to me. Don't shoot. Later we can meet, when all is ready, so that no one may be the wiser, and fight it all out." As he spoke I let the gun drop. It was better so. I knew he was much the best shot on the ship, and I an indifferent one, but I did not care. I did not care if I was killed. It is a dim, inclement land, God knows, and the spirit of darkness and distraction is there. 20 hours later we met behind the great saddle-shaped hummock, some 6 miles to the southeast of the ship. We had set out at different times, so that no one might suspect, and each brought his ship's lantern. Wilson had dug an ice grave near the hummock, leaving at its edge a heap of brash ice and snow to fill in. We stood separated by an interval of perhaps 70 yards, the grave between us, each with a lantern at his feet. Even so, we were mere shadowy apparitions one to the other. The air glowered very drearily, and present in my inmost soul were the thrills of cold. A chill moon, a mere abstraction of light, seemed to hang far outside the universe. The temperature was at 55 degrees below zero, so that we had on wind clothes over our anoraks, and heavy foot bandages under our lap boots. Nothing but a weird morgue seemed the world, haunted with despondent madness. And exactly like that world about us were the minds of us 2 poor men, full of macabre, bleak, and funereal feelings. Between us yawned an early grave for one or other of our bodies. I heard Wilson cry out, "Are you ready, Jeffson?" "Aye, Wilson," I cried. "Then here goes," cries he. Even as he spoke he fired. Surely the man was in deadly earnest to kill me. But his shot passed harmlessly by me, as indeed was only likely. We were mere shadows one to the other. I fired perhaps 10 seconds later than he, but in those 10 seconds he stood perfectly revealed to me in clear lavender light. An Arctic fireball had traversed the sky, showering abroad a sulphureous glamour over the snow landscape. Before the intenser blue of its momentary shine had passed away, I saw Wilson stagger forward and drop, and him and his lantern I buried deep there under the rubble ice. End of section 3.
Section 4 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Macmillan. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 4. On the 13th March, nearly 3 months later, Clark, Mew and I left the Boreal in latitude 85 degrees 15 minutes. We had with us 32 dogs, 3 sledges, 3 kayaks, human provisions for 112 days, and dog provisions for 40. Being now about 340 miles from the pole, we hoped to reach it in 43 days, then, turning south and feeding living dogs with dead, make either Franz Josef Land or Spitzbergen, at which latter place we should very likely come up with a whaler. Well, during the first days progress was very slow, the ice being rough and laney, and the dogs behaving most badly, stopping dead at every difficulty and leaping over the traces. Clark had the excellent idea of attaching a goldbeater's skin balloon, with a lifting power of 35 pounds, to each sledge, and we had with us a supply of zinc and sulphuric acid to repair the hydrogen waste from the bags. But on the third day Mew overfilled and burst his balloon, and I and Clark had to cut ours loose in order to equalise weights, for we could neither leave him behind, turn back to the ship, nor mend the bag. So it happened that at the end of the fourth day out we had made only 19 miles, and could still from a hummock discern afar the leaning masts of the old Boreal. Clark led on ski, captaining a sledge with 400 pounds of instruments, ammunition, pemmican, aleuronite bread, Mew following, his sledge containing provisions only, and last came I with the mixed freight. But on the third day Clark had an attack of snow blindness, and Mew took his place. Pretty soon our sufferings commenced, and they were bitter enough. The sun, though constantly visible day and night, gave no heat. Our sleeping bags (Clark and Mew slept together in one, I in another) were soaking wet all the night, being thawed by our warmth, and our fingers, under wrappings of sandgrass and wolfskin, were always bleeding. Sometimes our frail bamboo cane kayaks, lying across the sledges, would crash perilously against an ice ridge, and they were our one hope of reaching land. But the dogs were the great difficulty. We lost 6 mortal hours a day in harnessing and tending them. On the 12th day, Clark took a single altitude observation, and found that we were only in latitude 86° 45', but the next day we passed beyond the furthest point yet reached by man, viz. 86° 53', attained by the Nix explorers 4 years previously. Our one secret thought now was food. Food, our day-long lust for the eating time. Mew suffered from Arctic thirst. Under these conditions, man becomes in a few days, not a savage only, but a mere beast, hardly a grade above the bear and walrus. Ah, the ice! A long and sordid nightmare was that, God knows. On we pressed, crawling our little way across the vast, upon whose hoar silence, from eternity until then, Boots only, and that great bear, had watched. After the 11th day, our rate of march improved. All lanes disappeared, and ridges became much less frequent. By the 15th day I was leaving behind the ice grave of David Wilson, at the rate of 10 to 13 miles a day. Yet, as it were, his arm reached out and touched me, even there. His disappearance had been explained by 100 different guesses on the ship, all plausible enough. I had no idea that anyone connected me in any way with his death. But on our 22nd day of march, 140 miles from our goal, he caused a conflagration of rage and hate to break out among us three. It was at the end of a march, where our stomachs were hollow, our frames ready to drop, and our mood ravenous and inflamed. One of Mew's dogs was sick. It was necessary to kill it. He asked me to do it. "Oh," said I, "you kill your own dog, of course." "Well, I don't know," he replied, catching fire at once. "You ought to be used to killing, Jeffson." "How do you mean, Mew?" said I with a mad start, for madness and the flames of hell were instant and uppermost in us all. "You mean, because of my profession?" "Profession! Damn it, no!" he snarled like a dog. "Go and dig up David Wilson. I dare say you know where to find him, and he will tell you my meaning, right enough." I rushed at once to Clark, who was stooping among the dogs, unharnessing, and savagely pushing his shoulder, I exclaimed: "That beast accuses me of murdering David Wilson." "Well?" said Clark. "I'd split his skull as clean—" "Go away, Adam Jeffson, and let me be," snarled Clark. "Is that all you're going to say about it, then? You?" "To the devil with you, man, say I, and let me be," cried he. "You know your own conscience best, I suppose." Before this insult I stood with grinding teeth, but impotent. However, from that moment a deeper mood of brooding malice occupied my spirit. Indeed, the humour of us all was one of dangerous, even murderous, fierceness. In that pursuit of riches, into that region of cold, we had become almost like the beasts that perish. On the 10th of April we passed the 89th parallel of latitude, and though sick to death, both in spirit and body, pressed on still. Like the lower animals, we were stricken now with dumbness, and hardly once in a week spoke a word one to the other, but in selfish brutishness on through a real hell of cold we moved. It is a cursed region, beyond doubt cursed, not meant to be penetrated by man, and rapid and awful was the degeneration of our souls. As for me, never could I have conceived that savagery so heinous could brood in a human bosom as now I felt it brood in mine. If men could enter into a country specially set apart for the habitation of devils, and there become possessed of evil, as we were so they would be. As we advanced, the ice every day became smoother, so that, from 4 miles a day, our rate increased to 15, and finally, as the sledges lightened, to 20. It was now that we began to encounter a succession of strange-looking objects lying scattered over the ice, whose number continually increased as we proceeded. They had the appearance of rocks, or pieces of iron, encrusted with glass fragments of various colours, and they were of every size. Their incrustations we soon determined to be diamonds, and other precious stones. On our first 20-mile day, Mew picked up a diamond crystal as large as a child's foot, and such objects soon became common. We thus found the riches which we sought, beyond all dream, but as the bear and the walrus find them, for ourselves we had lost, and it was a loss of riches barren as ashes, for all those millions we would not have given an ounce of fish meal. Clark grumbled something about their being meteor stones, whose ferruginous substance had been lured by the magnetic pole, and kept from frictional burning in their fall by the frigidity of the air, and they quickly ceased to interest our sluggish minds, except in so far as they obstructed our way. We had all along had good weather, till, suddenly, on the morning of the 13th of April, we were overtaken by a tempest from the southwest, of such mighty and solemn volume that the heart quailed beneath it. It lasted in its full power only an hour, but during that time snatched 2 of our sledges long distances, and compelled us to lie face downward. We had travelled all the sunlit night, and were gasping with fatigue, so as soon as the wind allowed us to huddle together our scattered things, we crawled into the sleeping bags, and instantly slept. We knew that the ice was in awful upheaval around us. We heard, as our eyelids sweetly closed, the slow booming of distant guns, and brittle crackings of artillery. This may have been a result of the tempest stirring up the ocean beneath the ice. Whatever it was, we did not care. We slept deep. We were within 10 miles of the pole. In my sleep, it was as though someone suddenly shook my shoulder with urgent "Up! Up!" It was neither Clark nor Mew, but a dream merely, for Clark and Mew, when I started up, I saw lying still in their sleeping bag. I suppose it must have been about noon. I sat staring a minute, and my first numb thought was somehow this, that the Countess Clodagh had prayed me, "Be first," for her. Wondrous little now I cared for the Countess Clodagh in her far unreal warmth world, precious little for the fortune which she coveted. Millions on millions of fortunes lay unregarded around me, but that thought, "Be first," was deeply suggested in my brain, as if whispered there, instinctively, brutishly, as a Gadarian swine rushed down a steep place. I, rubbing my daft eyes, arose. The first thing which my mind opened to perceive was that, while the tempest was less strong, the ice was now in extraordinary agitation. I looked abroad upon a vast, stretched out to a circular but waving horizon, and varied by many hillocks, boulders, and sparkling meteor stones that everywhere tinselled the blinding white, some big as houses, most small as limbs. And this great plain was now rearranging itself in a widespread drama of havoc, withdrawing in ravines like mutual backing curtsies, then surging to clap together in passionate mountain peaks, else jostling like the Semple gates, fluent and inconstant as billows of the sea, grinding itself, piling itself, pouring itself in cataracts of powdered ice, while here and there I saw the meteor stones leap spasmodically, in dusts and heaps, like geysers, or spurting froths in a steam's wake, a tremendous uproar, meantime filling all the air. As I stood, I plunged and staggered, and I found the dogs sprawling, with whimperings, on the heaving floor. I didn't care. Instinctively, daftly, brutishly, I harnessed 10 of them to be my sledge, put on Canadian snowshoes, and was away northward, alone. The sun shone with a clear, benign, but heatless shining, a ghostly, remote, yet quite limpid light, which seemed designed for the lighting of other planets and systems, and to strike here by happy chance. A great wind from the southwest, meantime, sent thin snow sweepings flying northward past me. The odometer which I had with me had not yet measured 4 miles, when I began to notice 2 things. First, that the jewelled meteor stones were now accumulating beyond all limit, filling my range of vision to the northern horizon with a dazzling glister. In mounds and parterres and scattered disconnection they lay, like largesse of autumn leaves, spread out over those Elysian fields and fairy uplands of wealth, trillions of billions, so that I had need to steer my twining way among them. Now, too, I noticed that, but for these stones, all roughness had disappeared, not a trace of the upheaval going on a little further south being here, for the ice lay positively as smooth as a table before me. It is my belief that this stretch of smooth ice has never, never felt one shock, or stir, or throw, and reaches right down to the bottom of the deep. And now, with a wild hilarity, I flew. Gradually, a dizziness, a lunacy had seized upon me, till finally, upbuoyed on air, and dancing mad, I sped, I spun, with grinning teeth that chattered and gibbered, and eyeballs of distraction. For a fear, too, most cold and dreadful, had its hand of ice upon my heart, I being so alone in that place, face to face with the ineffable, but still with a giddy levity, and a fatal joy, and a blind hilarity, on I sped, I spun. The odometer measured 9 miles from my start. I was in the immediate neighbourhood of the pole. I cannot say when it began, but now I was conscious of a sound in my ears, distinct and near, a steady sound of splashing or fluttering, resembling the noising of a cascade or brook, and it grew. 40 more steps I took. Slide I could not now for the meteorites, perhaps 60, perhaps 80, and now to my sudden horror I stood by a circular, clean-cut lake. 1 minute only, swaying and nodding there I stood, and then I dropped down flat, in swoon. End of section 4. Recording by Graham Macmillan, San Diego.
Section 5 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 5. In 100 years, I suppose, I should never succeed in analysing why I swooned. But my consciousness still retains the impression of that horrid thrill. I saw nothing distinctly, for my whole being reeled and toppled drunken, like a spinning top in desperate death struggle, at the moment when it flags, and wobbles dissolutely to fall. But the very instant that my eyes met what was before me, I knew that here was the sanctity of sanctities, the old eternal inner secret of the life of this earth, which it was a most burning shame for a man to see. The lake, I fancy, must be a mile across, and in its middle is a pillar of ice, very low and broad, and I had the clear impression, or dream, or notion, that there was a name or word graven all round in the ice of the pillar, in characters which I could never read, and under the name a long date, and the fluid of the lake seemed to me to be wheeling with a shivering ecstasy, splashing and fluttering round the pillow, always from west to east, in the direction of the spinning of the earth, and it was borne in upon me, I can't at all say how, that this fluid was the substance of a living creature, and I had the distinct fancy, as my senses failed, that it was a creature with many dull and anguished eyes, and that, as it wheeled for ever round in fluttering lust, it kept its eyes always turned upon the name and the date graven in the pillar. But this must be my madness. It must not have been less than an hour before a sense of life returned to me, and when the thought stabbed my brain that a long, long time I had lain there in the presence of those gloomy orbs, my spirit seemed to groan and die within me. In some minutes, however, I had scrambled to my feet, clutched at a dog's harness, and without one backward glance was flying from that place. Half way to the halting place I waited Clark and Mew, being very sick and doddering, and unable to advance, but they did not come. Later on, when I gathered force to go further, I found that they had perished in the upheaval of the ice. One only of the sledges, half buried, I saw near the spot of our bivouac. Alone that same day I began my way southward, and for 5 days made good progress. On the 8th day I noticed, stretched right across the southeastern horizon, a region of purple vapor which luridly obscured the face of the sun, and day after day I saw it steadily brooding there, but what it could be I did not understand. Well, onward through the desert ice I continued my lonely way, with a baleful shrinking terror in my heart, for very stupendous, alas, is the burden of that arctic solitude upon one poor human soul. Sometimes on a halt I have lain and listened long to the hollow silence, recoiling, crushed by it, hoping that at least one of the dogs might whine. I have even crept shivering from the thawed sleeping bag to flog a dog so that I might hear a sound. I had started from the Pole with a well-filled sledge, and the 16 dogs left alive from the ice packing which buried my comrades. This was on the evening of the 13th of April. I had saved from the wreck of our things most of the whey powder, pemmican, etc., as well as the theodolite, compass, chronometer, train oil lamp for cooking, and other implements. I was therefore in no doubt as to my course, and I had provisions for 90 days. But 10 days from the start my supply of dog food failed, and I had to begin to slaughter my only companions one by one. Well, in the 3rd week the ice became horribly rough, and with moil and toil enough to wear a bear to death, I did only 5 miles a day. After the day's work I would crawl with a dying sigh into the sleeping bag, clad still in the load of skins which stuck to me a mere filth of grease, to sleep the sleep of a swine, indifferent if I never woke. Always, day after day, on the southeastern horizon brooded sullenly that curious stretched out region of purple vapor, like the smoke of the conflagration of the world, and I noticed that its length constantly reached out and silently grew. Once I had a very pleasant dream. I dreamed that I was in a garden, an Arabian paradise, so sweet was the perfume. All the time, however, I had a subconsciousness of the gale which was actually blowing from the southeast over the ice, and, at the moment when I awoke, was half-wittedly droning to myself, "It is a garden of peaches. But I am not really in the garden. I am really on the ice, only the southeast storm is wafting to me the aroma of this garden of peaches." I opened my eyes. I started. I sprang to my feet, for, of all the miracles, I could not doubt, an actual aroma like peach blossom was in the algid air about me. Before I could recollect my astonished senses, I began to vomit pretty violently, and at the same time saw some of the dogs, mere skeletons as they were, vomiting too. For a long time I lay very sick, in a kind of daze, and on rising found 2 of the dogs dead, and all very queer. The wind had now changed to the north. Well, on I staggered, fighting every inch of my deplorably weary way. This odour of peach blossom, my sickness, and the death of 2 dogs remained a wonder to me. 2 days later, to my extreme mystification and joy, I came across a bear and its cub lying dead at the foot of a hummock. I could not believe my eyes. There she lay on her right side, a spot of dirty white in a disordered patch of snow, with one little eye open, and her fierce-looking mouth also, and the cub lay across her haunch, biting into her rough fur. I set to work upon her, and allowed the dogs a glorious feed on the blubber, while I myself had a great banquet on the fresh meat. I had to leave the greater part of the 2 carcasses, and I can feel again now the hankering reluctance, quite unnecessary as it turned out, with which I trudged onwards. Again and again I found myself asking, "Now, what could have killed those 2 bears?" With brutish stolidness I plodded ever on, almost like a walking machine, sometimes nodding in sleep while I helped the dogs, or manoeuvred the sledge over an ice ridge, pushing or pulling. On the 3rd of June, a month and a half from my start, I took an observation with the theodolite, and found that I was not yet 400 miles from the Pole, in latitude 84 degrees 50 minutes. It was just as though some will was obstructing and retarding me. However, the intolerable cold was over, and soon my clothes no longer hung stark on me like armour. Pools began to appear in the ice, and presently, what was worse, my God, long lanes across which somehow I had to get the sledge. But about the same time all fear of starvation passed away, for on the 6th of June I came across another dead bear, and on the 7th 3, and thenceforth in rapidly growing numbers I met not only bears, but fulmars, guillemots, snipes, Ross's gulls, little auks, all lying dead on the ice, and never anywhere a living thing save me and the 2 remaining dogs. If ever a poor man stood shocked before a mystery, it was I now. I had a big fear on my heart. On the 2nd of July the ice began packing dangerously, and soon another storm broke loose upon me from the southwest. I left off my trek and put up the silk tent on a 5-acre square of ice surrounded by lanes, and again for the second time as I lay down I smelled that delightful strange odour of peach blossom. A mere whiff of it, and presently afterwards was taken sick. However, it passed off this time in a couple of hours. Now it was all lanes, alas, yet no open water, and such was the difficulty and woe of my life, that sometimes I would drop flat on the ice and sob, "Oh, no more, no more, my God! Here, let me die!" The crossing of a lane might occupy 10 or 12 entire hours, and then on the other side I might find another one opening right up before me. Moreover, on the 8th of July one of the dogs, after a feed on blubber, suddenly died, and there was left to me only Reinhardt, a white-haired Siberian dog, with little pert upsticking ears like a cat's. Him, too, I had to kill on coming to open water. This did not happen till the 3rd of August, nearly 4 months from the Pole. I can't think, my God, that any heart of man ever thawed the appalling nightmare and black abysm of sensations during which those 4 long desert months I weltered. For though I was as a brute, I had a man's heart to feel. What I had seen or dreamed at the Pole followed and followed me, and if I shut my poor weary eyes to sleep, those others yonder seemed to watch me still with their distraught and gloomy gaze, and in my spinning dark dreams spun that eternal ecstasy of the lake. However, by the 28th of July I knew from the look of the sky and the absence of freshwater ice that the sea could not be far, so I set to work, and spent 2 days in putting to rights the now battered kayak. This done, I had no sooner resumed my way than I sighted far off a streaky haze, which I knew to be the basalt cliffs of Franz Josef Land, and in a craziness of joy I stood there, waving my ski staff about my head, with the senile cheers of a very old man. In 4 days this land was visibly nearer, sheer basaltic cliffs mixed with glacier, forming apparently a great bay, with 2 small islands in the mid-distance, and at foreday of the 3rd of August I arrived at the definite edge of the pack ice, in moderate weather, at about the freezing point. I at once, but with great reluctance, shot Reinhardt, and set to work to get the last of the provisions and the most necessary of the implements into the kayak, making haste to put out to the toilless luxury of being borne on the water after all the weary trudge. Within 14 hours I was coasting, with my little lug sail spread, along the shore ice of that land. It was midnight of a calm Sabbath, and low on the horizon smoked the drowsing red sunball, as my canvas skiff lightly chopped her way through the silent sea. Silent, silent, for neither snort of walrus, nor yelp of fox, nor cry of startled kittiwake did I hear, but all was still as the jet black shadow of the cliffs and glacier on the tranquil sea, and many bodies of dead things strewed the surface of the water. When I found a little fjord, I went up it to the end, where stood a stretch of basalt columns, looking like a shattered temple of antediluvians. And when my foot at last touched land, I sat down there a long, long time in the rubbly snow, and silently wept. My eyes that night were like a fountain of tears, for the firm land is health and sanity, and dear to the life of man. But I say that the great ungenial ice is a nightmare, and a blasphemy, and a madness, and the realm of the power of darkness. I knew that I was at Franz Josef Land, somewhere or other in the neighbourhood of C. Fligely, about 82 degrees north, and though it was so late and getting cold, I still had the hope of reaching Spitzbergen that year, by alternately sailing all open water and dragging the kayak over the slack drift ice. All the ice which I saw was good flat fjord ice, and the plan seemed feasible enough, so, after coasting about a little, and then 3 days' good rest in the tent at the bottom of a ravine of columnar basalt opening upon the shore, I packed some bear and walrus flesh, with what artificial food was left, into the kayak, and I set out early in the morning, coasting the shore ice with sail and paddle. In the afternoon I managed to climb a little way up an iceberg, and made out that I was in a bay whose terminating headlands were invisible. I accordingly decided to make southwest by west to cross it, but in doing so I was hardly out of sight of land, when a northern storm overtook me toward midnight. Before I could think, the little sail was all but whiffed away, and the kayak upset. I only saved it by the happy chance of being near a floe with an ice foot, which, projecting under the water, gave me foothold, and I lay on the floe in a mooning state the whole night under the storm, for I was half drowned. And at once, on recovering myself, I abandoned all thought of whalers and of Europe for that year. Happily my instruments, etc., had been saved by the kayak deck when she capsized. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anise. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 6. 100 yards inland from the shore rim, in a circular place where there was some moss and soil, I built myself a semi-subterranean Eskimo den for the long polar night. The spot was quite surrounded by high, sloping walls of basalt, except to the west, where they opened in a 3-foot cleft to the shore, and the ground was strewn with slabs and boulders of granite and basalt. I found there a dead she-bear, 2 well-grown cubs, and a fox, the latter having evidently fallen from the cliffs. In 3 places the snow was quite red, overgrown with a red lichen, which at first I took for blood. I did not even yet feel secure from possible bears, and took care to make my den fairly tight, a work which occupied me nearly 4 weeks, for I had no tools, save a hatchet, knife, and metal-shod ski-staff. I dug a passage in the ground 2 feet wide, 2 deep, and 10 long, with perpendicular sides, and at its north end a circular space 12 feet across, also with perpendicular sides, which I lined with stones. The whole excavation I covered with inch-thick walrus hide, skinned during a whole bitter week from 4 of a number that lay around the shore ice. For ridgepole I used a thin pointed rock which I found near, though even so the room remained nearly flat. This, when it was finished, I stocked well, putting in everything except the kayak, blubber to serve both for fuel and occasional light, and foods of several sorts, which I procured by merely stretching out the hand. The roof of both circular part and passage was soon buried under snow and ice, and hardly distinguishable from the general level of the white-clad ground. Through the passage, if I passed in or out, I crawled flat, on hands and knees, but that was rare, and in the little round interior, mostly sitting in a cowering attitude, I wintered, hearkening to the large and windy ravings of darkling December storms above me. All those months the burden of a thought bowed me, and an unanswered question, like the slow turning of a mechanism, revolved in my gloomy spirit. For everywhere around me lay bears, walruses, foxes, thousands upon thousands of little auks, kittiwakes, snow owls, eider ducks, gulls. Dead, dead. Almost the only living things which I saw were some walruses on the drift floes, but very few compared with the number which I expected. It was clear to me that some inconceivable catastrophe had overtaken the island during the summer, destroying all life about it, except some few of the amphibia, cetacea, and crustacea. On the 5th December, having crept out from the den during a southern storm, I had, for the 3rd time, a distant whiff of that self-same odor of peach blossom, but now without any after-effects. Well, again came Christmas, the New Year, spring, and on the 22nd May I set out with a well-stocked kayak. The water was fairly open, and the ice so good that at one place I could sail the kayak over it, the wind sending me sliding at a fine pace. Being on the west coast of Franz Joseph Land, I was in as favorable a situation as possible, and I turned my bow southward with much hope, keeping a good many days just in sight of land. Toward the evening of my 3rd day, I noticed a large flat floe, presenting far off a singular and lovely sight, for it seemed freighted thick with a profusion of pink and white roses, showing in its clear crystal the empurpled reflection. On getting near, I saw that it was covered with millions of Ross's gulls, all dead, whose pretty rosy bosoms had given it that appearance. Up to the 29th June I made good progress southward and westward, the weather being mostly excellent, sometimes meeting dead bears, floating away on floes, sometimes dead or living walrus herds, with troop after troop of dead kittiwakes, glaucus, and ivory gulls, skuas, and every kind of Arctic fowl. On that last day, the 29th June, I was about to encamp on a floe soon after midnight, when, happening to look toward the sun, my eye fell, far away south across the ocean of floes, upon something. The masts of a ship. A phantom ship, or a real ship, it was all one. Real, I must have instantly felt. It could not be. But, at a sight so incredible, my heart set to beating in my bosom, as though I must surely die, and feebly waving the cane oar above my head, I staggered to my knees, and thence, with wry mouth, toppled flat. So overpoweringly sweet was the thought of springing once more, like the beasts of Circe, from a walrus into a man. At the time I was tearing my bear's meat just like a bear. I was washing my hands in walrus blood to produce a glary sort of pink cleanliness in place of the black grease which chronically coated them. Worn as I was, I made little delay to set out for that ship, and I had not travelled over water and ice 4 hours, when, to my indescribable joy, I made out from the top of a steep floe that she was the Boreal. It seemed most strange that she should be anywhere hereabouts. I could only conclude that she must have forced and drifted her way thus far westward out of the ice block in which our party had left her, and perhaps now was loitering here, in the hope of picking us up on our way to Spitzbergen. In any case, wild was the haste with which I fought my way to be at her, my gasping mouth all the time drawn back in a rictus of laughter at the anticipation of their gladness to see me, their excitement to hear the grand tidings of the pole attained. Anon I waved the paddle, though I knew that they could not yet see me, and then I dug deep at the whitish water. What astonished me was her mainsail and foremast square sail, set that calm morning, and her screws were still, for she moved not at all. The sun was abroad like a cold spirit of light, touching the great ocean room of floes with dazzling spots, and a tint almost of rose was on the world, as it were of a just dead bride in her spangles and white array. The Boreal was the one little distant jet-black spot in all this purity, and upon her, as though she were heaven, I paddled, I panted. But she was in a queerish state. By 9 a.m. I could see that. 2 of the windmill arms were not there, and half lowered down her starboard beam a boat hung askew. Moreover, soon after 10, I could clearly see that her mainsail had a long rent down the middle. I could not at all make her out. She was not anchored, though a sheet anchor hung over at the starboard cathead. She was not moored, and 2 small ice floes, one on each side, were sluggishly bombarding her bows. I began now to wave the paddle, battling for my breath, ecstatic, crazy with excitement, each second like a year to me. Very soon I could make out someone at the bows, leaning well over, looking my way. Something put it into my head that it was Sallet, and I began an impassioned shouting. "Hi, Sallet! Hello, hi!" I called. I did not see him move. I was still a good way off, but there he stood, leaning steadily over, looking my way. Between me and the ship now was all navigable water among the floes, and the sight of him so visibly near put into me such a shivering eagerness that I was nothing else but a madman for the time, sending the kayak flying with venomous digs and quick repeated spurts, and mixing with the diggings my crazy wavings, and with both the daft shoutings of "Hello! Hi! Bravo! I have been to the pole!" Well, vanity, vanity. Nearer still I drew. It was broad morning, going on toward noon. I was half a mile away. I was 50 yards. But on board the Boreal, though now they must have heard me, seen me, I observed no movement of welcome, but all was still as death, that still Arctic morning, my God. Only the ragged sail flapped a little, and when on each side 2 ice floes sluggishly bombarded the bows with hollow sounds. I was certain now that Sallet it was who looked across the ice, but when the ship swung a little round, I noticed that the direction of his gaze was carried with her movement, he no longer looking my way. "Why, Sallet!" I shouted reproachfully. "Why, Sallet! Man!" I whined. But even as I shouted and whined, a perfect wild certainty was in my heart, for an aroma like peach, my God, had been suddenly wafted from the ship upon me, and I must have very well known then that that watchful outlook of Sallet saw nothing, and on the Boreal were dead men all. Indeed, very soon I saw one of his eyes looking like a glass eye which has slid askew and glares distraught. And now again my wretched body failed, and my head dropped forward, where I sat upon the kayak deck. Well, after a long time I lifted myself to look again at that forlorn and wandering craft. There she lay, quiet, tragic, as it were culpable of the dark secret she bore, and Sallet, who had been such good friends with me, would not cease his stare. I knew quite well he was there. He had leant over to vomit, and had leant ever since, his forearms pressed on the bulwark beam, his left knee against the boards, and his left shoulder propped on the cathead. When I came near, I saw that with every bump of the 2 floes against the bows, his face shook in response and nodded a little. Strange to say, he had no covering on his head, and I noted the play of the faint breezes in his uncut hair. After a time I would approach no more, for I was afraid. I did not dare. The silence of the ship seemed so sacred and awful. Until late afternoon I sat there, watching the black and massive hull. Above her water line emerged all round a half-floating fringe of fresh green seaweed, proving old neglect. An abortive attempt had apparently been made to lower or take in the larchwood pram, for there she hung by a jammed davit rope, stern up, bow in the water. The only 2 arms of the windmill moved this way and that, through some 3 degrees, with an andante creaking sing-song. Some washed clothes, tied on the bowsprit rigging to dry, were still there. The iron casing all round the bluff bows was red and rough with rust. At several points the rigging was in considerable tangle. Occasionally the boom moved a little, with a tortured, skirling cadence, and the sail, rotten I presume from exposure, for she had certainly encountered no bad weather, gave out anon a heavy, languid flap at a rent down the middle. Besides Sallet, looking out there where he had jammed himself, I saw no one. By a paddle stroke now, and another presently, I had closely approached her about 4 in the afternoon, though my awe of the ship was complicated by that perfume of hers, whose fearful effects I knew. My tentative approach, however, proved to me, when I remained unaffected, that here and now whatever danger there had been was past, and finally, by a hanging rope, with a thumping desperation of heart, I clambered up her beam. They had died, it seemed, very suddenly, for nearly all the 12 were in poses of activity. Egan was in the very act of ascending the companionway, Lamburn was sitting against the chart-room door, apparently cleaning 2 carbines. Odling, at the bottom of the engine-room stair, seemed to be drawing on a pair of reindeer Kamagar, and Cartwright, who was often in liquor, had his arms frozen tight round the neck of Martin, whom he seemed to be kissing, they two lying stark at the foot of the mizzen-mast. Over all, over men, decks, rope coils, in the cabin, in the engine-room, between skylight leaves, on every shelf, in every cranny, lay a purplish ash or dust, very impalpably fine, and steadily raining throughout the ship, like the very spirit of death, was that aroma of peach blossom. Here it had rained, as I could see from the log dates, from the rust on the machinery, from the look on the bodies, from 100 indications, during something over a year. It was, therefore, mainly by the random workings of winds and currents, that this fragrant ship of death had been brought hither to me. And this was the first direct intimation which I had that the unseen powers, whoever and whatever they may be, who through the history of the world had been so very, very careful to conceal their hand from the eyes of men, hardly any longer intended to be at the pains to conceal their hand from me. It was just as though the Boreal had been openly presented to me by a spiritual agency, which, though I could not see it, I could readily apprehend. The dust, though very thin and flighty above decks, lay thickly deposited below, and after having made a tour of investigation throughout the ship, the first thing which I did was to examine that, though I had tasted nothing all day and was exhausted to death. I found my own microscope where I had left it in the box at my berth to starboard, though I had to lift up Egan to get at it, and to step over Lamburn to enter the chart-room. But there, toward evening, I sat at the table and bent to see if I could make anything of the dust, while it seemed to me as if all the myriad spirits of men that have sojourned on the earth, and angel and devil, in all time and all eternity, hung silent round for my decision, and such an ague had me, that for a long time my wandering finger-tips, all ataxic with agitation, eluded every delicate effort which I made, and I could nothing do. Of course I know that an odor of peach blossom in the air resulting in death could only be associated with some vaporous effluvium of cyanogen, or of hydrocyanic prussic acid, or of both, and when I at last managed to examine some of the dust under the microscope, I was not therefore surprised to find, among the general mass of purplish ash, a number of bright yellow particles, which could only be minute crystals of potassic ferrocyanide. What potassic ferrocyanide was doing on board the Boreal I did not know, and I had neither the means nor the force of mind, alas, to dive then further into the mystery. I understood only that by some extraordinary means the air of the region just south of the polar environ had been impregnated with a vapor which was either cyanogen or some product of cyanogen, also that this deadly vapor, which is very soluble, had by now either been dissolved by the sea or else dispersed into space, probably the latter, leaving only its faint after-perfume. And seeing this, I let my poor abandoned head drop again on the table, and long hours I sat there, staring mad. For I had a suspicion, my God, and a fear in my breast. The Boreal, I found, contained sufficient provisions, untouched by the dust, in cases, casks, etc., to last me probably 50 years. After 2 days, when I had partially scrubbed and boiled the filth of 15 months from my skin, and solaced myself with better food, I overhauled her thoroughly, and spent 3 more days in oiling and cleaning the engine. Then, all being ready, I dragged my 12 dead, and laid them together in 2 rows on the chart-room floor, and I hoisted for love the poor little kayak which had served me through so many tribulations. At 9 in the morning of the 6th July, a week from my first sighting of the Boreal, I descended into the engine-room to set out. The screws, like those of most quite modern ships, were driven by the simple contrivance of a constant stream of liquid air contained in very powerful tanks, exploding through capillary tubes into non-expansion slide-valve chests, much as in the ordinary way with steam, a motor which gave her, in spite of her bluff hulk, a speed of 16 knots. It is, therefore, the simplest thing for one man to take these ships round the world, since their movement or stopping depend on nothing but the depressing or raising of a steel handle, provided that one does not get blown to the sky meantime, as liquid air, in spite of its 1,000 advantages, occasionally blows people. At any rate, I had tanks of air sufficient to last me through 12 years' voyaging, and there was the ordinary machine on board for making it, with 40 tons of coal, in case of need, in the bunkers, and 2 excellent Belleville boilers, so I was well supplied with motors at least. The ice here was quite slack, and I do not think I ever saw Arctic weather so bright and gay, the temperature at 41 degrees. I found that I was midway between Franz Josef and Spitzbergen, in latitude 79 degrees 23 north, and longitude 39 degrees east. My way was perfectly clear, and something almost like a mournful hopefulness was in me as the engines slid into their clanking turmoil, and those long, silent screws began to churn the Arctic Sea. I ran up with alacrity and took my stand at the wheel, and the bows of my eventful Argo turned southward and westward. When I needed food or sleep, the ship slept too. When I awoke, she continued her way. 16 hours a day sometimes I stood sentinel at that wheel, overlooking the varied monotony of the ice sea, till my knees would give, and I wondered why a wheel at which one might sit was not contrived, rather delicate steering being often required among the floes and bergs. By now, however, I was less weighted with my ball of polar clothes, and stood almost slim in a lap greatcoat, a round Siberian fur cap on my head. At midnight, when I threw myself into my old berth, it was just as though the engines, subsided now into silence, were a dead thing, and had a ghost which haunted me, for I heard them still, and yet not them, but the silence of their ghost. Sometimes I would startle from sleep, horrified to the heart at some sound of exploding iceberg or bumping floe, nosing far through that white mystery of quietude, where the floes and bergs were as floating tombs, and the world a liquid cemetery. Never could I describe the strange doomsday shock with which such a sound would recall me from far depths of chaos to recollection of myself, for oftentimes, both waking and in nightmare, I did not know on which planet I was, nor in which age, but felt myself adrift in the great gulf of time and space and circumstance, without bottom for my consciousness to stand upon, and the world was all mirage and a new show to me, and the boundaries of dream and waking lost. Well, the weather was most fair all the time, and the sea like a pond. During the morning of the 5th day, the 11th July, I entered, and went moving down, an extraordinarily long avenue of snowbergs and floes, most regularly placed, half a mile across and miles long, like a titanic double procession of statues, or the Ming tombs, but rising and sinking on the cadenced swell, many towering high, throwing placid shadows on the aisle between, some being of a lucid emerald tint, and 3 or 4 pouring down cascades that gave a far enchanting sound. The sea between us was of a strange, thick bluishness, almost like raw egg white, while, as always here, some snow clouds, white and woolly, floated in the pale sky. Down this avenue, which produced a mysterious impression of cyclopean cathedrals and odd sequesteredness, I had not passed a mile when I sighted a black object at the end. I rushed to the shrouds, and very soon made out a whaler. Again the same panting agitations. Mad rage to be at her at once possessed me. I flew to the indicator, turned the level to full, then back to give the wheel a spin, then up the main-mast ratlins, waving a long foot-bandage of vadmel tweed picked up at random, and by the time I was within 500 yards of her, had worked myself to such a pitch that I was again shouting that futile madness, "Hallo! Hi! Bravo! I have been to the pole!" And those 12 dead that I had in the chart-room there must have heard me, and the men on the whaler must have heard me, and smiled their smile. For as to that whaler, I should have known better at once, if I had not been crazy, that she looked like a ship of death. her boom slamming to port and starboard on the gentle heave of the sea, and her foresail reefed that serene morning. Only when I was quite near her, and hurrying down to stop the engines, did the real truth, with perfect suddenness, drench my heated brain, and I almost ran into her, I was so stunned. However, I stopped the Boreal in time, and later on lowered the kayak and boarded the other. The ship had evidently been stricken silent in the midst of a perfect drama of activity, for I saw not one of her crew of 62 who was not busy, except one boy. I found her a good-sized thing of 500-odd tons, ship-rigged, with auxiliary engine of 70 horsepower, and pretty heavily armor-plated around the bows. There was no part of her which I did not overhaul, and I could see that they had had a great time with whales, for a mighty carcass attached to the outside of the ship by the powerful can't-purchase tackle had been in process of flensing and cutting in, and on the deck 2 great blankets of blubber, looking each a ton weight, surrounded by 27 men in many attitudes, some terrifying to see, some disgusting, several grotesque, all so unhuman, the whale dead, and the men dead too, and death was there, and the rank flourishing germs of inanity, and a mesmerism and a silence whose dominion was established, and its reign was growing old. 4 of them, who had been removing the gums from a mass of stratified whalebone at the mizzenmast foot, were quite embedded in whale flesh. Also, on a barrel lashed to the top of the main topgallant masthead, was visible the head of a man with a long pointed beard, looking steadily out over the sea to the southwest, which made me notice that 5 only of the probable 8 or 9 boats were on board, and after visiting the 'tween decks, where I saw considerable quantities of stowed whalebone plates, and about 50 or 60 iron oil tanks and cut-up blubber, and after visiting cabin, engine-room, forecastle, where I saw a lonely boy of 14 with his hand grasping a bottle of rum under all the turned-up clothes in a chest, he at the moment of death being evidently intent upon hiding it, and after 2 hours' search of the ship, I got back to my own, and half an hour later came upon all the 3 missing whale-boats, about a mile apart, and steered zigzag near to each. They contained 5 men each and a steerer, and one had the harpoon gun fired, with a loose line coiled round and round the head and upper part of the stroke line manager, and in the other hundreds of fathoms of coiled rope, with toggle irons, whale lances, hand harpoons, and dropped heads and grins, and lazy abandon, and eyes that stared, and eyes that dozed, and eyes that winked. After this I began to sight ships not infrequently, and used regularly to have the 3 lights burning all night. On the 12th July I met 1, on the 15th 2, on the 16th 1, on the 17th 3, on the 18th 2, all Greenlanders, I think, but of the 9 I boarded only 3, the glass quite clearly showing me, when yet far off, that on the others was no life, and on the 3 which I boarded were dead men, so that suspicion which I had, and that fear, grew very heavy upon me. I went on southward, day after day southward, sentinel there at my wheel. Clear sunshine by day, when the calm, pale sea sometimes seemed mixed with regions of milk, and at night the immense desolation of a world lit by a sun that was long dead, and by a light that was gloom. It was like night blanched in death then, and wan as the very kingdom of death and Hades. I have seen it, most terrifying, that neuter state and limbo of nothingness, when unreal sea and spectral sky, all boundaries lost, mingled in a vast shadowy void of ghastly phantasmagoria, pale to utter huelessness, at whose centre I, as if annihilated, seemed to swoon in immensity of space. Into this disembodied world would come anon waftures of that peachy scent which I knew, and their frequency rapidly grew. But still the Boreal moved, traversing, as it were, bottomless eternity, and I reached altitude 72 degrees, not far now from northern Europe, and now, as to that blossomy peach scent, even while some floes were yet around me, I was just like some fantastic mariner, who, having set out to search for Eden and the blessed islands, finds them, and balmy gales from their gardens come out, while he is yet afar, to meet him with their perfumes of almond and champak, cornel and jasmine and lotus. For I had now reached a zone where the peach aroma was constant. All the world seemed embalmed in its spicy fragrance, and I could easily imagine myself voyaging beyond the world towards some clime of perpetual and enchanting spring. End of section 6. Recording by Anise, Portland, Oregon. www.strange-medicine.com.
Section 7 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Macmillan. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 7. Well, I saw at last what whalers used to call the blink of the ice, that is to say, its bright apparition or reflection in the sky when it is left behind, or not yet come to. By this time I was in a region where many good craft of various sorts were to be seen. I was continually meeting them, and not one did I omit to investigate, while many I boarded in the kayak or the larchwood pram. Just below 70°, I came upon a good large fleet of what I supposed to be laugh-a-den cod and herring fishers, which must have drifted somewhat on a northward current. They had had a great season, for the boats were well laden with curing fish. I went from one to the other on a zigzag course, they being widely scattered, some mere dots to the glass on the horizon. The evening was still and clear with that astral Arctic clearness, the sun just beginning its low-couched nightly drowse. These sturdy-looking brown boats stood rocking gently there with slow creaking noises, as of things whining in slumber, without the least damage, awaiting the appalling storms of the winter months on that tenebrous sea, when a dark doom and a deep grave would not fail them. The fishers were braw culls, wearing, many of them, fringes of beard well back from the chin point, with hanging woollen caps. In every case I found below decks a number of cruises of corn brandy, marked aquavit, 2 of which I took into the pram. In one of the smacks an elderly fisher was kneeling in a forward sprawling pose, clasping the lug-mast with his arms, the 2 knees wide apart, head thrown back, and the yellow eyeballs with their islands of grey iris staring straight up the mast pole. At another of them, instead of boarding in the pram, I shut off the Boreal's liquid air at such a point that, by delicately steering, she slackened down to a stoppage just abeam of the smack upon whose deck I was thus able to jump down. After looking around, I descended the 3 steps aft into the dark and garrety below decks, and with stooping back went calling in an awful whisper: "Anyone? Anyone?" Nothing answered me, and when I went up again, the Boreal had drifted 3 yards beyond my reach. There being a dead calm, I had to plunge into the water, and in that half minute there a sudden cold throng of unaccountable terrors beset me, and I can feel again now that abysmal desolation of loneliness, and a sense of a hostile and malign universe bent upon eating me up, for the ocean seemed to me nothing but a great ghost. 2 mornings later I came upon another school, rather larger boats these, which I found to be Brittany codfishers. Most of these too I boarded. In every below decks was a wooden or earthenware image of the Virgin, painted in gaudy, faded colours, and in one case I found a boy who had been kneeling before the statue, but was toppled sideways now, his knees still bent, and the cross of Christ in his hand. These stalwart blue woolen blouses and tarpaulin sou'westers lay in every pose of death, every detail of feature and expression still perfectly preserved. The sloops were all the same, all, with sing-song creaks they rocked a little, nonchalantly, each as it were with a certain subconsciousness of its own personality, and callous unconsciousness of all the others round it, yet each a copy of the others: the same hooks and lines, disemboweling knives, barrels of salt and pickle, piles and casks of opened cod, kegs of biscuit, and low creaking rockings, and a bilgy smell, and dead men. The next day, about 80 miles south of the latitude of Mount Hecla, I sighted a big ship, which turned out to be the French cruiser Lazare Tréport. I boarded and overhauled her during 3 hours, her upper, main, and armoured deck by deck, to her lowest black depths, even childishly spying up the tubes of her 2 big rusted turret guns. 3 men in the engine room had been much mangled, after death, I presume, by a burst boiler. Floating about 800 yards to the northeast lay a longboat of hers low in the water, crammed with marines, one oar still there, jammed between the rowlock and the rower's forced back chin. On the ship's starboard deck, in the long stretch of space between the 2 masts, the blue jackets had evidently been piped up, for they lay there in a sort of serried disorder, to the number of 275. Nothing could be of suggestion more tragic than the wasted and helpless power of this poor wandering vessel, around whose stolid mass myriads of wavelets, busy as aspen leaves, bickered with a continual weltering splash that was quite loud to hear. I sat a good time that afternoon in one of her steely port main deck casemates on a gun carriage, my head sunken on my breast, furtively eyeing the bluish turned up feet, all shrunk, of a sailor who lay on his back before me. His soles were all that I could see, the rest of him lying head downwards beyond the steel dorsal. Drenched in seas of lugubrious reverie, I sat, till, with a shuddering start, I awoke, paddled back to the Boreal, and, till sleep conquered me, went on my way. At 10 the next morning, coming on deck, I spied to the west a group of craft, and turned my course upon them. They turned out to be 8 Shetland sixerns, which must have drifted northeastward hither. I examined them well, but they were as the long list of the others, for all the men, and all the boys, and all the dogs on them, were dead. I could have come to land a long time before I did, but I would not, I was so afraid. For I was used to the silence of the ice, and I was used to the silence of the sea, but God knows it, I was afraid of the silence of the land. Once, on the 15th July, I had seen a whale, or thought I did, spouting very remotely afar on the southeast horizon, and on the 19th I distinctly saw a shoal of porpoises vaulting the sea surface, in their swift successive manner northward, and seeing them, I had said pitifully to myself, well, I'm not quite alone in the world, then, my good God, not quite alone. Moreover, some days later, the Boreal had found herself in a bank of cod making away northward, millions of fish, for I saw them, and one afternoon caught 3, hand running, with the hook. So the sea, at least, had its tribes to be my mates. But if I should find the land as still as the sea, without even the spouting whale, or school of tumbling sea hogs, if Paris were dumber than the eternal ice, what then, I asked myself, should I do? I could have made short work, and landed at Shetland, for I found myself as far westward as longitude 11 degrees 23 minutes west. But I would not, I was so afraid. The shrinking within me to face that vague suspicion which I had, turned me first to a foreign land. I made for Norway, and on the first night of this definite intention, at about 9 o'clock, the weather being gusty, the sky lowering, the air sombrous, and the sea hard-looking, dark, and ridged, I was steaming along at a good rate, holding the wheel, my poor port and starboard lights still burning there, when without the least notice I received the roughest physical shock of my life, being shot bodily right over the wheel, thence as from a cannon, 20 feet to the cabin door, though at head foremost, down the companionway, and still beyond some 6 yards along the passage. I had crashed into some dark and dead ship, probably of large size, though I never saw her, nor any sign of her, and all that night, and the next day till 4 in the afternoon, the Boreal went driving alone over the sea, whither she would, for I lay unconscious. When I woke, I found that I had received really very small injuries, considering, but I still sat there on the floor a long time in a sulky, morose, disgusted, and bitter mood, and when I rose, pettishly stopped the ship's engines, seeing my 12 dead all huddled and disfigured. Now I was afraid to steam by night, and even in the daytime I would not go on for 3 days, for I was childishly angry with what I did not know, and inclined to quarrel with those whom I could not see. However, on the 4th day, a rough swell which knocked the ship about, and made me very uncomfortable, coaxed me into moving, and I did so, with bows turned eastward and southward. I sighted the Norway coast 4 days later, in latitude 63 degrees 19 at noon of the 11th of August, and pricked off my course to follow it, but it was with a slow and dawdling reluctance that I went, at much less than half speed. In some 8 hours, as I knew from the chart, I ought to sight the lighthouse light on Smailin Island, and when quiet night came, the black water being branded with trails of still moonlight, I passed quite close to it, between 10 and 12, almost under the shadow of the mighty hills. But, oh my God, no light was there, and all the way down I marked the rugged seaboard slumber darkly, afar or anear, with never, alas, one friendly light. Well, on the 15th of August I had another of those maniac raptures, whose passing away would have left an elephant racked and prostrate. During 4 days I had seen not one sign of present life on the Norway coast, only hills, hills, dead and dark, and floating craft, all dead and dark, and my eyes now, I found, had acquired a crazy fixity of stare into the very bottom of the vacant abyss of nothingness, while I remained unconscious of being, save of one point, rainbow blue, far down in the infinite, which passed slowly from left to right before my consciousness a little way, then vanished, came back again, and passed slowly again, from left to right continually, till some prick or voice in my brain would startle me into the consciousness that I was staring, whispering the profound confidential warning: "You must not stare so, or it is over with you." While lost in the blank trance of this sort, I was leaning over the wheel during the afternoon of the 15th, when it was as if some instinct or premonition in my soul leapt up and said aloud: "If you look just yonder, you will see." I started, and in one instant had surged up from all that depth of reverie to reality. I glanced to the right, and there, at last, my God, I saw something human, which moved rapidly, moved at last, and it came to me. That sense of recovery, of waking, of new solidity, of the comfortable usual, a millionfold too intense for words, how sweetly consoling it was. Again now, as I write, I can fancy and feel it, the rock solidity, the adamant ordinary, on which to base the feet and live. From the day when I stood at the pole, and saw there the dizzy thing that made me swoon, there had come into my way not one sign or trace that other beings like myself were alive on the earth with me, till now, suddenly, I had the sweet, indubitable proof. For on the southwestern sea, not 4 knots away, I saw a large, swift ship, and her bows, which were sharp as a hatchet, were steadily chipping through the smooth sea at a pretty high pace, throwing out profuse ribbony foams that went widely, with outward undulations, far beyond her length, as she ran the sea in haste, straight northward. At the moment I was steering about southeast by south, 15 miles out from a shadowy blue series of Norway mountains, and just giving the wheel one frantic spin to starboard to bring me down upon her, I flew to the bridge, leant my back on the mainmast, which passed through it, put a foot on the white iron rail before me, and there at once felt all the mocking devils of distracted revelry possess me, as I caught the cap from my long hairs, and commenced to wave and wave and wave, red-faced maniac that I was, for at the second nearer glance I saw that she was flying an ensign at the main, and a long pennant at the maintop, and I did not know what she was flying those flags there for, and I was embittered and driven mad. With distinct minuteness did she print herself upon my consciousness in that 5 minutes' interval. She was painted a dull and cholera yellow, like many Russian ships, and there was a faded pink space at her bows under the line where the yellow ceased. The ensign at her main I made out to be the blue and white saltire, and she was clearly a Russian passenger liner, 2-masted, 2-funnelled, though from her funnels came no trace of smoke, and the position of her steam cones was anywhere. All about her course the sea was spotted with wobbling splendours of the low sun, large coarse blots of glory near the eye, but lessening to a smaller pattern in the distance, and at the horizon refined to a homogeneous band of livid silver. The double speed of the Boreal and the other, hastening opposite ways, must have been 38 or 40 knots, and the meeting was accomplished in certainly less than 5 minutes. Yet into that time I crowded years of life. I was shouting passionately at her, my eyes starting from my head, my face all inflamed with rage the most prone, loud, and urgent. For she did not stop, nor signal, nor make sign of seeing me, but came furrowing down upon me, like Juggernaut, with steadfast speed. I lost reason, thought, memory, purpose, sense of relation, in that access of delirium which transported me, and can only remember now that in the midst of my shouting, a word, uttered by the fiends who used my throat to express their frenzy, set me laughing high and madly, for I was crying: "Hi! Bravo! Why don't you stop? Madmen! I have been to the Pole!" That instant an odour arose, and came, and struck upon my brain, most detestable, most execrable, and while one might count 10, I was aware of her near sounding engines, and that cursed charnel went tearing past me on her maenad way, not 15 yards from my eyes and nostrils. She was a thing, my God, from which the vulture and the jackal, prowling for offal, would fly with shrieks of loathing. I had a glimpse of decks piled thick with her festered dead. In big black letters on the round retreating yellow stern, my eye corner caught the word Yaroslav, as I bent over the rail to retch and cough and vomit at her. She was a horrid thing. This ship had certainly been pretty far south in tropical or subtropical latitudes with her great crowd of dead, for all the bodies which I had seen till then, so far from smelling ill, seemed to give out a certain perfume of the peach. She was evidently one of those many ships of late years which have substituted liquid air for steam, yet retained their old steam funnels, in case of emergency, for air, I believe, was still looked at askance by several builders, on account of the terrible accidents which it sometimes caused. The Boreal herself is a similar instance of both motors. This vessel, the Yaroslav, must have been left with working engines when her crew were overtaken by death, and her air tanks, being still unexhausted, must have been ranging the ocean with impunity ever since, during I know not how many months, or it might be years. Well, I coasted Norway for nearly 160 miles without once going nearer land than 2 or 3 miles, for something held me back. But passing the fjord mouth where I knew the Adheim was, I suddenly turned the helm to port, almost before I knew that I was doing it, and I made for land. In half an hour I was moving up an opening in the land with mountains on either hand, streaky crags at their summit, umbrageous boscage below, and the whole softened, as it were, by veils woven of the rainbow. This arm of water lies curved about like a thread which one drops, only the curves are much more pointed, so that every few minutes the scene was changed, though the vessel just crawled her way up, and I could see behind me nothing of what was past, or only a landlocked gleam like a lake. I never saw water so polished and glassy, like clarid polished marble, reflecting everything quite clean cut in its lucid abysm, over which hardly the faintest zephyr breathed that still sundown. It wimpled about the bluff Boreal, which seemed to move as if careful not to bruise it, in rich wrinkles and creases, like glycerine, or dewy trickling lotus oil. Yet it was only the sea, and the spectacle yonder was only crags, and autumn foliage and mountain slope, yet all seemed caught up and chased, wrapped in a trance of rose and purple, and made of the stuff of dreams and bubbles, of pollen of flowers, and rinds of the peach. I saw it not only with delight, but with complete astonishment, having forgotten, as was too natural in all that long barrenness of ice and sea, that anything could be so ethereally fair, yet homely too, human, familiar, and consoling. The air here was richly spiced with that peachy scent, and there was a Sabbath and a charm in that place at that hour, as it were of those gardens of Hesperus, and reserved for the spirits of the just. Alas, but I had the glass at my side, and for me paradise was mixed with a despair immense as the vault of heaven. My good God, for anon I would take it up to spy some perched hut of the peasant, or burg of the bonder, on the peaks, and I saw no one there, and to the left, at the third marked bend of the fjord, where there is one of those watchtowers that these people used for watching incoming fish, I spied, lying on a craggy slope just before the tower, a body which looked as if it must surely tumble headlong, but did not. And when I saw that, I felt, definitely for the first time, that shoreless despair which I alone of men have felt, high beyond the stars, and deep as hell, and I fell to staring again that blank stare of Nirvana, and the lunacy of nothingness, wherein time merges in eternity, and all being, like one drop of water, flies scattered to fill the bottomless void of space, and is lost. The Boreal's bow, walking over a little empty fishing boat, roused me, and a minute later, just before I came to a new promontory and bend, I saw 2 people. The shore there is some 3 feet above the water, and edged with boulders of rock, about which grows a fringe of shrubs and small trees. Behind this fringe is a path, curving upward through a sombre, wooded little gorge, and on the path, near the water, I saw a driver of one of those Norwegian sulkies that were called cajolers. He, on the high front seat, was dead, lying sideways and backwards, with low head resting on the wheel, and on a trunk strapped to a frame on the axle behind was a boy, his head too resting sideways on the wheel, near the others, and the little pony was dead, pitched forward on its head and foreknees, tilting the shafts downward, and some distance from them, on the water, floated an empty skiff. End of section 7. Recording by Graham Macmillan, San Diego, California. Section 8 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Macmillan. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 8. When I turned the next foreland, I all at once began to see a number of craft, which increased as I advanced, most of them small boats, with some schooners, sloops, and larger craft, the majority aground. And suddenly now I was conscious that, mingling with that delicious odour of spring blossoms, profoundly modifying yet not destroying it, was another odour, wafting to me on the wings of the very faint land breeze. And man, I said, is decomposing, for I knew it well. It was the odour of human corruption. The fjord opened finally in a somewhat wider basin, shut in by quite steep, high-towering mountains, which reflected themselves in the water to their last cloudy crag, and at the end of this I saw ships, a quay, and a modest, homely old town. Not a sound, not one, only the languidly working engines of the Boreal. Here, it was clear, the angel of silence had passed, and his scythe mown. I ran and stopped the engines, and without anchoring got down into an empty boat that lay at the ship's side when she stopped, and I paddled 20 yards toward the little quay. There was a brigantine, with all her courses set, 3 jibs, staysails, square sails, main and foresails, and gaff topsail, looking hanging and listless in that calm place, and wedded to a still canopy of herself, mast downward in the water. There were 3 lumber schooners, a 40-ton steamboat, a tiny bark, 5 Norway herring fishers, and 10 or 12 shallops, and the sailing craft had all fore and aft sails set, and about each, as I passed among them, brooded an odour that was both sweet and abhorrent, an odour more suggestive of the very genius of mortality, the inner mind and meaning of Azrael, than aught that I could have conceived, for all, as I soon saw, were crowded with dead. Well, I went up the old mossed steps, in that strange dazed state in which one notices frivolous things. I remember, for instance, feeling the lightness of my new clothes, for the weather was quite mild, and the day before I had changed to summer things, for having on now only a common undyed woolen shirt, the sleeves rolled up, and cord trousers with a belt, and a cloth cap over my long hair, and an old pair of yellow shoes, without laces, and without socks. And I stood on the unhewn stones of the edge of the quay, and looked abroad over a largish piece of unpaved ground, which lay between the first house row and the quay. What I saw was not only most woeful, but wildly startling. Woeful, because a great crowd of people had assembled, and lay dead there, and wildly startling, because something in their tout ensemble told me in 1 minute why they were there in such number. They were there in the hope, and with the thought, to fly westward by boat. And the something which told me this was a certain foreign air about that field of the dead as the eye rested on it, something un-northern, southern, and oriental. 2 yards from my feet, as I stepped to the top, lay a group of 3. One, a Norway peasant girl, in skirt of olive green, scarlet stomacher, embroidered bodice, Scotch bonnet trimmed with silver lace, and big silver shoe buckles. The second was an old Norway man in knee breeches, and 18th century small clothes, and worsted cap. And the third was, I decided, an old Jew of the Polish pale, in gabardine and skull cap, with earlocks. I went nearer to where they lay, thick as reaped stubble between the quay and a little stone fountain in the middle of the space, and I saw among those northern dead 2 dark-skinned women in costly dress, either Spanish or Italian, and the yellower mortality of a Mongolian, probably a Magyar, and a big negro in Zouave dress, and some 25 obvious French, and 2 Morocco fezes, and the green turban of a Sharif, and the white of an Ulema. And I asked myself this question: how came these foreign stragglers here in this obscure northern town? And my wild heart answered: there has been an impassioned stampede, northward and westward, of all the tribes of man. And this that I, Adam Jeffson, here see, is but the far-tossed spray of that monstrous, infuriate flood. Well, I passed up a street before me. Careful, careful where I trod. It was not utterly silent, nor was the quay square, but haunted by a dense cloud of mosquitoes, and dreamy twinges of music, like the drawing of the violin bow in Elfland. The street was narrow, paved, steep, and dark, and the sensations with which I, poor bent man, passed through that dead town, only Atlas, fabled to bear the burden of this earth, could divine. I thought to myself, if now a wave from the deep has washed over this planetary ship of earth, and I, who alone happen to be in the extreme bows, am the sole survivor of that crew, what then, my God, shall I do? I felt that in this townlet, save the water gnats of Norway, was no living thing, that the hum and the savour of eternity filled and wrapped and embalmed it. The houses are mostly of wood, some of them fairly large, with a porte cochère leading into a semicircular yard, around which the building stands, very steep-roofed and shingled in view of the heavy snow masses of winter. Glancing into one open casement near the ground, I saw an aged woman, stout and capped, lie on her face before a very large porcelain stove. But I paced on without stoppage, traversed several streets, and came out, as it became dark, upon a piece of grassland leading downward to a mountain gorge. It was some distance along this gorge that I found myself sitting the next morning, and how, and in what trance I passed that whole blank night is obliterated from my consciousness. When I looked about with the return of light, I saw majestic, fir-grown mountains on either hand, almost meeting overhead at some points, deeply shading the mossy gorge. I rose, and careless of direction, went still onward, and walked for hours, unconscious of hunger. There was a profusion of wild mountain strawberries, very tiny, which must grow almost into winter, a few of which I ate. There were blue lilies of the valley, and luxuriance of verdure, and a noise of waters. Occasionally I saw little cataracts on high, fluttering like white wild rags, for they broke in the mid-fall, and were caught away, and scattered. Patches, also, of reaped hay and barley hung up in a singular way on stakes 6 feet high, I suppose to dry. There were perched huts, and a seemingly inaccessible small castle or burg, but none of these did I enter, and 5 bodies only I saw in the gorge, a woman with a babe, and a man with 2 small oxen. About 3 in the afternoon I was startled to find myself there, and turned back. It was dark when I again passed through those gloomy streets of Adheim, making for the quay, and now I felt both my hunger and a drooping weariness. I had no thought of entering any house, but as I passed by one open porte cochère, something, I know not what, made me turn sharply in, for my mind had become as fluff on the winds, not working of its own action, but the sport of impulses that seemed external. I went across the yard, and ascended a wooden spiral stair by a twilight which just enabled me to pick my way among 5 or 6 vague forms fallen there. In that confined place fantastic qualms beset me. I mounted to the first landing, and tried the door, but it was locked. I mounted to the second. The door was open, and with a chill reluctance I took a step inward, where all was pitch darkness, the window stores being drawn. I hesitated. It was very dark. I tried to utter that word of mine, but it came in a whisper inaudible to my ears. I tried again, and this time heard myself say, "Anyone?" At the same time I had made another step forward, and trodden upon a soft abdomen, and at that contact terrors the most cold and ghastly thrilled me through and through, for it was as though I saw in that darkness the sudden eyeballs of hell and frenzy glare upon me, and with a low gurgle of affright I was gone, helter-skelter down the stairs, treading upon flesh, across the yard and down the street, with pelting feet and open arms and sobbing bosom. for I thought that all Adheim was after me, nor was my horrid haste appeased till I was on board the Boreal and moving down the fjord. Out to sea then I went again, and within the next few days I visited Bergen, and put in at Stavanger, and I saw that Bergen and Stavanger were dead. It was then, on the 19th of August, that I turned my bow toward my native land. From Stavanger I steered a straight course for the Humber. I had no sooner left behind me the Norway coast than I began to meet the ships, ship after ship, and by the time I entered the zone of the ordinary alternation of sunny day and sunless night, I was moving through the midst of an incredible number of craft, a mighty and widespread fleet. Over all that great expanse of the North Sea, where, in its most populous days of trade, the sailor might perhaps sight a sail or two, I had now at every moment at least 10 or 12 within scope of the glass, oftentimes as many as 40, 45, and very still they lay on a still sea, itself a dead thing, livid as the lips of death, and there was an intensity in the calm that was appalling, for the ocean seemed weighted, and the air drugged. Extremely slow was my advance, for at first I would not leave any ship, however remotely small, without approaching sufficiently to investigate her, at least with a spyglass, and a strange multitudinous mixture of species they were. Trawlers in hosts, warships of every nation, used, it seemed, as passenger boats, smacks, feluccas, liners, steam barges, great foremasters with sails, channel boats, luggers, a Venetian boat, colliers, yachts, training ships, dredgers, 2 boats with curving gaffs, Marseille fishers, a Maltese speronaire, American offshore sail, Mississippi steamboats, Sorrento lug schooners, Rhine punts, yawls, old frigates and 3-deckers, called to novel use, Yarmouth tubs, Rotterdam flat bottoms, floats, more gunwale drafts. Anything from anywhere that could bear a human freight on water had come, and was here. And all, I knew, had been making westward, or northward, or both, and all, I knew, were crowded, and all were tombs, listlessly wandering, my God, on the wandering sea, with their dead. And so fair was the world about them too, the brightest, suavest autumn weather, all the still air aromatic with that vernal perfume of peach, yet not so utterly still, but if I passed close to the lee of any floating thing, the spicy stirrings of morning or evening wafted me faint puffs of the odour of mortality overripe for the grave. So abominable and accursed did this become to me, such a plague and a hissing, vague as was the offence, that I began to shun rather than seek the ships, and also I now dropped my 12, whom I had kept to be my companions all the way from the far north, one by one into the sea, for now I had definitely passed into a zone of settled warmth. I was convinced, however, that the poison, whatever it might be, had some embalming or antiseptic effect upon the bodies. At Adheim, Bergen and Stavanger, for instance, where the air temperature permitted me to go without a jacket, only the merest hints and whiffs of the processes of dissolution had troubled me. Very benign, I say, and pleasant to see, was sky and sea during all that voyage, but it was at sunset that my sense of the wondrously beautiful was roused and excited, in spite of that great burden which I carried. Certainly I never saw sunsets resembling those, nor could have conceived of aught so flamboyant, extravagant and bewitched, for the whole heaven seemed turned into an arena for warring hierarchies, warring for the universe, or it was like the wild countenance of God defeated, and flying, marred and bloody, from his enemies. But many evenings I watched with unintelligent awe, believing it but a portend of the unsheathed sword of the Almighty, till one morning a thought pricked me like a sword, for I suddenly remembered the great sunsets of the later 19th century witnessed in Europe, America, and I believed all over the world, after the eruption of the volcano at Krakatoa. And whereas I had before said to myself, if now a wave from the deep has washed over this planetary ship of earth, I said now, a wave, but not from the deep, a wave rather which she had reserved and has spouted from her own unmotherly entrails. I had some knowledge of Morse telegraphy, and of the manipulation of tape machines, telegraphic typing machines, and the ordinary wireless transmitter and coherer, as of most little things of that sort which came within the outskirts of the interest of a man of science. I had collaborated with Professor Stanistreet in the production of a textbook called Applications of Science to the Arts, which had brought us some notoriety, and on the whole, the minutiae of modern things were still pretty fresh in my memory. I could therefore have wired from Bergen or Stavanger, supposing the batteries not run down, to somewhere, but I would not. I was so afraid lest forever from nowhere should come one answering click, or flash, or stirring. I could have made short work and landed at Hull, but I would not, I was so afraid. For I was used to the silence of the ice, and I was used to the silence of the sea, but I was afraid of the silence of England. End of section 8. Recording by Graham Macmillan, San Diego, California.
Section 9 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Gonzalez. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Fifth Shiel. Section 9. I came in sight of the coast in the morning of 26 August, somewhere about Hornsey, but I did not see any town, for I put up the helm to port, and went on further south, no longer bothering with instruments, but coasting up haphazard, now in sight of land, and now in the centre of a circle of sea, not admitting to myself the motive of its loitering slowness, nor thinking at all, but ignoring the deep buried fear of the tomorrow which I shirk, and instinctively hiding myself in today. I passed the Wash, I passed Yarmouth Felixstowe. By now the things that floated motionless on the sea were beyond numbering, for I could hardly lower my eyes 10 minutes and lift them, without seeing yet another there, so that soon after dusk I, too, had to lie still among them all, till morning, for they lay dark, and to move at any pace would have been to drown the already dead. Well, I came to the Thames mouth, and lay pretty well in among the flats and pan sands towards 8 one evening, not 7 miles from Sheppey and the North Kent coast. I did not see any nor light, no Girdler light, and all along the coast I had seen no light, but as to that I said not one word to myself, not admitting it, nor letting my heart know what my brain thought, nor my brain know what my heart surmised, but a daft, with a mock mistrustful underlook, I would regard a darkling land, holding it a sentient thing that would be playing a prank upon a poor man like me. And the next morning, when I moved again, my further right corners were very well aware of the Prince John lightship, and also the Tom ship, for there they were, but I would not look at them at all, nor go near them, for I did not wish to have anything to do with whatever might have happened beyond my own ken, and it was better to look straight before, seeing nothing, and concerning oneself with oneself. The next evening, after having gone out to sea again, I was in a little to the east by south of the North Foreland, and I saw no light there, nor any sign-head light, but over the sea vast signs of wreckage, and the coast was strewn with old wrecked fleets. I turned about south-east, very slowly moving, for anywhere hereabouts hundreds upon hundreds of craft lay dead within 10-mile circle of sea, and by 2 in the forenoon had wandered up well in sight of French cliffs, for I had said, I will go and see the light beam of the great revolving drum on Calais pier, that nightly beams halfway over sea to England. And the moon shone clear in the southern heaven that morning, like a great old dying queen whose court swarms distantly from around her, diffident, pale and tremulous, and pale the nearer, and I could see the mountain shadows in her spotty full face, and her misty aureole, and her lights on the sea, as it were kisses stolen in the kingdom of sleep, and all among the quiet ships mysterious white trails and powderings of light, like palace corridors in some fairy land forlorn, full of breathless warm whispers, scandals and runnings to and fro, and leers, and agitated lost embraces, and flights of the princess, and death-bed of the king. And on the north-east horizon a bank of brown cloud that seemed to have no relation with the world, and yonder, not far, the white coast cliffs, not so low as at Calais near, but arranged in masses separated by veils of sword, each with its wreck, when no light of any revolving drum I saw. I could not sleep that night, for all the operations of my mind and body seemed in abeyance. Mechanically I turned the ship westward again, and when the sun came up, there, hardly 2 miles from me, were the cliffs of Dover, and on the crenulated summit of the castle I spied the Union Jack hanging motionless. I heard 8 to 9 o'clock strike in the cabin, and I was still at sea, but some mad, audacious whisper was on my brain, and at 10:30, the 2nd September, immediately opposite the Crosswell Custom House, the Boreal's anchor chain, after a voyage of 3 years, 2 months, and 14 days, went thundering, through the starboard hawse hole. Ah, heaven! But I must have been stark mad to let the anchor go, for the effect upon me of that shocking obstreperous hubbub, breaking in upon all that cemetery repose that blessed morning, and lasting it seemed a year, was most appalling, and at sudden racket I stood excruciated, with shivering knees and flinching heart, God knows, for not less terrifically uproarious than the clatter of the last drum it raged, and I thought that all the building dead could not fail to start and rise at alarum so excessive, and question me with their eyes. On the top of the Crosswell, near I saw great cat fearlessly crawl. At the end where the street begins, I saw a single gaslight palely burned at broad day, and its foot a black man lay on his face, clad only in a shirt and one boot. The harbour was almost packed with every sort of craft, and on the Calade's over boat, 8 yards from my stern, which I must left Calais crowded to suffocation, I saw the rotted dead lie heaped, she being unmoored, and continually grinding against an anchored green brig. And when I saw that, I dropped down to my knees at the capstan, and my poor heart sobbed out the frail cry, Will my Lord God thus destroy the work of thy hand? After a time I got up, went below in a state of somnambulism, took a packet of pemmican cakes, leaped to the land, and went following the railway that runs from the Admiralty Pier. In an enclosed passage 10 yards long, with railway masonry on one side, I saw 5 dead lie, and could not believe that I was in England, for all were dark-skinned people, 3 gaudily dressed, and 2 in flowing white robes. It was the same when I turned into a long street leading northward, for here was 100 or more, and never saw I, except in Constantinople, where I once lived 18 months, so variegated a mixture of races, black, brunette, brown, yellow, white, in all shades, some emaciated like people dead from hunger, and, overlooking them all, one English boy with a clean Eton collar sitting on a bicycle, supported by a lamp post with his arms clasped, he proving clearly the extraordinary suddenness of death which had overtaken them all. I did not know whither, nor why, I went, nor had I the least idea whether all this was visually seen by me in the world which I had known, or in some other, or was all fantasy of my disembodied spirit, for I had the thought that I, too, might be dead since old ages, and my spirit wandering now through the universe of space, in which there was neither north nor south, nor up nor down, no measure nor relation, no aught but whatever save an easy consciousness of a dream about bottomlessness. Of grief or pain, I think, I felt nothing, though I have a sort of memory now that some sound resembling a sob or groan, though it was neither, came at regular clockwork intervals from my bosom during 3 or 4 days. Meantime, my brain registered like a tape machine details the most frivolous, the most ludicrous, the New Street, Strawn Street, Snargate Street, black fur for the side, white ermine for the top, with a portly cowlike priest on his back, whose robes had been blown to his spread knees, as if lifted and neatly folded there, a violin bow grip between the thick irregular teeth of a little Spaniard with brushed back hair, and mad-looking eyes. Odd shoes on the foot of a French girl, one black, one brown, filling the street about as numerous as gunners who fall round the carriage, at intervals of 5 to 10 feet, the majority, as was the case also in Norway, and on the ships, in poses of distraction, with spread arms or wildly distorted limbs, like men who, the instant before death, called upon the rocks and hills to cover them. On the left I came to an opening in the land, called, I believe, the shaft, and into this I turned, climbing a very great number of steps, almost covered at one point with dead. The steps I began to count, but left off, then the dead, and left off. Finally at the top, which must be even higher than the castle, I came to a great open space laid out with gravel walks and some fortifications, barracks, a citadel. I did not know the town, except by the passing through, and was surprised at the breadth of view. Between me and the castle to the east lay the district of crowding houses, brick and rock stone, mixed in the distance with vague azure haze, and to the right the harbour, the sea, with their ships, and visible around me on the heights 7 or 8 dead, biting the dust, the sun now high and warm, and hardly a cloud in the sky, and yonder a mist, which was the coast of France. It seemed too big for one poor man. My head nodded. I sat on a bench, black painted and hard, the seat and back of horizontal boards, with intervals, and as I looked, I nodded, heavy-headed and weary, for it was too big for me. And as I nodded with forehead propped in my left hand, and packet of pemmican cakes in my right, there was in my head, somehow, an old street song of my childhood, and I groaned sleepily, like a coronach's entre funerals ninias, jerking, and the packet beat time in my right hand, falling heavily and rising in time. I'll buy the ring, you'll rear the kids, servants to wait an hour, ting, 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 won't be happy, ting, ting, that shall be it. I'll buy the ring, you'll rear the kids, servants to wait an hour, ting, ting, ting. So maundering, I fell forward upon my face, and for 23 hours, the living undistinguished from the dead, I slept there.
End of section 9. Recording by April Gonzalez in Cavite, Philippines.
Section 10 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Macmillan. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 10. I was awakened by drizzle, leapt up, looked at a silver chronometer which, attached by a leather to my belt, I carried in my breeches pocket, and saw that it was 10 a.m. The sky was dark, and a moaning wind, almost a new thing now to me, had arisen. I ate some pemmican, for I had a reluctance, needless as it turned out, to touch any of the 1,000 luxuries here, sufficient no doubt in a town like Dover alone, to last me 500 or 600 years, if I could live so long. Having eaten, I descended the shaft, and spent the whole day in wandering about, though it rained and blustered continually. Reasoning, in my numb way, from the number of ships on the sea, I expected to find the town overcrowded with dead. But this was not so. I should say, at a venture, that not 1,000 English, nor 15,000 foreigners were in it, for that westward rage and stampede must have operated here also, leaving the town empty but for the ever new-coming hosts. The first thing which I did was to go into an open grocer's shop, which was also a post and telegraph office, with the notion, I suppose, to get a message through to London. In the shop a single gaslight was burning in its last, and this, with that near the pier, were the only two that I saw. Ghastly enough they looked, transparently wannish, as it were ashamed, like blinking night things overtaken by the glare of day. I conjectured that they had so burned and watched during months, or years, for they were now blazing diminished, with streaks and rays in the flame, as if by effort. If these were the only two, they must have needed time to all but exhaust the works. Before the counter lay a fashionably dressed negro with a number of tied parcels scattered about him, and on the counter an empty till. Behind it was a tall thin woman, with her face resting sideways in the till, fingers clutching the outer counter rim, and such an expression of frantic terror as I never saw. I got over the counter to a table behind a wire gauze. Like a numb fool, I went over the Morse alphabet in my mind, before touching the transmitting key, though I knew no code words. There, big enough to be seen, was the ABC dial. Who was to answer my message I did not ask myself, for habit was still strong upon me, and my mind refused to reason from what I saw to what I did not see. But the moment I touched the key, and peered greedily at the galvanometer needle to my right, I saw that it did not move, for no current was passing. With a kind of fright I was up, leapt and got away from the place, though there were a great number of telegrams about the receiver, which, if I had been in my senses, I would have stopped and read. Turning the corner of the next street, I saw, wide open, the door of a substantial large house, and went in. From top to bottom there was no one there, except one English girl sitting back in an easy-chair in the drawing-room, which was richly furnished with Valenciennes curtains and azure satin things. She was a girl of the lowest class, hardly clad in black rags. There she lay with hanging jaw, in a very crooked and awkward pose, in her left hand a roll of banknotes, and in her lap 3 watches. In fact, the bodies which I saw here were, in general, either those of new-come foreigners, or else of the very poor, the very old, or the very young. But what made me remember this house was that I found here, on one of the sofas, a newspaper, the Kent Express. Sitting unconscious of my dead neighbour, I pored a long while over what was written there. It said, in a passage which I tore out and kept: telegraphic communication with Tilsit, Intersburg, Warsaw, Cracow, Carlsberg, and many smaller towns lying immediately eastward of the 21st parallel of longitude, has ceased during the night. In at least some of them there must have been operators still at their duty, undrawn into the great westward rushing torrent. But as all messages from Western Europe have been answered only by that dread mysterious silence which, just 3 months and 2 days since, astounded the world in the case of Eastern New Zealand, we can only assume that these towns too have been added to the long and mournful list. Indeed, after last evening's Paris telegrams, we might have prophesied with some certainty, not merely their overthrow, but even the hour of it. For the uniform rate of the slow-riding vapour which is touring our globe is no longer doubtful. It has even been definitely fixed by Professor Craven at 101½ miles per day, or 4 miles 330 yards per hour. Its nature, its origin, remains, of course, nothing but a matter of conjecture, for it leaves no living thing behind it, nor, God knows, is that of any moment now to us who remain. The rumour that it is associated with an odour of almonds is declared, on high authority, to be improbable, but the morose purple of its impending gloom has been attested by tardy fugitives from the face of its rolling and smoky march. Is this the end? We do not and cannot believe it. Will the pure sky which we today see above us be invaded, in 9 days or less, by this smoke of the pit of darkness? In spite of the assurances of the scientists, we still doubt. For if so, to what purpose that long drama of history, in which we seem to see the hand of the dramaturgist? Surely the end of a 5th act should be obvious, satisfying to one's sense of the complete. But history, so far, long as it has been, resembles rather a prologue than a 5th act. Can it be that the manager, utterly dissatisfied, would sweep all off and hang up the piece forever? Certainly the sins of mankind has been as scarlet, and if the fair earth which he has turned into hell send forth now upon him the smoke of hell, little the wonder. But we cannot yet believe. There is a sparing strain in nature, and through the world as a thread is spun a silence which smiles. On the end of events we find placarded large the words, "Why were ye afraid?" A dignified hope, therefore, even now, when we cower beneath this worldwide shadow of the wings of the condor of death, becomes us. Indeed, we see such an attitude among some of the humblest of our people, from whose heart ascends the cry, "Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. Hear therefore, O Lord, look down, and save." But even as we thus write of hope, reason, if he would hear her, whispers us fool, and inclement is the sky of heaven. No more ships can New York harbour contain. Whereas among us men die weekly of privations by the 100,000, yonder across the sea they perish by the million. For where the rich are pinched, how can the poor live? Already 700 out of the 1,000 millions of our race have perished. The empires of civilization have crumbled like sand castles in a horror of anarchy. Thousands upon thousands of unburied dead, anticipating the more deliberate doom that comes and smokes and rides and comes and does not fail, encumber the streets of London, Manchester, Liverpool. The guides of the nations have fled. The father stabs his son, and the wife her husband, for a morsel of food. The fields lie waste. Wanton crowds carouse in our churches, universities, palaces, banks, and hospitals. We understand that late last night 3 territorial regiments, the Munster Fusiliers and the Lothian and East Lancashire regiments, riotously disbanded themselves, shooting 2 officers. Infectious diseases, as we all know, have spread beyond limit. In several towns the police seem to have disappeared, and in nearly all every vestige of decency. The results followed upon the sudden release of the victims appear to be monstrous in the respective districts. Within 3 short months hell seems to have acquired this entire planet, sending forth horror, like a rabid wolf, and despair, like a disastrous sky, to devour and confound her. Hear, therefore, O Lord, and forgive our iniquities. O Lord, we beseech thee, look down, O Lord, and spare. When I had read this, and the rest of the paper, which had one whole sheet side blank, I sat there a long hour, eyeing a little patch of the purple ash on a waxed board near the corner where the girl sat with her timepieces, so useless in her eternity. There was not a feeling in me, except a pricking of curiosity, which afterwards became morbid and ravenous, to know something more of that cloud, or smoke, of which this man spoke, of its dates, its nature, its origin, its minute details. Afterwards I went down and entered several houses, searching for more papers, but did not find any. Then I found a paper shop which was open, with boards outside, but either it had been deserted, or printing must have stopped about the date of the paper which I had read, for the only 3 newspapers there were dated long prior, and I didn't read them. Now it was raining, and a blustering autumn day it was, distributing the odours of the world, and bringing me continual mixed whiffs of flowers and the hateful stench of decay. But I would not mind it much. I wandered and wandered, till I was tired of Spahi and Bashi Bazouk, of Greek and Catalan, of Russian Pope and Coptic Abuna, of Dragoman and the Kalmuck, of Egyptian Malawi and Afghan Mullah, Neapolitan and Sheik. I was tired of the nightmare of wild poses, colours, stuffs and garbs, the yellow-green keffee of the Bedouin, shawl turbans of Baghdad, face veils, and stark distorted nakedness, and sashes of figured muslin, and the workman's cords, and the red tarbouche. About 4 o'clock, for very weariness, I was sitting on a door-steep, bent beneath the rain. But soon I was up again, fascinated, no doubt, by this changing bazaar of sameness, its chance combinations and permutations, and novelty in monotony. About 5 I was at a station, marked Harbour Station, in and about which lay a considerable crowd, but not one train. I sat again and rested, rose and roamed again. Soon after 6 I found myself at another station, called Priory, and here I saw 2 long trains, both crowded, one on a siding, and one at the up platform. I examined both engines, and found them out of the old boiler steam type, with manholes, heaters, autoclaves, and feed pump, now rare in western countries except England. In one there was no water, but in that at the platform the float lever, barely tilted toward the float, showed that there was some in the boiler. I overhauled all the machinery and found it good, though rusted. There was plenty of fuel and oil, which I supplemented from a near shop. During 90 minutes my brain and hands worked with an intelligence as it were automatic, of their own motion. After 3 journeys across the station and street I saw the fire blaze well, and the manometer move. When the lever of the safety valve, whose load I lightened by half an atmosphere, lifted, I jumped down. I tried to disconnect the long string of carriages from the engine, but failed, the coupling being an automatic arrangement new to me. Nor did I care. It was now very dark, but there was still oil for bull's-eye and lantern, and I lit them. I forgot nothing. I rolled driver and stoker, the guard was absent, one to the platform, one upon the rails, and I took their place there. At about 8:30 I ran out from Dover, my throttle valve pealing high a long falsetto through the bleak and desolate night. My aim was London, but even as I set out, my heart smote me. I knew nothing of the metals, their junctions, facing points, sidings, shuntings, and complexities. Even as to whether I was going toward or away from London, I was not sure. But just in proportion as my first timorousness of the engine hardened into familiarity and self-assuredness, I quickened speed, wilfully, with an obstinacy deaf and blind. Finally, from a mere crawl at first, I was flying at a shocking velocity. Something, tongue-in-cheek, seemed to whisper me, "There must be other trains blocking the lines, at stations, in yards, and everywhere. It is a maniac's ride, a ride of death, and Flying Dutchman's frenzy. Remember, your dark 5-deep brigade of passengers, who rock and bump together, and will suffer in a collision." But with mulish stubbornness I thought, "They wish to go to London," and on I raged, not wildly exhilarated, so far as I can remember, nor lunatic, but feeling the dull glow of a wicked and morose unreason urge in my bosom. I stoked all blackened at the fire, nor saw the vague mass of dead horse or cow, running trees and fields, and dark homestead and deep slumbering farm, flit ghostly athwart the murky air, as the half-blind saw men like trees walking. Long, however, it did not last. I could not have been 20 miles from Dover, when, on a long reach of straight lines, I made out before me a tarpaulined mass opposite a signal point. At once callousness changed to terror within me, but even as I plied the brake, I felt that it was too late. I rushed to the gangway to make a wild leap down an embankment to the right, but was thrown backward by a quick series of rough bumps, caused by 8 or 10 cattle which lay there across the lines. When I poked myself up, and leaped, Some seconds before the impact, the speed must have considerably slackened. I received no fracture, but lay in semi-coma in a patch of yellow flowers on level ground, and was even conscious of a fire on the lines 40 yards away, and, all the night, a vague thunder sounding from somewhere. About 5 or half past in the morning I was sitting up rubbing my eyes, in a dim light mixed with drizzle. I could see that the train of my last night's debauch was a huddled up chaos of fallen carriages and disfigured bodies. A 5-barred gate on my left opened into a hedge, and swung with creaks. 2 yards from my feet lay a little shaggy pony with swollen wan abdomen, the very picture of death. About me a number of dead wet birds. I picked myself up, passed through the gate, and walked up a row of trees to a house at their end. I found it to be a little country tavern with a barn, forming one house, the barn part much larger than the tavern part. I went into the tavern by a small side door, behind the bar, into a parlour, up a little stair into 2 rooms, but no one was there. I then wound round into the barn, which was paved with cobblestones, and there lay a dead mare and foal, some fowls, with 2 cows. A ladder stair led to a closed trapdoor in the floor above. I went up, and in the middle of the wilderness of hay I saw 9 people, labourers no doubt, 5 men and 4 women, huddled together. With them lay a tin pail containing the last of some spirit, so that these may have died merry. I slept 3 hours among them, and afterwards went back to the tavern, and had some biscuits, of which I opened a new tin, with some ham, jam, and apples, of which I had made a good meal, for my pemmican was now gone. Afterwards I went following the rail track on foot, for the engines of both the collided trains were smashed. I knew northward from southward by the position of the sun. After a good many stoppages at houses, and by the railway banks, I came, at about 11 in the night, to a great and populous town. By the Dane John and the cathedral I immediately recognised it as Canterbury, which I knew quite well. I walked up Castle Street to the High Street, conscious for the first time of that regularly repeated sound, like a sob or groan, which was proceeding from my throat. As there was no visible moon, and these old streets very dim, I had to pick my way, lest I should desecrate the dead with my foot, and they all should rise with hue and cry to haunt me. However, the bodies here were not numerous, most as before being foreigners. These, scattered about this strict old English burg that morning dark night, presented such a scene of baneful wrath of God, and all abomination of desolation, as broke me quite down at one place. I stood in travail with jeremiads, and sore sobbings and lamentations, crying out upon it all, God knows. Only when I stood at the west entrance of the cathedral, I could discern, spreading up the dark nave to the lantern, to the choir, a phantasmagorical mass of forms. I went a little inward, and striking 3 matches, peered nearer. The 2 transepts, too, seemed crowded, the cloister doorway was blocked, the south-west porch thronged. A great congregation must have flocked hither shortly before their fate overtook them. Here it was that I became definitely certain that the after-odour of the poison was not simply lingering in the air, but it was being more or less given off by the bodies. For the blossomy odour of this church actually overcame that other odour, the whole rather giving the scent of old mouldy linens, long embalmed in cedars. Well, away with stealthy trot I ran from the abysmal silence of that place. In Palace Street I made one of those sudden immoderate rackets that seem to outrage the universe, and left me so woefully faint, decrepit, and gasping for life. The noise of the train was different, for there I was flying, but here a captive, and which way I ran was capture. Passing in Palace Street, I saw a little lamp shop, and wanting a lantern, tried to get in, but the door was locked. So after going a few steps, and kicking against a policeman's truncheon, I returned to break the window glass. I knew that it would make a fearful noise, and for some 15 or 20 minutes stood hesitating. But never could I have dreamt, oh my God, of such a noise, so passionate, so dominant, so divulgent, and, oh heaven, so long-lasting. For I seemed to have struck upon the weak spot of some planet, which came suddenly tumbling, with protracted bellowing and debacle, about my ears. It was a good hour before I would climb in, but then quickly found what I wanted, and some big oil cans. Till 1 or 2 in the morning, the innovating flicker of my lantern went peering at random into the gloomy nooks of the town. Under a deep old Gothic arch that spanned a pavered alley, I saw the little window of a little house of rubble. Between the 2 diamond-paned sashes, rags tightly beaten in, the idea was evidently to make the place air-tight against the poison. When I went in, I found the door of that room open, though it too, apparently, had been stuffed at the edges. On the threshold lay an old man and a woman. I conjectured that, thus protected, they had remained shut in, till either hunger or the lack of oxygen in the used up air drove them forth, whereupon the poison, still active, must have instantly ended them. I found afterwards that this expedient of making air tight had been widely resorted to. It might well have proved successful too, if both the supply of inclosed air and of food had been anywhere commensurate with the durability of the poisonous state. Weary, weary as I grew, some morbid persistence sustained me, and I would not rest. About 4 in the morning I was at a station again, industriously bending, poor wretch, at the sooty task of getting another engine ready for travel. This time, when steam was up, I succeeded in uncoupling the carriages from the engine, and by the time morning broke I was lightly gliding away over the country, whither I did not know, but making for London. Now I went with more intelligence and caution. I got on very well, travelling 7 days, never at night except when it was very clear, never at more than 20 or 25 miles, and crawling through tunnels. I don't know the maze into which the train took me, for very soon after leaving Canterbury it must have gone down some branch line. Though the names were marked at stations, that hardly helped me, for of their situation relatively to London I was seldom sure. Moreover, again and again was my progress impeded by trains on the metals, when I would have to run back to a shunting point or a siding. In 2 instances, these being far behind, I changed from my own to the impeding engine. On the first day I travelled unhindered till noon, when I stopped in open country that seemed uninhabited for ages. Only half a mile to the left, on a shaded valley, was a large stone house of artistic design, coated with tinted harling, the roof of red Ruban tiles, and timbered gables. I walked to it after another row with putting out the fire and arranging for a new one, the day being bright and mild, with great masses of white cloud in the sky. The house had an outer and an inner hall, 3 reception rooms, fine oil paintings, a kind of museum, and a large kitchen. In a bedroom above stairs I found 3 women with servants' caps, and a footman, arranged in a strange symmetrical way, head to head, like rays of a star. As I stood looking at them, I could have sworn, my good God, that I heard someone coming up the stairs: but it was some slight creaking of the breeze in the house, augmented 100-fold to my inflamed and fevered hearing. For years now used to this silence of eternity, it is as though I hear all sounds through an ear trumpet. I went down, and after eating, and drinking some clary water, made of brandy, sugar, cinnamon, and rose water, which I found in plenty, I lay down on a sofa in the inner hall, and slept a quiet sleep until near midnight. I went out then, still possessed with the foolish greed to reach London. After getting the engine to rights, I went off under a clear black sky, thronged with worlds and far-sown spawn, some of them, I thought, perhaps like this of mine, whelmed and drowned in oceans of silence, with only one inhabitant to see it, and hear its silence. All the long night I travelled, stopping twice only, once to get the coal from an engine which had impeded me, and once to drink some water, which I took care, as always, should be running water. When I felt my head nod, and my eyes close at about 5 a.m., I threw myself upon a grassy bank, pretty thick with stalks and flowers. The workings of early dawn being then in the east, I slept there till near 11. On waking, I noticed that the country now seemed more like Surrey than Kent. There was that regular swell and sinking of the land, but in fact, though it must have been either, it looked like neither. Already all had an aspect of return to a state of wild nature. I could see that for a year at the least no one had tended the soil. Near before me was a stretch of lucerne of such extraordinary growth, that I was led during that day and the succeeding one to examine the condition of vegetation with some minuteness. Nearly everywhere I detected a certain hypertrophy, tendency in stamens, pericarps, and pistils, in every sort of bulbiferous growth that I looked at. In the rushes above all, the fronds, mosses, lichens, and in the trefoils, clover especially, and some creepers. Many crop fields, it was clear, had been prepared but not sown. Some had not been reaped, and in both cases I was struck with their appearance of rankness, as I was also when in Norway. I was all the more surprised that this should be the case at a time when a poison, whose action is the arrest of oxidation, had traversed the earth. I could only conclude that its presence in large volumes in the lower strata of the atmosphere had been more or less temporary. The tendency to exuberance which I observed was due to some principle by which nature acts with freer energy and larger scope in the absence of man. 2 yards from the rails I saw, when I got up, a little rill beside a rotten piece of fence, barely oozing itself onward under masses of foul and stagnant fungoids. And here there was a sudden splash, and life. I caught sight of the hind legs of a diving young frog. I went and lay on my belly, poring over the clear, dulcet little water, and presently saw 2 tiny bleaks, or ablets, go gliding low among the swaying moss hair of the bottom rocks. I thought how gladly would I be one of them, with my home so thatched and shady, and my life drowned in their wide-eyed reverie. At any rate, these little creatures are alive, and as I found the next day, pupa and chrysales of one sort or another. To my deep emotion I saw a little white butterfly staggering in the air over the flower garden of a rustic station named Butley. It was while I was lying there, poring upon that streamlet, that a thought came into my head, for I said to myself, if now I be here alone, 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 one on the earth, and my girth have a spread of 25,000 miles, what will happen to my mind? Into what kind of creature shall I writhe and change? I may live 2 years so. What will have happened then? I may live 5 years, 10. What will have happened after the 5, the 10? I may live 20, 30, 40. Already, there are things that peep and sprout within me. End of section 10. Recording by Graham Macmillan, San Diego, California. Section 11 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Macmillan. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 11. I wanted food and fresh running water. I walked from the engine half a mile through fields of lucerne, whose luxuriance quite hid the footpaths, and reached my shoulder. After turning the brow of a hill, I came to a park, passing through which I saw some dead deer and 3 persons, and emerged upon a terraced lawn, at the end of which stood an early English house of pale bricks, with copings, plinths, string courses of limestone, and spandrels of carved marble. Some distance from the porch a long table, or series of tables, in the open air, still spread with cloths that were like shrouds after a month of burial. The table had old foods on it, and some lamps. All around it, and all on the lawn, were dead peasants. I seemed to know the house, probably from some print which I may have seen, but I could not make out the emblem, though I saw from its simplicity that it must be very ancient. Right across the façade spread still some of the letters in evergreens of the motto, "Many happy returns of the day," so that someone must have come of age, or something, for inside all was gala. It was clear that these people had defied a fate which they, of course, foreknew. I went nearly throughout the whole spacious place of thick carpeted halls, marbles and famous oils, antlers and arras, and gilt saloons, and placid large bed chambers. It took me an hour. There were here not less than 180 people. In the first of a vista of 3 large reception rooms lay what could only have been a number of quadrille parties, for they presented a 2 and 2 appearance, made very repulsive by their jewels and evening dress. I had to steel my heart to go through this house, for I did not know if these people were looking at me as soon as my back was turned. Once I was on the very point of flying, for I was going up the great central stairway. There came a pelt of dead leaves against a window pane in a corridor just above on the first floor, which thrilled me to the inmost soul. But I thought that if I once fled, they would all be at me from behind. I should be gibbering mad long, long before I reached the outer hall, and so stood my ground, even defiantly advancing. In a small dark bedroom in the north wing on the 2nd floor, that is to say, at the top of the house, I saw a tall young lady and a groom, or woodman to judge by his clothes, horribly riveted in an embrace on a settee, she with a light coronet on her head in a low-necked dress. Their lipless teeth were still fiercely pressed together. I collected in a bag a few delicacies from the under regions of this house: sausages, salami, apples, raisins, artichokes, biscuits, a few wines, a ham, bottled fruit, pickles, coffee, and so on, with a gold plate, tin opener, corkscrew, fork, and such. I dragged them all the way back to the engine before I could eat. My brain was in such a way that it was several days before the perfectly obvious means of finding my way to London, since I wished to go there, at all occurred to me. The engine went wandering the intricate railway system of the South Country, I having twice to water her with a coal bucket from a pool, for the injector was giving no water from the tank under the coals. I did not know where to find any near tank sheds. On the 5th evening, instead of into London, I ran into Guildford. That night, from 11 till the next day, there was a great storm over England. Let me note it down. And 10 days later, on the 17th of the month, came another. On the 23rd another, and I should be put to it to count the great number since. They do not resemble English storms, but rather Arctic ones, in a certain very suggestive something of personalness, and a carousing malice, and a Tartarus gloom, which I cannot quite describe. That night at Guildford, after wandering about, and becoming very weary, I threw myself upon a cushioned pew in an old Norman church with 2 east apses, called St. Mary's, using a Bible cushion for pillow. I placed some distance away a little tin lamp turned low, whose ray served me for a night light. Happily I had taken care to close everything up, or, I feel sure, the roof must have gone. Only one dead, an old lady in a chapel on the north side of the chancel, whom I rather mistrusted, was there with me. There I lay listening, for, after all, I could not sleep a wink, while outside raged the immense tempest. I communed with myself, thinking, I, poor man, lost in this conflux of infinitudes and vortex of the world, what can become of me, my God? For dark, dark is the waste void into which from solid ground I am now plunged 1,000,000 fathoms deep, the sport of all the whirlwinds. It were better for me to have died with the dead, and never to have seen the wrath and turbulence of the ineffable, nor to have heard the thrilling bleakness of the winds of eternity, when they pine, and long, and whimper, and when they vociferate and blaspheme, when they expostulate and intrigue and implore, and when they despair and die, which ear of man should never hear. For they mean to eat me up, I know, these titanic darknesses, and soon, like a whiff, I shall pass away, and leave the world to them. So till morning I lay mumping, with shivers and cowerings, for the shocks of the storm pervaded the locked church to my very heart. There were thunders that night, my God, like callings, and laughs and banterings, exchanged between distant hilltops in hell. Well, the next morning I went down the steep High Street, and found a young nun at the bottom, whom I had left the previous evening with a number of girls in uniform opposite the Guildhall, halfway up the street. She must have been spun down, arm over arm, for the wind was westerly. Whereas I had left her completely dressed to her wimple and beads, she was now nearly stripped, and her little flock scattered. Branches of trees and wrecked houses, and reeling clouds of dead leaves were everywhere that wild morning. The town of Guildford appeared to be the junction of an extraordinary number of railway lines. Before again setting out in the afternoon, when the wind had lulled, having got an ABC guide and a railway map, I decided upon my line, upon a new engine, feeling pretty sure now of making London, only 30 miles away. I then set out, and about 5 o'clock was at Surbiton, near my aim. I kept on, expecting a very few minutes to see the great city, till darkness fell, and still, at considerable risk, I went, as I thought, forward, but no London. I had, in fact, been on a loop line, and at Surbiton gone wrong again, for the next evening I found myself at Wokingham, further away than ever. I slept on a rug in the passage of an inn called the Rose, for there was a wild Russian-looking man, with projecting top-teeth, on a bed in the house, whose appearance I didn't like. It was late, and I too tired to walk further. The next morning, pretty early, I set out again, and at 10 a.m. I was at Reading. The notion of navigating the land by precisely the same means as the sea, simple and natural as it was, had not at all occurred to me. But at the first accidental sighting of a compass in a little shop window near the river at Reading, my difficulties as to getting to any desired place in the world vanished once and for all. For a good chart or map, a compass, a pair of compasses, and in the case of longer distances, a quadrant, sextant, or theodolite, with a piece of paper and pencil, were all that were necessary to turn an engine into a land ship, one choosing the lines that ran nearest the direction of one's course, whenever they did not run precisely. Thus provided, I ran out from Reading about 7 in the evening, while there was still some light, having spent there some 9 hours. This was the town where I first observed that shocking crush of humanity, which I afterwards met in every large town west of London. Here, I should say, the English were quite equal in number to the foreigners. There were enough of both, God knows, for London must have poured many here. There were houses, in every room of which, and on the stairs, the dead actually overlay each other. In the streets before them, where points were only on flesh or under carriages, was it possible to walk. I went into the great county jail, from which, as I had read, the prisoners had been released 2 weeks beforehand. There I found the same pressed condition, cells occupied by 10 or 12, the galleries continuously rough paved with faces, heads, and old clothes shops of robes. In the parade ground, against one wall, lay a mass of human stuff, like tough grey clay mixed with rags and trickling black gore, where a crush as of hydraulic power must have acted. At a corner between a gate and a wall near the biscuit factory of this town I saw a boy, whom I believed to have been blind, standing jammed, at his wrist a chain ring, and at the end of the chain a dog. From his haphazard posture I conjectured that he, and chain, and dog had been lifted from the street, and placed so by the storm of the 7th of the month. What made it very curious was that his right arm pointed a little outward just over the dog, so that, at the moment when I first sighted him, he seemed a drunken fellow setting his dog at me. In fact, all the dead I found much mauled and stripped and huddled. The earth seemed to be making an abortive effort to sweep her streets. While some little distance from Reading, I saw a big flower seed farm, looking dead in some plots, and others quite rank. Here again, fluttering quite near the engine, were 2 little winged butterflies in the quiet evening air. I went on, passing a great number of crowded trains on the down line, 2 of them in collision and very broken up, and 1 exploded engine. Even the fields and cuttings on either hand of the line had a rather populous look, as if people, when trains and vehicles failed, had set to trudging westward in caravans and streams. When I came to a long tunnel near Slough, I saw round the foot of an arch an extraordinary quantity of wooden debris. As I went very slowly through, I was alarmed by the continuous bumping of the train, which, I knew, was passing over bodies. At the other end were more debris. I easily guessed that a company of desperate people had made the tunnel air tight as at the 2 arches, and provisioned themselves with the hope to live there till the day of destiny was past. Whereupon their barricades must have been crashed through by some up train, and themselves crushed, or else other crowds, mad to share their cave of refuge, had stormed the boardings. This latter, as I afterwards found, was a very usual event. I should very soon have to get to London now, but as my bad luck would have it, I met a long up train on the metals, with not one creature in any part of it. There was nothing to do but to tranship, with all my things, to its engine, which I found in good condition with plenty of coal and water, and to set it going: a hateful labour, I being already jet black from hair to toes. However, by 10:30 I found myself stopped by another train only a quarter of a mile from Paddington. I walked the rest of the way among trains in which the standing dead still stood, propped by their neighbours, and over metals where bodies were as ordinary and cheap as waves on the sea, or twigs in a forest. I believe that wild crowds had given chase on foot to moving trains, or forerun them, in the frenzied hope of inducing them to stop. I came to the great shed of glass and girders which is the station, the night being perfectly soundless, moonless, starless, and the hour about 11. I found later that all the electric generating stations, or all that I visited, were intact: that is to say, they must have been shut down before the arrival of the Doom: also that the gas works had almost certainly been abandoned some time previously. This city of dreadful night, in which, at the moment when silence choked it, not less than 40 to 60 millions swarmed and droned, must have more resembled Tartarus and the foul shades of hell than aught to which my fancy can liken it. Coming nearer the platforms, I saw that trains, in order to move at all, must have moved through a slough of bodies pushed from behind, and forming a packed homogeneous mass on the metals. I knew that they had moved, nor could I now move unless I decided to wade, for flesh was everywhere, on the roofs of trains, cramming the interval between them, on the platforms, splashing the pillars like spray, piled on trucks and lorries, a carnal quagmire. Outside, it filled the space between a great host of vehicles, carpeting all that region of London. All here that odour of blossoms, which nowhere yet, save on one vile ship, had failed, was now wholly overcome by another. The thought was in my head, my God, that if the soul of man had sent up to heaven the odour which his body gave to me, then it was not so strange that things were as they were. I got out from the station, with ears, God knows, that still awaited the accustomed noising of this accursed town, habituated as I now was to all the dumb and absent void of soundlessness. I was overwhelmed in a new awe, and lost in a wilder woesomeness, when, instead of lights and business, I saw the long street, which I knew brewed darker than Babylon's long desolate. In place of its ancient noising, I heard, my God, a shocking silence, rising higher than I had ever heard it, and blending with the silence of the inane, eternal stars in heaven. I could not get into any vehicle for some time, for all thereabouts was practically a mere block, but near the park, which I attained by stooping among wheels. Selecting my foul steps, I overhauled a Daimler car, found in it 2 cylinders of petrol, lit the ignition lamp, removed with averted abhorrence 3 bodies, mounted, and broke that populous stillness. Through streets nowhere empty of bodies, I went urging eastward, my jolting and spattered, and humming away. That I should have persisted with so much pains to come to this unbounded catacomb seems now singular to me, for by that time I could not have been sufficiently daft to expect to find another being like myself on the earth, though I cherished, I remember, the irrational hope of yet somewhere finding dog, or cat, or horse to be with me. I would anon think bitterly of Reinhardt, my Arctic dog, which my own hand had shot. But, in reality, a morbid curiosity must have been within me all the time to read the whole truth of what had happened, so far as it was known or guessed. I gloated upon all that drama, and cup of trembling, and pouring out of the vials of the wrath of God, which must have preceded the actual advent of the end of time. This inquisitiveness had, at every town which I reached, made the search for newspapers uppermost in my mind. But, by bad luck, I had found only 4, all of them antedated to the one which I had read at Dover, though their dates gave me some idea of the period when printing must have ceased. This was soon after the 17th of July, about 3 months subsequent to my arrival at the Pole, for none I found later than this date. These contained nothing scientific, but only orisons and despairings. On arriving, therefore, at London, I made straight for the office of the Times. I stopped only at a chemist's in Oxford Street for a bottle of antiseptic to hold near my nose, though, having once left the neighbourhood of Paddington, I had hardly much need of this. I made my way to the square where the paper was printed, to find that, even there, the ground was closely strewn with weeds, all very muddled and mauled. Through the dark square to the twice dark building I passed. I found open the door of an advertisement office, but on striking a match I saw that it had been lighted by electricity, and had therefore to retrace my stumbling steps. I came to a shop of lamps in a near alley, walking meantime with timid cares that I might hurt no one, for in this enclosed neighbourhood I began to feel strange tremors, and kept striking matches, which, so still was the black air, hardly flickered. When I returned to the building with a little lighted lamp, I at once saw a file on a table. Since there were a number of dead there, and I wished to be alone, I took the heavy mass of papers between my left arm and side, and the lamp in my right hand. I passed then behind a counter, and to the right up a stair which led me into a very great building in complexity of wooden steps and corridors. Here I went peering, the lamp visibly trembling in my hand, for here also were the dead. Finally I entered a good-sized carpeted room with a baize-covered table in the middle, and large smooth chairs, and on the table many manuscripts impregnated with purple dust, and around were books on shelves. This room had been locked upon a single man, a tall man in a frock coat, with a pointed grey beard, who at the last moment had decided to fly from it. He lay at the threshold, apparently fallen dead the moment he opened the door. By drawing his feet aside I removed him, locked the door upon myself, sat at the table before the dusty file, and, with the little lamp near, began to search. I searched and read till far into the morning. But God knows, He alone. I had not properly filled the little reservoir with oil, and about 3 in the foreday it began to burn sullenly low, letting sparks, and turning the glass grey. In my deepest chilly heart was the question, suppose the lamp goes out before the daylight? I knew the pole, and cold, I knew them well, but to be frozen by panic, my God! I read, I say, I searched, I would not stop, but I read that night, racked by terrors such as have never yet entered into the hearts of man to conceive. My flesh moved and crawled like a lake which, here and there, the breeze ruffles. Sometimes, for 2, 3, 4 minutes, the profound interest of what I had read would fix my mind. Then I would peruse an entire column, or 2, without consciousness of the meaning of one single word, my brain all drawn away to the innumerable host of the wan dead that camped about me, pierced with horror lest they should start, and stand, and accuse me, for the grave and the worm was the world. In the air, a sickening stirring of cerements and shrouds, and the taste of the pale and insubstantial grey of ghosts seemed to infect my throat. Faint odours of the loathsome tomb infected my nostrils, and the toll of deep-toned passing bells my ears. Finally the lamp smouldered very low. My charnel fancy teemed with the screwing down of coffins, lynch-gates and sextons, and the grating of ropes that lower down the dead, and the first sound of the earth upon the lid of that strait and gloomy home of the mortal. That lethal look of cold dead fingers I seemed to see before me, the insipidness of dead tongues, the pout of the drowned, and the vapid froths that ridged their lips. My flesh was moist as with the stale washing waters of morgues and mortuaries, and with such sweats as corpses sweat, and the mawkish tear that lies on dead men's cheeks. For what is one poor insignificant man in his flesh against a whole world of the disembodied? He alone with them, and nowhere, nowhere another of his kind, to whom to appeal against them. I read and I searched, but God knows. If a leaf of the paper, which I slowly, warily, stealthily turned, made but one faintest rustle, how did that reveille boom in echoes through the vacant and haunted chambers of my poor aching heart, my God! There was a cough in my throat, which for a cruelly long time I would not cough, till it burst in horrid clamour from my lips, sending crinkles of cold through my inmost blood. For with the words which I read were all mixed up visions of crawling hearses, wails, and lugubrious crapes, and piercing shrieks of madness in strange earthy vaults, and all the mournfulness of the black veil of death, and the tragedy of corruption. Twice during the ghastly hours of that night, the absolute and undeniable certainty that some presence, some mostly ghastly, silent being, stood at my right elbow, so thrilled me that I leaped to my feet to confront it with clenched fists, and hairs that bristled stiff in horror and frenzy. After that second time I must have fainted, for when it was broad day I found my dropped head over the file of papers supported on my arms. I resolved then never again after sunset to remain in any house, for that night was enough to kill a horse, my good God, and that this is a haunted planet, I know. End of section 11. Recording by Graham Macmillan, San Diego, California. Section 12 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Macmillan. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 12. What I read in the Times was not very definite, for how could it be? But in the main it confirmed inferences which I had myself drawn, and fairly satisfied my mind. There had been a royal battle in the paper between my old collaborator, Professor Stanistreet, and Dr. Martin Rogers. Never could I have conceived such an indecorous piece of business, men like them calling one another tyro, dreamer, and in one place blockhead. Stanistreet denied that the perfumed odour of almonds attributed to the advancing cloud could be due to anything but the excited fancy of the reporting fugitives, because, said he, it was unknown that either cyanide, hydrogen cyanide, or tetrapotassium iron hexacyanide had been given out by volcanoes. The destructiveness to life of the travelling cloud could only be owing to carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide. To this, Rogers, in an article characterized by extraordinary heat, replied that he could not understand how an expert in chemical and geological phenomena would venture to rush into print with a statement that hydrogen cyanide had not commonly been given out by volcanoes. That it had been, he said, was perfectly certain, but whether it had been or not could not affect the decision of a reasoning mind as to whether it was being. For that cyanogen, as a matter of fact, was not rare in nature, though not directly occurring. It was one of the products of the common distillation of pit coal, and found in roots, peaches, almonds, and many tropical flora. Also it had been actually pointed out as probable by more than one thinker that some salts, or salt of cyanide, the potassic, or the potassic ferrocyanide, or both, must exist in considerable stores in the earth at volcanic depths. In reply to this, Stanistreet, in a two-way article, used the word dreamer, and Rogers, when Berlin had been already silenced, finally replied with his amazing blockhead. But in my opinion, by far the most learned and lucid of the scientific data was from the rather unexpected source of Sloggett, of the Dublin Science and Art Department. He, without fuss, accepted the statements of the fugitive eyewitnesses, down to the assertion that the cloud, as it rolled travelling, seemed mixed from its base to the clouds with languid tongues of purple flame, rose-coloured at their edges. This, Sloggett explained, was the characteristic flame of both cyanogen and hydrocyanic acid vapour, which, being inflammable, may have become locally ignited in the passage over cities, and only burned in that limited and languid way on account of the ponderous volumes of carbonic anhydride, which they must, of course, be mixed. The dark purple colour was due to the presence of large quantities of the scoriae of the trappean rocks, basalts, greenstone, trachytes, and the various porphyries. This article was most remarkable for its clear divination, written so clearly and so early, shortly after the cessation of telegraphic communication with Australia and China. At this early date Sloggett stated that the character of the devastation proved an eruption. It was another, but far greater, Krakatoa, probably in some South Sea region. He indicated that its most active product must be, not carbon monoxide, but potassic ferrocyanide, which, undergoing distillation with the products of sulphur in the heat of eruption, produced hydrocyanic acid. This volatile acid, he said, would remain in the vaporous state in all climates above a temperature of 26.5 degrees Celsius. It might involve the entire earth if the eruption proved sufficiently powerful, travelling chiefly in a direction contrary to the earth's west to east motion. The only regions which would be certainly exempt would be the colder regions of the Arctic circles, where the vapour of the acid would assume the liquid state and fall as rain. He did not anticipate that vegetation would be permanently affected, unless the eruption were of inconceivable duration and activity. For though the poisonous quality of hydrocyanic acid consisted in its sudden and complete arrest of oxidation, vegetation had two sources of life, the soil as well as the air. With this exception, all life, down to the lowest evolutionary forms, would disappear until the earth reproduced them. Here was the one point in which he was somewhat at fault. For the rest, he fixed the rate of the oncoming cloud at from 100 to 105 miles a day, and the date of eruption either the 14th, 15th, or 16th of April. This was either 1, 2, or 3 days after the arrival of the Boreal party at the Pole. He concluded by saying that, if the facts were as he had stated them, then he could suggest no hiding place for the race of man, unless such places as mines and tunnels could be made airtight. Nor could even they be of use to any considerable number, except in the event of poisonous state of the air being of very short duration. I had thought of mines before, but in a very languid way, till this article, and other things that I read, as it were, struck my brain a slap with the notion. For there, I said, if anywhere, shall I find a man. I went out from that building that morning feeling like a man bowed down with age, for the depths of unutterable horror into which I had glimpses during that one night made me feel very feeble. My steps tottered, and my brain reeled. I got out into Farringdon Street, and at the near circus, where the four streets meet, had under my furthest range of vision nothing but four fields of bodies, clad in a rag shape of every faded colour, or half clad, or not clad at all, actually in many cases overlying one another, as I had seen at Reading, but here with a markedly more skeleton appearance. For I saw the swollen looking shoulders, sharp hips, hollow abdomens, and stiff bony limbs of people dead from famine, the whole having the grotesque air of some macabre battlefield of fallen marionettes. Mixed with these was an extraordinary number of vehicles of all sorts. I saw that driving among them would be impracticable, whereas the street which I had taken during the night was fairly clear. I thought a minute what I should do, then went by a parallel back street. I came out to a shop in the Strand, where I hoped to find all the information which I needed about the excavations of the country. The shutters were up, and I did not wish to make any noise among these people, though the morning was bright, it being about 10 o'clock. It was easy to effect entrance, for I saw a crowbar in a big covered furniture van near by. I, therefore, went northward till I came to the British Museum, the cataloguing system of which I knew well, and I passed in. There was no one at the library door to bid me stop. In the great round reading room not a soul, except one old man with a bag of goiter hung at his neck, and spectacles, he lying up a book ladder near the shelves, a reader to the last. I got to the printed catalogues, and for an hour was upstairs among the dim sacred galleries of this still place. At the sight of certain Greek and Coptic papyri, charters, seals, I had such a dream of this ancient earth, my good God, even as an angel's pen could not half express on paper. Afterwards I went away loaded with a good hundredweight of ordnance maps, which I had stuffed into a bag found in the cloakroom, with 3 topographical books. I then, at an instruments maker's in Holborn, got a sextant and a theodolite. At a grocer's near the river I put into a sack provisions to last me a week or two. At Blackfriars Bridge wharf station I found a little sharp white steamer of a few tons, which happily was driven by liquid air, so that I had no troublesome fire to light. By noon I was cutting my solitary way up the Thames, which flowed as before the ancient Britons were born, and saw it and built mud huts there among the primeval forest. And afterwards the Romans came, and saw it, and called it Thamesis, or Thamesis. That night, as I lay asleep on the cabin cushions of my little boat, under the lee of an island at Richmond, I had a clear dream, in which something or someone came to me and asked me a question. For it said, "Why do you go seeking another man? That you may fall upon him and kiss him? Or that you may fall upon him and murder him?" And I answered sullenly in my dream, I would not murder him. I do not wish to murder anyone. What was essential to me to know, with certainty, was whether I was really alone, for some instinct began to whisper me, "Find that out. Be sure, for without the assurance you can never be yourself." I passed into the great Midland Canal, and went northward, leisurely advancing, for I was in no hurry. The weather remained very calm, and great part of the country was still dressed in autumn leaves. I have written, I think, of the terrific character of the tempests witnessed in England since my return, while the calms were just as intense and novel. This observation was forced upon me, and I could not but be surprised. There seemed no middle course now. If there was a wind, it was a storm. If there was not a storm, no leaf stirred, not a roughening zephyr ran the water. I was reminded of maniacs that laugh now, and rave now, but never smile, and never sigh. On the 4th afternoon I passed by Leicester, and the next morning left my pleasant boat carrying maps and compass. At a small station took engine, bound for Yorkshire, where I loitered and idled away 2 foolish months. Sometimes I travelled by steam engine, sometimes by automobile, sometimes by bicycle, and sometimes on foot, till the autumn was quite over. There were 2 houses in London to which especially I had thought to go, one in Harley Street, and one in Hanover Street. But when it came to the point, I would not, and there was a little embowered home in Yorkshire, where I was born, to which I thought to go. But I would not, confining myself for many days to the eastern half of the country. One morning, while passing on foot along the coast wall from Bridlington to Flamborough, on turning my eyes from the sea, I was confronted by a thing which for a moment or two struck me with the most profound astonishment. I had come to a mansion surrounded by trees 300 yards from the cliffs. There, on a path at the bottom of the domain, right before me, was a board marked "Trespassers will be prosecuted." At once a mad desire, the first which I had, to laugh, to roar with laughter, to send wild echoes of merriment clapping along the chalk gullies, and abroad on the morning air, seized upon me. But I kept it under, though I could not help smiling at this poor man, with his little delusion that a part of the earth was his. Here the cliffs are, I should say, 70 feet high, broken by frequent slips in the upper stratum of clay. As I proceeded, climbing always, I encountered some rather formidable gullies in the chalk, down and then up, which I had to scramble. I came to a great mound or barrier, stretching right across the great promontory, and backed by a natural ravine. This, no doubt, had been raised as a rampart by some of those old invading pirate peoples, who had their hot life scuffle, and are done now like the rest. Going on, I came to a bay in the cliff, with a great number of boats lodged on the slopes, some quite high, though the declivities are steep. Toward the inner slopes is a lime kiln, which I explored, but found no one there. When I came out on the other side, I saw the village with an old tower at one end, or a bare stretch of land. Thence, after an hour's rest in the kitchen of a little inn, I went out to the coastguard station and the lighthouse. Looking across the sea eastward, the lightkeepers here must have seen that thick cloud of convolving browns and purples, perhaps mixed with small tongues of fire, slowly walking the water, its roof in the clouds, upon them. For this headland is in precisely the same longitude as London. Reckoning from the hour when, as recorded in the Times, the cloud was seen from Dover over Calais, London and Flamborough must have been overtaken soon after 3 o'clock on the Sunday afternoon, the 25th of July. At sight in open daylight of a doom so gloomy, prophesied, but perhaps hoped against to the last, and now come, the lightkeepers must have fled howling, supposing them to have so long remained faithful to duty. For here was no one, and in the village very few. In this lighthouse, which is a circular white tower 80 feet high, on the edge of the cliff is a book for visitors to sign their names. I will write something down here in black and white, for the secret is between God only and me. After reading a few of the names, I took my pencil, and I wrote my name there. The reef before the head stretches out 1/4 of a mile, looking bold in the dead, low water that then was. It showed to what extent the sea has pushed back this coast, 3 wrecks impaled on them, and a big steamer quite near, waiting for the first movements of the already strewn sea to perish. All along the cliff wall to the bluff crowned by Scarborough Castle northward, and to the low vanishing coast of Holderness southward, appeared those cracks and caves which had brought me here, though there seemed no attempts at barricades. However, I got down a rough slope of the south side to a rude wild beach, strewn with wave-worn masses of chalk. Never did I feel so paltry and short a thing as there, with far outstretched bays of crags about me, their bluffs encrusted at the base with stale old leprosies of shells and barnacles, and crass algae beards. Higher up, the white cliff was all stained and weather-spoiled, the rocks in some parts looking quite chalky, and elsewhere gleaming hard and dull like dirty marbles. In the huge withdrawals of the coast yawned darksome gullies and caverns. Here, in that morning's walk, I saw 3 little hermit crabs, a limpet, and 2 ninnycocks in a pool of weeds under a bearded rock. What astonished me here, and indeed above, everywhere, in London even, and other parts, was the incredible number of birds that strewed the ground. At some points they resembled a real rain, birds of nearly every sort, including tropic specimens. I had to conclude that they too had fled before the cloud from country to country, till, conquered by weariness and grief, and then by death. By climbing over rocks thick with periwinkles, and splashing through great sloppy stretches of crinkled seaweed, which gave a raw stench of brine, I entered the first of the gullies. It was a narrow, long, winding one, with sides polished by the sea wash, and the floor rising inwards. In the dark interior I struck matches, able still to hear from outside the ponderous, spasmodic rush and jostle of the sea between the crags of the reef, but now quite faintly. Here, I knew, I could meet only dead men. But, urged by some curiosity, I searched to the end, wading in the middle through a 3-foot depth of seaweed twine. But there was no one, and only belemnites and fossils in the chalk. I searched several to the south of the headland, and then went northward past it, toward another opening in place of perched boats, called in the map North Landing. Even now a distinct smell of fish, left by the old crabbers and herring fishers, was perceptible. A number of coves and bays opened as I proceeded. A faded green turf comes down in curves at some parts on the cliff brows, like wings of a young soldier's hair, parted in the middle and plastered on the brow. Isolated chalk masses are numerous, obelisks, top-heavy columns, bastions. At one point no less than 8 headlands stretched to the end of the world before me, each pierced by its arch, Norman or Gothic, in whole or in half. Here again caves, in one of which I found a carpet bag stuffed with a wet pulp like bread, and stuck to the rock, a Turkish tarbouch, and also under a limestone quarry 5 dead asses, but no man. The east coast had evidently been shunned. Finally in the afternoon I reached Filey, very tired, and there slept. I went onward by train engine all along the coast to a region of iron ore, alum, and jet excavations round Whitby and Middlesbrough. By byways, near the small place of Goldsborough, I got down to the shore at Kettleness, and reached the middle of a bay in which is a cave called the Hob Hole, with excavations all around, none of them depth, made by jet diggers and quarrymen. In the cave lay a small herd of cattle, though for what purpose put there I cannot guess, and in the jet excavations I found nothing. A little further south is the chief alum region, as at Sandsend. But as soon as I saw a works, and the great gap in the ground like a crater, where the lias is quarried, containing only heaps of alum shale, brushwood stacks, and piles of cement nodules extracted from the lias, I concluded that here could have been found no hiding. Nor did I purposely visit the others, though I saw 2 later on. From round Whitby and those rough moors I went on to Darlington, not far now from my home. But I would not continue that way, and after 2 days' indecisive lounging, started for Richmond and the lead mines about Arkengarth Dale, near Reeth. Here begins a region of mountains, various with glens, fells, screes, scars, swards, becks, passes, villages, river-heads, and dales. Some of the faces which I saw in it almost seemed to speak to me in a broad dialect which I knew, but they were not numerous in proportion, for all this country must have had its population multiplied by at least some hundreds. The villages had rather the air of Danube, Levant, or Spanish villages. In one, named Marek, I saw that the street had become the scene either of a great battle or a great massacre. Soon I was everywhere coming upon men and women, English and foreign, dead from violence, cracked heads, wounds, unhung jaws, broken limbs, and so on. Instead of going direct to the mines from Reeth, that waywardness which now rules my mind, as squalls an abandoned boat, took me somewhat further southwest to the village of Thwaite. I actually could not enter, so occupied with dead was every spot in which the eye rested 100 yards about it. Not far from here I turned up, on foot now, a very steep stony road to the right, which leads over the Buttertubs Pass into Wensleydale. The day was very warm and bright, with large clouds that looked like lakes of molten silver giving off grey fumes in their centre. They cast moody shadows over the dale, which below Thwaite expands, showing Mucar 2 miles off, the largest village of Upper Swaledale. Soon, climbing, I could look down upon miles of Swaledale and the hills beyond, a rustic panorama of glens and grass, river, and cloud shadow. There was something of lightness in my step that fair day, for I had left all my maps and things, except one, at Reeth, to which I meant to return, and the earth, which is very good, was mine. The ascent was rough, and also long, but if I paused and looked behind, I saw man's notion of a heaven, a paradise, reserved for the spirits of the good, clearly arose from impressions which the earth made upon his mind. For no paradise can be fairer than this, just as his notion of a hell arose from the squalid mess into which his own foolish habits of thought and action turned this paradise. At least, so it struck me then. Thinking it, there was a hiss in my breath, as I went up into what more and more acquired the character of a mountain pass, with points of almost alpine savagery. For after I had skirted the edge of a deep glen on the left, the slopes changed in character. Heather was on the mountain sides. A fretting beck sent up its noise, then screes, and scars, and a considerable waterfall, and a landscape of crags, and lastly a broad and rather desolate summit, palpably nearer the clouds. 2 days later I was at the mines. Here I first saw that widespread scene of horror with which I have since become familiar. The story of 6 out of 10 of them is the same, and short. Selfish owners, an ousted world, an easy bombardment, and the destruction of all concerned, before the arrival of the cloud in many cases. About some of the Durham pit mouths I have been given the impression that the human race lay collected there. The notion of hiding himself in a mine must have occurred to every man alive, and sent him thither. In these lead mines, as in most vein mining, there are more shafts than collieries, and hardly any attempt at artificial ventilation, except at rises, winzes, and cul-de-sacs. I found, accordingly, that, though the depth does not exceed 300 feet, suffocation must often have anticipated the other dreaded death. In nearly every shaft, both uptake and downtake, was a ladder, either of the mine or of the fugitives. I was able to descend without difficulty, having dressed myself in a house at the village in a checked flannel shirt, a pair of 2-button trousers with circles of leather at the knees, thick boots, and a miner's hat. The hat had a leather socket attached to it, into which fitted a straight handle from a cylindrical candlestick. With this light, and also a Davy lamp, which I carried about with me for a good many months, I lived for the most part in the depths of the earth, searching for the treasure of a life, to find everywhere, in English duckies, Pomeranian women in gaudy stiff cloaks, the Wallachian, the Mameluke, the Kirghiz, the Bonze, the Imam, and almost every type of man. End of section 12. Recording by Graham Macmillan, San Diego, California.
The Purple Cloud, Section 13. Section 13 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phibbs Shiel. Section 13. One most brilliant autumn day I walked by the village market cross at Barnard, come at last, but with a tenderness in my heart and a reluctance to where I was born, for I said I would go and see my sister Ada and the other old one. I leaned and loitered a long time on the bridge, gazing up the craggy height, which is heavy with waving wood, and crowned by the castle tower, the Tees sweeping round the mountain base, smooth here and sunlit, but a mile down, where I wished to go, but would not, brawling, bedraggled, and lacerated, like a sweet strumpet, all shallow among rocks on the reaches of shadow, the shadow of Rugby woods. I climbed very leisurely up the hillside, having in my hand a bag with a meal, and up the stair in the wall to the top I went, where there is no parapet, but a massiveness of wall that precludes danger, and here, in my miner's attire, I sat 3 hours, brooding sleepily upon the scene of lush umbrageous old wood that marks the long way the river takes, from Marwood Chase, up above, and where the rapid Balder bickers in, down to Bowery Rugby, touched now with autumn, the thickness of trees lessening away towards the uplands, where there are far etherealized stretches of fields within hedgerows, and in the sunny mirage of the farthest azure remoteness hints of lonesome moorland. It was not till near 3 that I went down along the river, then near Rugby, traversing the old meadow, and ascending the old hill, and there, as of old, was the little black square with yellow letters on the gate wall, Hunt Hill House. No part, no house, I believe, of this countryside was empty of strange corpses, and they were in Hunt Hill too. I saw 3 in the weedy plot to the right of the garden path, where once the hawthorn and lilac tree had grown, from well-rolled grass, and in the little bush wilderness to the left, which was always a wilderness, 1 more, and in the breakfast room to the right of the hall, 3, and in a new wooden clinker built attachment opening upon the breakfast room, 2, half under the billiard table, and in her room overlooking the porch on the first floor, the long thin form of my mother on her bed, with crushed in temple, and at the foot of the bed, face downward on the floor, black-haired Ada in a night-dress. Of all the men and women who died, they 2 alone had burying, for I digged a hole with a stable spade under the front lilac, and wound them in the sheets, foot and form and head, and, not without throes and qualms, I bore and buried them there. Some time passed after this before the long, multitudinous and perplexing task of visiting the mine regions again claimed me. I found myself at a place called Ingleboro, which is a big table mountain with a top of 15 to 20 acres, from which the sea is visible across Lancashire to the west, and in the sides of this strange hill are a number of caves which I searched during 3 days, sleeping in a garden shed at a very rural and flower-embowered village, for every room in it was thronged. A place marked Clapham in the chart in Clapdale, which latter is a dale penetrating the slopes of the mountain, and there I found by far the greatest of the caves which I saw, having ascended a path from the village to a hollow between 2 grass slopes, where there is a beck, and so entering an arch to the left, screened by trees, into the limestone cliff. The passage narrows pretty rapidly inwards, and I had not proceeded 2 yards before I saw the clear traces of a great battle there. All this region had, in fact, been invaded, for the cave must have been famous, though I did not remember it myself, and for some miles round the dead were pretty frequent, making the immediate approach to the cave a matter for care, if the food was to be saved from pollution. It is clear that there had been an iron gate across the entrance, and within this a wall had been built across, shutting in I do not know how many, perhaps 1 or 2, perhaps hundreds, and both gate and wall had been stormed and broken down, for there still were the sledges and rocks which, without doubt, had done it. I had a lamp, and at my forehead the lighted candle, and I went on quickly, seeing it useless now to choose my steps where there was no choice, through a passage encrusted, roof and sides with a scabrous petrified lichen, the roof low for some 90 yards, covered with down-looking cones like an inverted forest of children's toy trees. I then came to a round hole, apparently artificial, opening through a curtain of stalagmitic formation into a great cavern beyond, which was quite animated and festal with flashes, sparkles, and diamond lustres, hung in their myriads upon a movement of the eye, these being produced by large numbers of snowy wet stalagmites, very large and high, down the centre of which ran a continuous long lane of clothes and hats and faces. With hasty reluctant feet I somehow passed over them, the cave all the time widening, thousands of stalactites appearing on the roof of every size, from virgin breasts to giant's club, and now everywhere the wet drip, as it were a populous busy bazaar of perspiring brows and hurrying feet, in which the only business is to drip. Where stalactite meets stalagmite, there are pillars. Where stalactite meets stalactite, in fissures long or short, there are elegances, flimsy draperies, delicate fantasies. There were also pools of water in which hung heads and feet, and they were vacant spots at outlying spaces, where the arched roof, which continually heightened itself, was reflected in the chill gleam of the floor. Suddenly the roof came down, the floor went up, and they seemed to meet before me. But looking, I found a low opening, through which, throwing myself on the belly over slime for some yards in repulsive proximity to dead personalities, I came out upon a floor of sand and pebbles, under a long dry tunnel, arched and narrow, grim and dull, without stalactites, suggestive of monks and catacomb vaults, and the route to the grave. And here the dead were much fewer, proving either that the general mob had not had time to penetrate so far inward, or else that those within, if they were numerous, had gone out to defend or to hearken to the storm of their citadel. This passage led me into an open space, the grandest of all, loftily vaulted, full of genie riches and buried treasures of light, the million-fold ensemble of lustres, dancing Scottish she, with the eye, as it moved or was still. This place, I should guess, being quite half a mile from the entrance. My prying lantern showed me here only 19 dead, men of various nations, and at the far end 2 holes in the floor, large enough to admit the body, through which from below came up a sound of falling water. Both of these holes, I could see, had been filled with cement concrete, wisely, I fancy, for a current of air from somewhere seemed to be now passing through them, and this would have resulted in the death of the hiders. Both, however, of the fillings had been broken through, one partially, the other wholly, by the ignorant, I presume, who thought to hide in a secret place yet beyond, where they may have been believed, on seeing the artificial work that others were. I had my ear a long time at one of these openings, listening to that mysterious chant down below in a darkness most murky and dismal, and afterwards, spurred by the stubborn will which I had to be thorough, I went back, took a number of outer ropes from the bodies, tied them well together, then one end round the nearest pillar, and having put my mouth to the hole, calling, "Anyone! Anyone!" let myself down by the rope of garments, the candle at my head. I had not, however, descended far into those mournful shades, when my right foot plunged into water, and instantly the feeling of terror pierced me, that all the evil things in the universe were at my leg to drag me down to hell. And I was up quicker than I went down, nor did my flight cease till, with a sigh of deliverance, I found myself in open air. After this, seeing that the autumn warmth was passing away, I set myself with more system to my task, and within the next 6 months worked with a steadfast will and strenuous assiduity, seeking not indeed for a man in a mine, but for some evidence of the possibility that a man might be alive, visiting in that time Northumberland and Durham, Fife and Kinross, South Wales and Monmouthshire, Cornwall and the Midlands, the lead mines of Derbyshire, of Allendale and other parts of Northumberland, of Alston Moor and other parts of Cumberland, of Arkindale and other parts of Yorkshire, of the western part of Durham and Salop, of Cornwall, on the Mendip hills of Somersetshire, of Flint, Cardigan and Montgomery, of Lanark and Argyll, of the Isle of Man, of Waterford and down. I have gone down the 360 feet Grand Pipe iron ladder of the abandoned graphite mine at Barrowdale in Cumberland, halfway up a mountain 2,000 feet high, and visited where cobalt and manganese ore is mined in pockets at the Fuel Herdog mine near Rhyl in Flintshire, and the lead and copper Newton Stewart workings in Galloway. The Bristol coalfields and mines of South Staffordshire, whereas in Somerset, Gloucester, and Shropshire the veins are thin, and the mining system is the lone wall, whereas in the northern Wales the system is the pillar and stone. I have visited the open workings for iron ores of Northamptonshire, and the underground stone quarries, and the underground slate quarries with their alternate pillars and chambers in the Fistiniong district of North Wales. Also the rock salt workings, the tin, copper, and cobalt workings of Cornwall, and where the minerals were brought to the surface on the backs of men, and where they were brought by added levels provided with railroads, and where, as in all Cornish mines, there are two ladders in the shaft, moved up and down alternately, see-saw, and by skipping from one to the other at right moments you ascended or descended, and where the drawing up is by a gin or horse wind with a vertical drum. The Tisbury and Chilmark quarries in Wiltshire, the Spinwell and Cliffwood quarries in Yorkshire, and every tunnel and every recorded hole, for something urged within me, saying, "You must be sure first, or you can never be yourself." At the Farnbrook coal field in the Red Coal Pit, my inexperience nearly ended my life, for though I had a minute theoretical knowledge of all British workings, I was, in my practical relation to them, like a man who has learned seamanship on shore. At this place the dead were accumulated, I think beyond precedent, the dark plain around for at least 3 miles being as strewn as a ribbed field with stacks, and near the bank much more strewn than stack fields, filling the only house within sight of the pit mouth. The small place provided for the company's officials, and even lying over the great mountain heap of work composed of the shale and debris of the working. Here I arrived on the morning of the 15th December, to find that, unlike the others, there was here no rope ladder, or other contrivance fixed by the fugitives in the ventilating shaft, which usually is not very deep, being also the pumping shaft, containing a plug rod at one end of the beam engine which works the pumps. But looking down the shaft, I discerned a vague mass of clothes, and afterwards a thing that could only be a rope ladder, which a batch of the fugitives, by hanging to it, their united weight must have dragged down upon themselves to prevent the descent of yet others. My only way of going down, therefore, was by the pit mouth, and as this was an important place, after some hesitation I decided, very rashly. First I provided for my coming up, again by getting a great coil of half-inch rope, which I found in the bailie's office, probably 130 fathoms long. Rope at most mines being so plentiful that it almost seemed as if each fugitive had provided himself in that way. This length of rope I threw over the vane of the vane engine in the bight where it sustains the rod, and paid one end down the shaft till both were at the bottom. In this way I could come up by tying one rope end to the rope ladder hoisting it, fastening the other end below, and climbing the ladder, and then I set to work to light the pit mouth engine fire to effect my descent. This done, I started the engine, and brought up the cage from the bottom, the 300 yards of wire rope winding, with a quaint deliberateness round the drum, reminding me of a camel's nonchalant, leisurely obedience. When I saw the 4 meeting chains of the cage roof emerge, the pointed roof and 2-sided frame, I stopped the ascent, and next attached to the knock-off gear a long piece of twine which I had provided, carried the other end to the cage, in which I had 5 companions, lit my hat candle, which was my test for choke damp and the davy, and without the least reflection pulled the string. That hole was 900 feet deep. First the cage gave a little up-leap, and then began to descend quite normally, I thought, though the candle at once went out. Nor had I the least fear. A strong current of air indeed blew up the shaft, but that happens in shafts. This current, however, soon became too vehemently boisterous for anything. I saw the lamp light struggle, the dead cheeks quiver. I heard the cage shoes go singing down the wire rope guides, and quicker we went, and quicker, that facile descent of Avernus, slipping lightly, then ranging, with the sparks at the shoes and guides, and a hurricane in my ears and eyes and mouth. When we bumped upon the docks at the bottom, I was tossed a foot upwards with the stern-faced others, and then lay among them in the 8-foot space without consciousness. It was only when I sat an hour later, disgustedly reflecting of this incident, that I remembered that there was always some hand working of the engine during the cage descents, an engine man reversing the action by a handle at every stroke of the piston, to prevent bumping. However, the only permanent injury was to the lamp, and I found many others inside. I got out into the coal hole, a large black hole 70 feet square by 15 high, the floor paved with iron sheets. There were some little holes round the wall, dug for some purpose which I never could discover, some wagons full of coal and shale standing about, and all among the wagons, and on them and under them, bodies, clothes. I got a new lamp, pouring in my oil, and went down a long steep docky road, very rough, with numerous rollers, over which ran a rope to the pit mouth, for drawing up the wagons, and in the sides here, at regular intervals, manholes, within which to rescue oneself from down-tearing wagons, and within these manholes, here and there a bed, and in others every sort of food, and at one placed on the right a high dead heap, and the air here hot at 64 or 65 degrees, and getting hotter with the descent. The donkey led me down into a standing, a space with a turntable of unusual size, which I made my base for operations for exploring. Here was a very considerable number of pond-shaped pots on carriages, and also wagons, such as took the new mine coal from pot to pit mouth, and raying out from this open standing several avenues, some ascending as gogs, some descending as dipples, and the dead here all arranged in groups, the heads of this group pointing up this gog, of that group toward that twin way, of that other down that dipple, and the central space where weighing was done almost empty, and the dark some silence of this deep place, with all these multitudes, I found extremely gravitating and hypnotic, drawing me too into their great passion of silence, in which they lay, all, so fixed and veteran, and at one time I fell a staring nearer perhaps to death and the empty gulf that I knew, But I said I would be strong, and not sink into their habit of stillness, but let them keep to their own way, and follow their own fashion, and I would keep to my own way, and follow my own fashion, nor yield to them, though I was but one against many. And I roused myself with a shudder, and set to work, caught hold of the drum chain of a long gog, and planting my feet on the chalk holes in which rested the wheels of the pot carriages that used to come roaring down the gog, I got up, stooping under a roof only 3 feet high, till I came near the end of the ascent, upon the scene of another battle, for in this gog about 15 of the mine hands had clothed to wall themselves in, and had done it, and I saw them lie there all by themselves through the broken cement, with their bare feet, trousers, naked bodies all black, visage all fierce and wild, the grime still streaked with sweat furrows, the candle in their rimless hats, and outside their own getting mattocks and boring irons to besiege them. From the bottom of this gog I went along a very undulated twin way, into which, every 30 yards or so, opened one of those steep pathways which they call stopples, the twin ways having plates of about 2½ feet gauge, for the pots from the headings or workings above to come down upon, full of coal and shale. And all about here in twin way and topples were ends and corners, and not one had been left without its walling in, and only one was then intact, some, I fancied, having been broken open by their own builders at the spur of suffocation or hunger, and the one intact I broke into with a mattock. It was only a thin cake of plaster, but airtight, and in a space not 7 feet long behind it I found the very ill-smelling corpse of a carting boy, with gauze and togger at his feet, and the pad which protected his head in pushing the pots, and a great heap of loaves, sardines, and bottled beer against the walls, and 5 or 6 mice that suddenly pitched screaming through the opening which I made, greatly startling me, there being of dead mice an extraordinary number in all this mine region. I went back to the standing, and at one point in the ground, where there was a windlass and change, lowered myself down a cut, a small pit sunk perpendicularly to a lower coal stratum, and here, almost thinking I could hear the perpetual rat-tat of notice once exchanged between the pot boys below and the windlass boys above, I proceeded down a dipple to another place like a standing, for in this mine there were 6 or perhaps 7 veins, and there immediately I came upon the acme of the horrible drama of this Tartarus, for all here was not merely crowded, but at some points a packed congestion of flesh, giving out the strong smell of the pitch, curiously mixed with the stale coal odor of the pit, for here ventilation must have been very limited, and a large number of these masses had been shot down by only 3 hands, as I found, for through 3 hermetical holes in a plaster wall built across a large gog projected a little the muzzles of 3 rifles, which must have glutted themselves with slaughter, and when, after a horror of disgust, having swum as it were through a dead sea, I got to the wall, I peeped from a small clear space before it through a hole, and made out a man, 2 youths in their teens, 2 women, 3 girls, and piles of cartridges and provisions. The whole had no doubt been broken from within at the spur of suffocation, when the poison must have entered. I conjecture that here must be the mine owner, director, manager, or something of that sort, with his family. In another dipole region, when I had reascended to a higher level, I nearly fainted before I could retire from the commencement of a region of afterdamp, where there had been an explosion, the bodies laying all hairless, devastated, and grotesque. But I did not desist from searching every other quarter, no momentary work, for not till near 6 did I go up by the pumping shaft rope ladder. End of section 13. Recorded by Gabby Cowan in Kingston, Ontario, Canada.
Section 14 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 14. One day, standing in that wild region of bare rock and sea, called Cornwall Point, whence one can see the crags and Postilion wild rocks, where Land's End dashes out into the sea, and all the wild blue sea between, and not a house in sight, save the chimney of some little mill-like place peeping between the rocks inland. On that day I finished what I may call my official search. In going away from that place, walking northward, I came upon a lonely house by the sea, a very beautiful house, made, it was clear, by an artist of the bungalow type, with an exquisitely seaside expression. I went to it and found its special feature a spacious loggia, or veranda, sheltered by the overhanging upper story. Up to the first floor the exterior is of stone in rough-hewn blocks with a distinct batter, while extra protection from weather is afforded by green slating above. The roofs, of low pitch, are also covered with green slates, and a feeling of strength and repose is heightened by the very long horizontal lines. At one end of the loggia is a hexagonal turret, opening upon the loggia, containing a study or nook. In front, the garden slopes down to the sea, surrounded by an architectural sea-wall, and in this place I lived 3 weeks. It was the house of the poet Macon, whose name, when I saw it, I remembered very well, and he had married a very beautiful young girl of 18, obviously Spanish, who lay on the bed in the large, bright bedroom to the right of the loggia, on her left exposed breast being a baby with an india-rubber comforter in its mouth. Both mother and child wonderfully preserved, she still quite lovely, white brow under low curves of black hair. The poet, strange to say, had not died with them, but sat in the sitting room behind the bedroom in a long, loose, silky gray jacket, at his desk, actually writing a poem, writing, I could see, furiously fast, the place all littered with written leaves, at 3 o'clock in the morning, when, as I knew, the cloud overtook this end of Cornwall, and stopped them and put his head to rest on the desk. And the poor little wife must have got sleepy, waiting for it to come, perhaps sleepless for many long nights before, and gone to bed, he perhaps promising to follow in a minute to die with her, but bent upon finishing that poem, and writing feverishly on, running a race with the cloud, thinking, no doubt, just 2 couplets more, till the thing came, and put his head to rest on the desk, poor Karl. And I do not know that I ever encountered aught so complimentary to my race as this dead poet Macon, and his race with the cloud. For it is clear now that the better kind of those poet men did not write to please the vague inferior tribes who might read them, but to deliver themselves of the divine warmth that thronged in their bosom. And if all the readers were dead, still they would have written, and for God to read, they wrote. At any rate, I was so pleased with these poor people that I stayed with them 3 weeks, sleeping under blankets on a couch in the drawing-room, a place full of lovely pictures and faded flowers, like all the house. For I would not touch the young mother to remove her, and finding on Macon's desk a big notebook with soft covers, dappled red and yellow, not yet written in, I took it and a pencil, and in the little turret nook wrote day after day for hours this account of what has happened, nearly as far as it has now gone. And I think that I may continue to write it, for I find in it a strange consolation and companionship. In the Severn Valley, somewhere in the plain between Gloucester and Shelton, in a rather lonely spot, I at that time travelling on a tricycle motor, I spied a curious erection and went to it. I found it of considerable size, perhaps 50 feet square and 30 high, made of pressed bricks, the perfectly flat roof too of brick, and not one window, and only one door. This door, which I found open, was rimmed all around its slanting rims with india rubber, and when closed must have been perfectly airtight. Just inside I came upon 15 English people of the dressed class, except 2 who were evidently bricklayers, 6 ladies and 9 men, and at the further end 2 more, men, who had their throats cut. Along one wall from end to end were provisions, and I saw a chest full of mixed potassic chlorate and black oxide of manganese, with an apparatus for heating it and producing oxygen, a foolish thing, for additional oxygen could not alter the quantity of breathed carbonic anhydride, which is a direct narcotic poison. Whether the 2 with cut throats had sacrificed themselves for the others, when breathing difficulties commenced, or been killed by the others, was not clear. When they could bear it no longer, they must have finally opened the door, hoping that by then, after the passage of many days perhaps, the outer air would be harmless, and so met their death. I believe that this erection must have been run up by their own hands under the direction of the 2 bricklayers, for they could not, I suppose, have got workmen, except on the condition of the workmen's admission, on which condition they would naturally employ as few as possible. In general, I remarked that the rich must have been more urgent and earnest in seeking escape than the others, for the poor realized only the near and visible, lived in today, and cherished the always false notion that tomorrow would be just like today. In an outpatient's waiting room, for instance, in the Gloucester Infirmary, I chanced to see an astonishing thing: 5 bodies of poor old women in shawls, come to have their ailments seen to, on the day of doom, and these, I concluded, had been unable to realize that anything would really happen to the daily old earth which they knew, and had walked with assurance on. For if everybody was to die, they must have thought, who would preach in the cathedral on Sunday evenings? So they could not have believed. In an adjoining room sat an old doctor at a table, the stethoscope tips still clinging in his ears, a woman with bared chest before him, and I thought to myself, well, this old man too died doing his work. In this same infirmary there was one surgical ward, for in a listless mood I went over it, where patients had died not of the poison nor of suffocation but of hunger. For the doctors or someone had made the long room airtight, double boarding the windows, felting the doors, and then locking them outside. They themselves may have perished before their precautions for the imprisoned patients were complete. For I found a heap of maimed shapes, mere skeletons, crowded round the door within. I knew very well that they had not died of the cloud poison, for the pestilence of the ward was unmixed with that odour of peach, which did not fail to have more or less embalming effects upon the bodies, which it saturated. I rushed stifling from that place, and thinking it a pity, and a danger, that such a horror should be, I at once set to work to gather combustibles to burn the building to the ground. It was while I sat in an armchair in the street the next afternoon, smoking and watching the flames of this structure, that something was suddenly born in me, something from the lowest hell, and I smiled a smile that never yet man smiled, and I said, I will burn, I will burn, I will return to London. While I was on this eastward journey, stopping for the night at the town of Swindon, I had a dream. For I dreamed that a little brown, bald old man with a bent back, whose beard ran in one thin streamlet of silver from his chin to trail along the ground, said to me, "You think that you are alone on the earth, its sole despot? Well, have your fling, but as sure as God lives, as God lives, as God lives," he repeated it 6 times, "sooner or later, later or sooner, you will meet another." And I started from that frightful sleep with the brow of a corpse wet with sweat. I returned to London on the 29th of March, arriving within 100 yards of the Northern Station one windy dark evening about 8, where I alighted and walked to Euston Road, then eastward along it, till I came to a shop which I knew to be a jeweller's, though it was too dark to see any painted words. The door, to my annoyance, was locked, like nearly all the shop doors in London. I therefore went looking near the ground, and into a cart for something heavy. Very soon saw a labourer's ponderous boots, cut one from the shrivelled foot, and set to beat at the glass till it came raining, then knocked away the bottom splinters, and entered. No horrors now at that clatter of broken glass, no sick qualms, my pulse steady, my head high, my step royal, my eye cold and calm. 8 months previously I had left London a poor burdened cowering wight. I could scream with laughter now at that folly. But it did not last long. I returned to it, the Sultan. No private palace being near, I was going to that great hotel in Bloomsbury, but though I knew that numbers of candlesticks would be there, I was not sure that I should find sufficient, for I had acquired the habit within the past few months of sleeping with at least 60 lighted about me, and their form, pattern, style, age, and material was of no small importance. I selected 10 from the broken shop, 8 gold and silver, and 2 of old ecclesiastical brass, and having made a bundle, went out, found a bicycle at the Metropolitan Station, pumped it, tied my bundle to the handlebar, and set off riding. But since I was too lazy to walk, I should certainly have procured some other means of travelling, for I had not gone 10 jolted and creaking yards when something went snap. It was a front fork, and I found myself half on the ground and half across the bare knees of a Highland soldier. I flew with a shower of kicks upon the foolish thing, but that booted nothing, and this was my last attempt in that way in London, the streets being in an unsuitable condition. All that dismal night it blew great guns, and during nearly 3 weeks, till London was no more, there was a storm, with hardly a lull, that seemed to behowl her destruction. End of section 14.
Section 15 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 15. I slept in a room on the 2nd floor of a Bloomsbury hotel that night, and waking the next day at 10, ate with accursed shiverings in the cold banqueting room. Went out then, and under 3-year low skies, walked a long way to the West District, accompanied all the time by a sound of flapping flags, fluttering robes and rags, and grotesquely grim glimpses of decay. It was pretty cold, and though I was warmly clad, the base bizarrerie of the European clothes which I wore had become a perpetual offence and mockery in my eyes. At the first moment, therefore, I set out whither I knew that I should find such clothes as a man might wear, to the Turkish Embassy in Bryanston Square. I found it opened, and all the house, like most other houses, almost carpeted with dead forms. I had been acquainted with Rediscover Pasha, and cast an eye about for him amid that invasion of Baal Hanums, fierce-looking Caucasians in skins of beast, a Sheikh ul Islam in green cloak, a Khalifa, 3 emirs in cashmere turbans, 2 Siganis, their gaudy brown mortality more glaring abominably than even the Westerns. I could recognize no Redosa here, but the stair was fairly clear, and I soon came to one of those boudoirs which sweetly recall the deep-buried inner seclusion and dim sanctity of the Eastern home. A door encrusted with mother-of-pearl sculpture ceiling, candles clustered in tulips and roses of opal, a brazen brasero, and all in disarray the silken chemise, the long winter kaftan, doubled with furs, costly cabinets, sachets of aromas, babooshes, stuffs of silk. When after 2 hours I went from the house, I was bathed, anointed, combed, scented, and robed. I have said to myself, I will ravage and riot in my kingdoms. I will rage like the Caesars, and be withering blight where I pass like Sennacherib, and wallow in soft delights like Sardanapalus. I will build me a palace, vast as a city, in which to strut and parade my monarchy before the heavens, with stones of pure molten gold, and raw frontispieces of diamond, and cupola of amethyst, and pillars of pearl. For there were many men to the eye, but there was only one, really, and I was he, and always I knew it. Some faintest secret whisper which whispered me, you are the arch one, the motif of the world, Adam, and the rest of men not much. And they are all gone, all, as no doubt they deserved, and I, as was meet, remain. And there are wines and opiums and hashish, and there are oils and spices, fruits and bivalve, and soft breathing Cyclades, and scarlet luxurious Orients. I would be restless and turbulent in my territories, and again I will be languishing and fond. I will say to my soul, be full. I watch my mind as in the old days I would watch a new precipitate in a test tube to see into what sediment it would settle. I am very averse to trouble of any sort, so that the necessity for the simplest manual operations will rouse me to indignation. But if a thing will contribute largely to my ever-growing voluptuousness, I will undergo a considerate amount of labor to accomplish it, though without a steady effort, being liable to side winds and whims, and purposeless relaxations. In the country I became very irritable at the need which confronted me of occasionally cooking some green vegetable, the only item of food which it was necessary to take some trouble over, for all meats and many fish, some quite delicious, I find already prepared in forms which will remain good probably a century after my death, should I ever die. In Gloucester, however, I found peas, asparagus, olives, and other greens already prepared to be eaten without base cares, and these, I now see, exist everywhere in stores, so vast comparatively to the needs of a single man, that they may be called infinite. Everything, in fact, is infinite, compared with my needs. I take my meals, therefore, without more trouble than a man who had to carve his joint or chicken, though even that little I sometimes find most irksome. There remains the detestable degradation of lighting fires for warmth, which I have occasionally to do, for the fire at the hotel invariably goes out while I sleep. But that is an inconvenience of this vile northern island only, to which I shall soon bid eternal glad farewells. During the afternoon of my second day in London, I sought out a strong petrol motor in Holborn, overhauled and oiled it a little, and set off over Blackfriars Bridge, making for Woolwich through that other more putrid London on the South River side. One after the other I connected, as I came upon them, 2 drays, a cab, and a private carriage to my motor in line behind. Having cut away the withered horses, and using the reins, chain harness, and as impromptu couplings, and with this novel train I rumbled eastward. Halfway I happened to look at my old silver chronometer of boreal days, which I have kept carefully wound, and how I can be still thrown into these sudden frantic agitations by a nothing, my good God, I do not know. This time it was only the simple fact that the hands chanced to point to 3:10 p.m., the precise moment at which all the clocks of London had stopped, for each town has its 1,000 weird forefingers pointing still to the moment of doom. In London it was 3:10 on a Sunday afternoon. I first noticed it going up the river on the face of the Big Ben of the Parliament House, and I now find that they all have this 3:10 mania. Timekeepers still, but keepers of the end of time, fixedly noting for ever and ever that one moment. The cloud mass of 5 penetrating scoriae must have instantly stopped their works, and they had fallen silent with man. But in their insistence upon this particular minute I had found something so hideously solemn, yet mock solemn, personal, and as it were addressed to me, that when my own watch dared to point to the same moment, I was thrown into one of those sudden paroxysmal, panting turmoils of mind, half rage, half horror, which have hardly once visited me since I left the Boreal. On the morrow, alas, another awaited me, and again on the second morrow after. My train was execrably slow, and not until after 5 did I arrive at the entrance gates of the Woolwich Royal Arsenal, and seeing that it was too late to work, I uncoupled the motor, and leaving the others there, turned back. But overtaken by lassitude, I procured candles, stopped at the Greenwich Observatory, and in that old dark pile remained for the night, listening to a furious storm. But stir by 8 the next morning, I got back by 10 to the Arsenal, and proceeded to analyze that vast and multiple entity. Many parts of it seemed to have been abandoned in undisciplined haste, and in the cap factory which I first entered, I found tools by which to effect entry into any desired part. My first search was for time fuses of good type, of which I needed 2,000 or 3,000, and after a wearily long time found a great number, symmetrically arranged in rows in a range of buildings called the Ordnance Store Department. I then descended, walked back to the wharf, brought up my train, and began to lower the fuses in bagfuls by ropes through a chute, letting go each rope as the fuses reached the cart. However, on winding one fuse, I found that the mechanism would not go, choked with scoriae, and I had to resign myself to the task of opening and dusting every one. A wretched labor in which I spent that day, like a workman. But about 4 I threw them to the devil, having done 200 odd, and then hummed back in the motor to London. That same evening at 6 I paid for the first time a visit to my old self in Harley Street. It was getting dark, and a bleak storm that hooted like whooping cough swept the world. At once I saw that even I had been invaded, for my door swung open, banging a lowered catch preventing it from slamming. In the passage the car lamp showed me a young man who seemed a Jew, sitting as if in sleep with dropped head, a back-tilted silk hat pressed down upon his head to the ears, and lying on face or back or side 6 more, one girl with Arlesian head dress, one a negress, one a Deal lifeboatsman, and 3 of certain race. The first room, the waiting room, is much more numerously occupied, though there still on the table lies the volume of Punch, the Gentlewoman, and the book of London views in heliograph. Behind these, descending 2 steps, is the study and consulting room, and there, as ever, the revolving cover oak writing desk, but on my little shabby red sofa a large lady, much too big for it, in shimmering brown silk. Round her left wrist a trousseau of massive gold trinkets, her head dropped right back, almost severed by an infernal gash from the throat. Here were 2 old silver candlesticks, which I lit and went upstairs. In the drawing-room sat my old housekeeper, placidly dead in a rocking chair, her left hand pressing down a batch of the open piano keys, among many strangers. But she was very good. She had locked my bedroom against intrusion, and as the door stands across a corner behind a green baize curtain, it had not been seen, or at least not forced. I did not know where the key might be, but a few thumps with my back drove it open, and there lay my bed intact, and everything tidy. This was a strange coming back to it, Adam. But what intensely interested me in that room was a big thing standing at the maroon and gold wall between wardrobe and dressing table, that gilt frame, and that man painted within in there. It was myself in oils, done by I forget his name now. A towering celebrity he was, and rather a close friend of mine at one time. In a studio in St. John's Wood, I remember, he did it, and many people said that it was quite a great work of art. I suppose I was standing before it quite 30 minutes that night, holding up the bits of candle, lost in wonder, in amused contempt at that thing there. It is I, certainly, that I must admit. There is the high curving brow, really a king's brow after all, it strikes me now, and that vacillating look about the eyes and mouth which used to make my sister Ada say, "Adam is weak and luxurious." Yes, that is wonderfully done. The eyes, that dear vacillating look of mine, for although it's rather a staring look, yet one can almost see the dark pupils stir from side to side, very well done. And there is the longish face, and the rather thin stuck-out moustache, showing both lips, which pout a bit, and there is the nearly black hair, and there is the rather visible punch, and there is, oh heaven, the neat pink cravat. Ah, it must have been that, the cravat, that made me burst out in laughter so loud, mocking and uncontrollable, the moment my eye rested there. "Adam Jeffson," I muttered reproachfully, when it was over, "could that poor thing in the frame have been you?" I cannot quite state why the tendency toward Orientalism, Oriental dress, all the manner of an Oriental monarch, has taken full possession of me, but so it is, for surely I am hardly any longer a Western, modern mind, but a primitive and Eastern one. Certainly that cravat in the frame has receded a million leagues, 10,000 forgotten aeons from me. Whether this is a result due to my own personality, of old acquainted with Eastern notions, or whether perhaps it is a natural accident to any mind wholly freed from trammels, I do not know. But I seem to have gone right back to the very beginnings, and resemblance with man in his first simple gaudy conditions. My hair, as I sit here writing, already hangs a black oiled string down my back. My scented beard sweeps in two opening wicks to my ribs. I have the izar, a pair of drawers of yonami, cloth like cotton, but with yellow stripes. Over this a soft shirt of kwamis of white silk, reaching to my calves. Over this a short vest of gold embroidered crimson, the suderi. Over this a kaftan of green striped silk, reaching to the ankles, with wide long sleeves divided at the wrist, and bound at the waist with a voluminous gaudy shawl of cashmere for girdle. Over this a warm, wide flowing torrent of white drapery, lined with ermine. On my head is the skull cap, covered with a high crimson cap with deep blue tassel, and on my feet is a pair of thin yellow morocco shoes, covered over with thick red morocco babooshes. My ankles, my 10 fingers, my wrist, are heavy with gold and silver ornaments, and in my ears, which with considerable pain I bore 3 days since, are 2 needle splinters to prepare the holes for rings. Oh, liberty! I am free. While I was going to visit my old home in Harley Street that night, at the very moment when I turned from Oxford Street to Cavendish Square, this thought, fiercely hissed into my ears, was all of a sudden sitting in me. If now I should lift my eyes and see a man walking yonder, just yonder, at the corner there, turning from Harewood Place into Oxford Street, what, my good God, should I do? I, without even a knife to run and plunge it into his heart? And I turned my eyes, ogling suspicious eyes of furtive horror, reluctantly lingering turned, and I peered deeply with lowered brows across the murky winds at the same spot, but no man was there. Hideously frequent is this nonsense now become with me, in streets of towns, in deep nooks of the country, the invisible assurance that, if I but turn the head and glance there, at a certain fixed spot, I shall surely see, I must see a man. And glance I must, though I perish, and when I glance, though my hairs creep and stiffen like stirring amoeba, yet in my eyes I know is monarch indignation against the intruder, and my neck stands stiff as sovereignty itself, and on my brow sits more than all the lordship of Persepolis and Eras. To what point of wantonness this arrogance of royalty may lead me, I do not know. I will watch and see. It is written, it is not good for man to be alone. But good or no, the arrangement of one planet, one inhabitant, already seems to me not merely a natural and proper, but the only natural and proper condition. So much so that any other arrangement has now to my mind a certain improbably wild and far-fetched unreality, like the utopian schemes of dreamers and faddists. That the whole world should have been made for me alone, that London should have been built only in order that I might enjoy the vast heroic spectacle of its burning, that all history and all civilization should have existed only in order to accumulate for my pleasures its inventions and facilities, its stores of purple and wine, of spices and gold. No more extraordinary does it all seem to me than to some little unreflecting duke of my former days seemed the possessing of lands which his remote forefathers seized and slew the occupiers. Nor, in reality, it is even so extraordinary, I being alone. But what sometimes strikes me with some surprise is, not that the present condition of the world, with one sole master, should seem the commonplace and natural condition, but that it should have come to seem so commonplace and natural in 9 months. The mind of Adam Jeffson is adaptable. I sat a long time thinking such things by my bed that night, till finally I was disposed to sleep there. But I had no considerable number of candlesticks, nor was even sure of candles. I remember, however, that Peter Peters, 3 doors away on the other side of the street, had 4 handsome silver candelabra in his drawing room, each containing 6 stems, and I said to myself, I will search for candles in the kitchen, and if I find any, I will go and get Peter Peters' candelabra and sleep here. I took then the 2 lights which I had, my good God, went down to the passage, then down to the basement, and there had no difficulty in finding 3 packets of large candles, the fact being, I suppose, that the cessation of gas lighting had compelled everyone to provide themselves in this way, for there were a great many wherever I looked. With this I reascended, went into a little alcove on the 2nd floor, where I had kept some drugs, got a bottle of carbolic oil, and for 10 minutes went dashing all the corpses in the house. I then left the 2 lighted bits of candle on the waiting room table, and with the car lamp passed along the passage to the front door, which was very violently banging. I stepped out to find that the storm had increased to a mighty turbulence, though it was dry, which at once caught my clothes, and whirled them into a flapping cloud about and above me. Also, I had not crossed the street when my lamp was out. I persisted, however, half blinded, to Peter's door. It was locked, but immediately near the pavement was a window, the lower sash up, into which, with little trouble, I lifted myself and passed. My foot, as I lowered it, stood on a body, and this made me angry and restless. I hissed a curse, and passed on, scraping the carpet with my soles, that I might hurt no one, for I did not wish to hurt anyone. Even in the almost darkness of the room I recognized Peter's furniture, as I expected, for the house was his on a long lease, and I knew that his mother had had intention to occupy it after his death. But as I passed into the passage, all was mere blank darkness, and I, depending upon the lamp, had left the matches in the other house. I groped my way to the stairs, and had my foot on the first step, when I was stopped by a vicious shaking of the front door, which someone seemed to be at with hustlings and the most urgent poundings. I stood with peering, stern brows 2 or 3 minutes, for I knew that if I once yielded to the flinching at my heart, no mercy would be shown me in this house of tragedy, and thrilling shrieks could of themselves arise and ring through its haunted chambers. The rattling continued an inordinate time, and so instant and imperative that it seemed as if it could not fail to force the door. But though horrified, I whispered to my heart that it could only be the storm, which was struggling at it like the grasp of a man, and after a time went on, feeling my way by the broad rail. In my brain, somehow the thought of a dream which I had had in the burial of the woman Clodagh, how she let drop a fluid like pomegranate seeds into water and tendered it to Peter Peters, and it was a mortal purging draught. But I would not stop, but step by step went up, though I suffered very much, my brows peering at the utter darkness, and my heart shocked at its own rashness. I got to the first landing, and, as I turned to ascend the second part of the stair, my left hand touched something icily cold. I made some quick instinctive movement of terror, and doing so my foot struck against something, and I stumbled, half falling over what seemed a small table there. Immediately a horrible row followed, for something fell to the ground, and at that instant, I heard something, a voice, a human voice, which uttered words close to my ears, the voice of Clodagh, for I knew it, yet not the voice of Clodagh in the flesh, but her voice, clogged with clay and worms, and full of effort, and thick-tongued, and in that ghastly speech of the grave I distinctly heard the words, "Things being as they are in the matter of the death of Peter," and there it stopped dead, leaving me so sick, my God, so sick, that I could hardly snatch my robes about to me to fly soft-footed, murmuring in pain, down the steps, down like a sneaking thief, but quick, snatching myself away, then wrestling with the cruel catch of the door, which she would not let me open, feeling her all the time behind me, watching me, and when I did get out, I was away up the length of the street, trailing my long jubbah, glancing backward, panting, for I thought that she might dare to follow, with her daring evil will, and all that night I lay on a common bench in the wind-tossed and dismal park. End of section 15. Recording by Gabby Cowan.
Section 16 of The Purple Cloud. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Purple Cloud by Matthew Phipps Shiel. Section 16. The first thing which I did when the sun was up was to return to that place, and I returned with hard and masterful brow. Approaching Peter's house, I saw now, what the darkness had hidden from me, that on his balcony was someone, quite alone, there. The balcony is a slight open-work wrought iron structure, connected to a small roof by 3 slender voluted pillars, 2 at the ends, 1 in the middle. And at the middle one I saw someone, a woman, kneeling, her arms clasped tight about the pillar, and her face rather upward looking. Never did I see aught more horrid. There were the gracious curves of the woman's bust and hips still well preserved, in a clinging dress of red cloth, very faded now, and her reddish hair floated loose in a large flimsy cloud about her. But her face, in that exposed position, had been quite eaten away by the winds to a noseless skeleton, which grinned from ear to ear, with slightly dropped underjaw. Most horrid, in contrast with the body,
and frame of hair. I meditated upon her a long time that morning from the opposite pavement. An oval locket at her throat contained, I knew, my likeness. For 8 years previously I had given it her. It was Clodagh, the poisoner. I thought that I would go into that house and walk through it from top to bottom, and sit in it, and spit in it, and stamp in it, in spite of any one. For the sun was now high. I accordingly went in again, and up the stairs, to the spot where I had been frightened, and had heard the words. And here a great rage took me, for I at once saw that I had been made the dupe of the malign wills that beset me, and the laughing-stock of those for whom I cared not a fig. From a little mahogany table there I had knocked sideways to the ground, in my stumble, a small phonograph with a great 25-inch japanned horn, which, the moment that I now noticed it, I took and flung with a great rocket down the stairs. For that this it was which had addressed me I did not doubt, it being indeed evident that its clockwork mechanism had been stopped by the volcanic scoriae in the midst of the delivery of a record, but had been started into a few fresh oscillations by the shock of the fall, making it utter those 13 words, and stop. I was sufficiently indignant at the moment, but have since been glad, for I was thereby put upon the notion of collecting a number of cylinders with records, and have been touched with indescribable sensations, sometimes thrilled, at hearing the silence of this eternity broken by those singing and speaking voices, so lifelike, yet most ghostly, of the old dead. Well, the most of that same day I spent in a high chamber at Woolwich, dusting out and sometimes oiling time fuses, a work in which I acquired such facility in some hours, that each finally occupied me no more than 90 to 100 seconds, so that by evening I had, with the previous day's work, close on 600. The construction of these little things is very simple, and I believe effective, so that I should have no difficulty in making them myself in large numbers, if it were necessary. Most contain a tiny dry battery, which sends a current along a bell or copper wire at the running down moment, the clocks being contrived to be set for so many days, hours, and minutes, while others ignite by striking. I arranged in rows in the covered van those which I had prepared, and passed the night in an inn near the barracks. I had brought candlesticks from London in the morning, and arranged the furniture, a settee, chest of drawers, basin stand, table, and a number of chairs, in 3/4 circle around the bed, so getting a triple row altar of lights, mixed with vases of the house containing small palms and evergreens. With this I mingled a smell of ambergris, from the scattered contents of some Turkish sachets which I had. In the bed a bottle of sweet Capri wine, with bonbons, nuts, and Havanas. As I lay me down, I could not but reflect, with a smile which I knew to be evil, upon that steady, strong, smouldering lust within me, which was urging me through all those pains at the arsenal. I, who shirked every labour as unkingly. So, however, it was. And the next morning I was at it again after an early breakfast, my fingers at first quite stiff with cold, for it blew a keen and January gale. By 9 I had 820 fuses, and judging those sufficient to commence with, got into the motor and took it round to a place called the East Laboratory, a series of detached buildings where I knew that I should find whatever I wanted, and I prepared my mind for the day's labour. In this place I found incredible stores, mountains of percussion caps, more chambers of fuses, small armed cartridges, shells, and all those murderous explosive mixtures of making and made, with which modern savagery occupied its leisure in exterminating itself, or at least savagery civilized in its top story only. For civilization was apparently from the head downwards, and never once grew below the neck in all those centuries, those people certainly being more mental than cordial, though I doubt if they were genuinely mental either. reminding one rather of that composite image of Nebuchadnezzar, head of gold, breast brazen, feet of clay, head manlike, heart cannibal, feet bestial, like Aegyptians and mermaids, and puzzling, undeveloped births. However, it is of no importance, and perhaps I am not much better than the rest, for I too, after all, am of them. At any rate, their Lydites, Melanites, Cordites, Dynamites, powders, jellies, oils, marls, and civilized barbarisms and obeahs came in very well for their own destruction. For by 2 o'clock I had so worked that I had on the first cart the phalanx of fuses, on the second a goodly number of kegs, cartridge cases, and cartridge boxes full of powder, explosive cottons and gelatines, and liquid nitroglycerin, and earthy dynamite, with some bombs, 2 reels of cordite, 2 pieces of tarred cloth, a small iron ladle, a shovel, and a crowbar. The cab came next, containing a considerable quantity of loose coal. And lastly, in the private carriage, lay 4 big cans of common oil. And first, in the laboratory, I connected a fuse conductor with a huge ton of blasting gelatin, and I set the fuse on the ground, time for the midnight of the 12th day thence. And after that I visited the main factory, the carriage department, the ordnance store department, the Royal Artillery barracks, and the powder magazines in the marshes, traversing, as it seemed to me, miles of building. And in some I laid heaps of oil-saturated coal, with an explosive in suitable spots on the ground floor near woodwork, and in some an explosive alone, and all I timed for ignition at midnight of the 12th day. Hot now, and black as ink, I proceeded through the town, stopping with perfect system at every 100th door, and I lay the faggots of a great burning, and timed them all for ignition at midnight of the 12th day. Whatever door I found closed against me, I drove at it with a maniac malice. Shall I commit the whole dark fact to paper? That deep, deep secret of the human organism? As I wrought, I waxed wicked as a demon, and with lowered neck and forward curve of the lower spine, and the blasphemous strut of tragic play-actors, I went. For here was no harmless burning which I did, but the crime of arson, and a most fiendish though vague malevolence, and the rage to burn and raven and riot was upon me like a dog madness, and all the mood of Nero and Nebuchadnezzar. And from my mouth proceeded all the obscenities of the slum and of the gutter, and I sent up such hisses and giggles of challenge to heaven that day as never yet has man let out. But this way lies a spinning frenzy. I have taken a dead girl with wild huggings to my bosom, and I have touched the corrupted lip, and spat upon her face, and tossed her down, and crushed her teeth with my heel, and jumped upon her breast like the snake stamping zebra, mad, mad. I was desolated, however, that first day of the faggot laying, even in the midst of my sense of omnipotence, by one thing, which made me give some kicks to the motor. For it was only crawling, so that a good part of the way I was stalking by its side. And when I came to that hill near the old Dover road, the whole thing stopped and refused to move, the weight of the train being too great for my horsepower traction. I did not know what to do, and stood there in angry impotence a full half hour, for the notion of setting up an electric station, with or without automatic stoking gear, presented so hideous a picture of labour to me that I would not entertain it. After a time, however, I thought that I remembered that there was a comparatively new power station in St. Pancras, driven by turbines, and at once I uncoupled the motor, covered the drays with tarpaulins, and went driving at singing speed, choosing the emptier by-streets, and not caring whom I crushed. After some trouble I found, in fact, the station in an obscure by-street made of 2 long walls, and went in by a window, a rage upon me to have my will quickly accomplished. I ran up some stairs, across 2 rooms, into a gallery containing a switchboard, and in the room below saw the works, all very neat looking, but as I soon found, very dusty. I went down and fixed upon a generating set, there were 3, that would give a decent load, and then saw that the switch gear belonging to this particular generator was in order. I then got some cloths and thoroughly cleaned the dust off the commutators, ran next, for I was in a strange fierce haste, and turned the water into the turbines, and away went the engine. I hurried to set the lubricators running on the bearings, and in a couple of minutes had adjusted the speed and the brushes of the generators, and switched the current onto the line. By this time, however, I saw that it was getting dark, and feared that little could be done that day. Still I hurried out, the station still running, got into the car, and was off to look for a good electric one, of which there are hosts in the street, in order at least to clean up and adjust the motor that night. I drove down 3 by-streets till I turned into Euston Road, but I had no sooner reached it than I pulled up, with sudden jerk, with a shout of astonishment. That cursed street was all lighted up and gay, and 3 shimmering electric globes, not far apart, illuminated every feature of a ghastly battlefield of dead. And there was a thing there, the grinning impression of which I shall carry to my grave, a thing which spelled and spelled at me, and ceased, and began again, and ceased, and spelled at me. For above a shop which faced me was a flag, a red flag with white letters, fluttering on the gale, the words, Metcalfe's Stores. And beneath the flag, stretched right across the house, was the thing which spelled, letter by letter, in letters of light, and it spelled 2 words deliberately, coming to the end, and going back to recommence. Drink, Raborel. And that was the last word of civilized man to me, Adam Jeffson, its final counsel, its ultimate gospel and message to me, my good God, drink Raborel. I was put into such a passion of rage by this blatant rivalry, which affected me like the laughter of a skeleton, that I rushed from the car, with the intention, I believe, of seeking stones to stone it, but no stones were there, and I had to stand impotently enduring that rape of my eyes, its victoriously dogged iteration, its taunting leer, its drink Raborel, DRINKROBORAL. It was one of those electrical spelling advertisements, worked by a small motor commutator, driven by a works motor, and I had now set it going. For on some night, before that Sabbath of doom, the chemist must have set it to work, but finding the works abandoned, had not troubled to shut it down again. At any rate, this thing stopped my work for that day, for when I went to shut down the works it was night, and I drove to the place which I had made my home in sullen and weary mood, for I knew that Roberol would not cure the least of my sores. The next morning I awoke in quite another frame of mind, disposed to idle and let things go. After rising, dressing, washing in cold diluted rose water, and descending to the salle à manger, where I had laid my morning meal the previous evening, I promenaded an hour the only one of these long, sombrous, tufted corridors, in which there were not more than 2 dead, though behind the doors on either hand, all of which I had locked, I knew that they lay in plenty. When I was warmed, I again went down, looked into my motor, got 3 cylinders from one of a number of motors standing near, lit up, and drove away to Woolwich, as I thought at first, but instead of crossing the river by Blackfriars, I went more eastward, and having passed from Holborn into Cheapside, which was impassable unless I crawled, was about to turn when I noticed a phonograph shop. Into this I got by a side door, suddenly seized by quite a curiosity to hear what I might hear. I took a good one with microphone diaphragm, and a number of record cylinders in a brass-handled box, and I put them into the car, for there was still a very strong peach odor in this closed shop, which displeased me. I then proceeded southward and westward through by-streets, seeking some probable house into which to go from the rough cold winds, when I saw the Parliament House, and thither, turning riverward by Westminster Hall to Palace Yard, I went, and with my 2 parcels, one weighting each arm, walked into this old place along a line of purple-dusted busts. I deposited my boxes on a table beside a massive brass thing lying there, which I suppose must be what they call the mace, and I sat to hear. Unfortunately, the phonograph was a clockwork one, and when I wound it, it would not go, so that I got very angry at my absurdity in not bringing an electric mechanism, as I could with much less trouble have put in a chemical than cleaned the clockwork. And this thing put me into such a rage that I nearly tore it to pieces and was half for kicking it. But there was a man sitting in an old straight-backed chair quite near me, which they called the Speaker's chair, who was in such a pose that he had, every time I glanced suddenly at him, precisely the air of bending forward with interest to watch what I was doing. A more graben kind of man, almost black, with Jewish nose, crinkled hair, kefi, and flowing robe, probably, I should say, an Abyssinian gala. With him were only 5 or 6 people about the benches, mostly leaning forward with rested head, so that this place had quite a void, sequestered mood. At all events, this gala, or Bedouin, with his grotesque interest in my doings, restrained my hands, and finally, by dint of peering, poking, dusting, and adjusting, in an hour's time, I got the phonograph to go very well. And all that morning, and far into late afternoon, forgetful of food, and of the cold which gradually possessed me, I sat there listening, musing, cylinder after cylinder, frivolous songs, orchestras, voices of famous men, whom I had spoken with, and shaken their solid hands, speaking again to me, but thick-tongued with hoarse effort and gurgles, from out the vague void beyond the grave. Most strange, most strange. And the 3rd cylinder that I put on, I knew with a fearful start, that voice of thunder, I knew it well. It was the preacher Mackay's, and many, many times over I heard those words of his that day, originally spoken, it seems, when the cloud that had just passed the longitude of Vienna, and in all that torrent of speech, not one single word of "I told you so," but he cries, "Praise him, O earth, for he is he. And if he slay me, I will laugh raillery at his sword, and banter him to his face, for his sword is sharp mercy, and his poisons kill my death. Fear not therefore, little flock of man, but take my comfort to your heart to-night, and my sweets to your tongue. For though ye have sinned, and hardened yourselves as brass, and gone far, far astray in these latter wildernesses, yet he is infinitely greater than your sin, and will lead you back. Break not, poor broken heart of earth, for from him I run herald to thee this night with the sweet and secret message, that of old he chose thee, and once mixed conjugally with thee in an ancient sleep, O afflicted! And he is thou, and thou art he, flesh of his flesh, and bone of his bone. And if thou perish utterly, it is that he has perished utterly too, for thou art he. Hope therefore, most and cheeriest smile at the very abscess and black nadir of despair, for he is nimble as a weasel, and he twists like Proteus, and his solstices and equinoxes, his tropics and turning points and recurrences are innate in being, and when he falls like harlequin and shuttlecocks, shivering plumb to his feet, and each 3rd day, lo, he is risen again, and his defeats are but the stepping stones and rough scaffolding from which he builds his Parthenons, and from the densest basalt gush his rills, and the last end of this earth shall be no poison cloud, I say to you, but carnival and harvest home, though ye have sinned, poor hearts. So Mackay, with thick-tongued metallic effort. I found this brown room of the Commons House, with its green benches and grilled galleries, so agreeable to my mood, that I went again the next morning, and listened to more records, till they tired me. For what I had was a prurient itch to hear secret scandals, and revelations of the festering heart, but these cylinders, gathered from a shop, divulged nothing. I then went out to make for Woolwich, but in the car saw the poet's notebook in which I had written, and I took it, went back, and was writing an hour till I was tired of that too, and judging it too late for Woolwich that day, wandered about the dusty committee rooms and recesses of this considerable place. In one room another foolishness suddenly seized upon me, shewing how my slightest whim has become more imperious within me than all the jaws of the Medes and Persians. For in that room, committee room number 15, I found an apparently young policeman lying flat on his back who pleased me. His helmet tilted under his head, and near one white-gloved hand a blue official envelope. The air of that stagnant quiet room was still perceptibly peach-scented, and he gave not the slightest odour that I could detect, though he had been corporal and stalwart, his face now the colour of dark ashes, in each hollow cheek a ragged hole about the size of a sixpence, the flimsy vaulted eyelids well embedded in their caverns, from under whose fringe of eyelash seemed whispered the word eternity. His hair seemed very long for a policeman, or perhaps it had grown since death. But what interested me about him was the envelope at his hand. For what, I asked myself, was this fellow doing here with an envelope at 3 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon? This made me look closer, and then I saw by a mark at the left temple that he had been shot or felled, whereupon I was thrown into quite a great rage, for I thought that this poor man was killed in the execution of his duty, when many of his kind perhaps, and many higher than he, had fled their post to pray or riot. So after looking at him a long time, I said to him, "Well, D47, you sleep very well, and you did well, dying so. I am pleased with you, and to mark my favour, I decree that you shall neither rot in the common air, nor burn in the common flames. For by my own hand shall you be distinguished with burial." And this wind so possessed me that I at once went out. With a crowbar from the car I broke the window of a near ironmonger's in Parliament Street, got a spade, and went into Westminster Abbey. I soon prized up a grave slab of some famous man in the North Transept, and commenced to shovel. But I do not know how, by the time I had digged a foot, the whole impulse passed from me. I left off the work, promising to resume it, but nothing was ever done, for the next day I was at Woolwich, and busy enough about other matters. Section 17